This story takes place in one of the virtual worlds of a recently released game that has gained immense popularity in a matter of months. In one of the locations, there is a special sign warning that there are very dangerous opponents here. Just a moment later, a powerful explosion is heard not far from this sign, which splits the solid rocks as if they were chips. The cause of such serious destruction is a huge monster that several players are fighting. The two comrades realize that this monster is much stronger than they initially thought and try to come up with a plan B. Meanwhile, the monster prepares to launch a deadly attack, spewing flames from its mouth. One of the players quickly realizes that he won't be able to dodge it and decides to protect himself from this attack using his shield. Within moments, a hot stream of magma crashes into his shield, which, fortunately, withstands the onslaught. This player's friend immediately rushes forward to take advantage of the moment and deliver the finishing blow to the monster. Realizing that now everything depends only on him, he swings his weapon to hit the weak spot. Putting maximum strength into his hand, he unleashes a powerful attack that leaves behind a red energy trail. However, it quickly becomes clear that the monster did not even take this attack seriously, which left only a scratch on its face. Immediately after this, the dragon-like beast strikes the attacking player with its clawed paw. The player is thrown back several meters and only miraculously remains on his feet without losing his balance. Immediately after this, the irritated player turns to his friend named Harvey Lee and asks him why the hell he is not doing anything. Healer Harvey, who is the main character of this amazing story, only sadly lowers his gaze and asks his comrade for forgiveness. After that, he immediately says that he will correct himself right now and start helping his team much better. Immediately after, he uses the skill Holy Mother's Blessing to restore stamina to his comrades. This place is a kinesthetic hyper-VR MMORPG game that has quickly captured the minds of all of Korea. This game is called Ergosphere Online, and it is currently the pinnacle of VR technology progress. In this game, players can choose their roles, gain experience, grow above themselves, and explore this fantastic and interesting world. If desired, the player can become a knight who is capable of defeating the dragon himself in a difficult but glorious battle. Players can also become mages, capable of summoning huge golems in times of need. The motto of this game is to awaken a new personality within yourself, which is why it is played by more than 20 million users. The amazing detail is that you can immerse yourself in this world using a fairly simple VR headset. A huge number of people enjoy their fantasy life, which allows them to feel like someone they would never have become. However, Harvey is given a rather unenviable role as one of his comrades calls him names and asks why he can't heal him. A terrified Harvey says he'll do it right now, apologizing for his slowness. However, the protagonist's shyness and clumsiness work against him, and so he trips over a rock, which throws him off balance. A second later, Harvey falls to the ground, causing another delay in the dynamics of the fight with the dangerous monster. He understands that he has been given the most boring and joyless role, a healer who must devote all his time to supporting his allies. Harvey's comrades turn to look at him and call him an idiot, ordering him to hurry up immediately. However, in their senseless anger, they lose sight of the dangerous monster that has come dangerously close. One of the players says that they made a big mistake and now it's all over for them. The dragon decides not to hesitate to finish off its prey and releases a huge amount of deadly fire from its mouth. This attack knocks back all players, dealing a small amount of damage to them, making it difficult for them to deal with the monster. Even Harvey, who was further from the monster than his comrades, gets it. Meanwhile, another comrade of Harvey's is watching what is happening, who all this time was trying to aim in order to deliver a decisive blow to the monster. However, a second later, he receives a notification that Harvey, Francis, and George have been killed by a high-ranking dragon in the pasture. After reading the notifications, a player named Tyler expresses disappointment that once again, everything did not go according to plan. After this, he lowers his weapon, saying that he thought that this time they would be able to defeat this monster. After thinking for a moment, he calls the system assistant, who immediately appears and asks what he needs help with. Tyler asks the system to remind all his comrades to retreat. After the system carries out his command, Tyler looks around to catch his breath. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly declares that this level suits Harvey very well. After some time, all members of the group are revived and meet at the appointed place to find out the reasons for the failure. They decide to shift the blame onto Harvey and beat him up for his slowness and clumsiness. This time, Francis decides to beat up Harvey, delivering a powerful blow to the protagonist's face, causing him to fall to the ground. Francis angrily yells at Harvey, saying that if he had done everything right, they could have caught the dragon and gotten the reward. Harvey sheepishly says that he is truly sorry that he was not able to play at a decent level. However, Francis continues to beat the protagonist, stating that words alone are not enough to make amends. Suddenly, Tyler stops Francis, who turns to his leader in surprise. Tyler states that they are inside the game, so such a beating would not cause any harm to Harvey anyway. Francis agrees with Tyler's argument, stating that in that case he will simply beat up Harvey at school tomorrow. Harvey struggles to his feet and addresses his leader, calling him his elder. He asks him for forgiveness, saying that they could have won this fight if he had performed better. Tyler listens to the protagonist's apology with indifference, while Harvey continues to talk about how sorry he is. After a few seconds, Tyler smiles slightly, taking a dark pleasure in the situation Harvey has found himself in. After this, he puts his hand on Harvey's shoulder and says that games are meant to be fun and not everything always goes according to plan. Harvey breathes a sigh of relief and agrees with Tyler, laughing nervously. However, this relaxation in Harvey's voice does not please Tyler, and his gaze becomes even more stern for a moment. Tyler approaches Harvey and reminds him that he must take responsibility for his mistake. Harvey looks at Tyler in surprise, who orders him to prepare 600 high-quality potions by tomorrow night. Hearing the huge number, Harvey repeats it out loud, not believing that it is serious. He says that such potions cost around 300,000 won, but Tyler turns away silently, not wanting to listen to his excuses. Tyler then turns to his friends, reminding them that they were going to play with the guys from Shindong High School. The friends begin to discuss how there will probably be hot girls at the meeting, while Harvey realizes the difficulty of the task he has just been given. Moments later, Tyler distracts Harvey to get his attention. He says they trust him, but will still log out first, and then begins the account logout process. Finally, Tyler reminds Harvey about the 600 high-quality potions, assuring him that there should be exactly that many, and not a drop less. He then says that Harvey already knows what will happen if he doesn't follow orders. Left alone, Harvey begins to think about how he can create 600 high-quality potions in one day. He sits down on the ground and thinks that even if he plays all day, he will hardly be able to make more than 300 potions. Dark thoughts flash through his mind about what will happen if he doesn't complete the task. He remembers the last time he let the team down and knows the consequences will be just as severe this time. Harvey closes his eyes and says that sometimes he hates his life more than his friends. After this, he gets up and calls the system assistant, who immediately appears asking how he can help. Harvey asks the system to change his account and transfer him to an alternate world. The system informs you that the logout procedure has started and Harvey will soon be transferred to his second character. After a few moments, he begins to dissolve into thin air, lost in dark thoughts about the coming test. He knows that the other class tires him out more, but this is the only chance to have time to collect potions. Meanwhile, the system reports that the logout is complete, and Harvey is now playing as an Avenger-class character. The protagonist's clothes change, and the system warns him about possible fatigue due to the change of classes. However, Harvey ignores the warning and looks around, wondering where he should go. He then begins to scan the surrounding area in search of an entrance to a high-level dungeon. After some time, the action moves to one of these dungeons, known for its danger. This dungeon is called the Red Abyss, and this time a group of players entered it, deciding to try their luck. One of the main guardians of the dungeon uses a powerful attack to instantly destroy players. However, a female player, playing the role of a tank, stands in his way and covers herself with a shield. The other players hide behind her, and the warrior orders them to hold on with all their might to deal with the monster. The beam attack ends, and the girl lowers her shield to see what the huge monster will do next. The monster decides to hit them with a fist hidden by a beam of blindness. The warrior and her ally realize that they won't have time to dodge and resign themselves to their inevitable fate. A moment later, the monster's stone fist crashes down on them, killing both of them due to the sheer force of the blow. The game notifies the rest of the party that their comrades have been killed by the dread Balrog's blow. The remaining players are shocked that the monster was able to kill two people with one blow and wonder what to do next. One of the players realizes that there is no time to waste and tries to come up with a plan to destroy the monster. He yells at his ally to use a resurrection skill while he distracts the monster. He then rushes forward using the supersonic speed skill to distract the monster. A moment later, he breaks the sound barrier, hoping that the monster won't be able to keep up with him. The player thinks that if his plan succeeds, it will give his team some time to counterattack. However, turning around, he notices that the monster is not lagging behind, despite its incredible speed. Seeing the fist approaching, the player realizes that the rank of this monster was much higher than he expected. Luckily, Harvey intervenes in the battle, quickly approaching the monster to engage in combat. Once he gets close enough, he will activate his Devotion to Vengeance skills and increase his damage absorption ability. He rushes forward and blocks the monster's attack, saving the player who would have inevitably died. The surviving players look at Harvey in surprise and ask who he is. The protagonist realizes that he has no time to explain and prepares for the next stage of the battle. Without thinking twice, he unleashes a powerful attack to destroy the monster's chances of victory. With his attack, he cuts off the monster's arm without encountering any particular difficulty. Feeling incredible pain, the monster begins to roar loudly and becomes enraged. He immediately launches another attack towards Harvey in order to destroy the impudent player who dared to injure him so badly. However, Harvey picks up on his opponent's movement and attack pattern and decides to move in for the finishing move. Dodging in time, he climbs onto the arm of the huge monster and very quickly approaches its head. Just a second later, he delivers another powerful attack and cuts off the horn of the monster that had been jealously guarding this cave all this time. Players watching this come to the conclusion that this is all some kind of madness and Harvey's incredible talent. The young man states that if this player is able to defeat Balrog on his own, playing as a hero of such a difficult class, then he is somehow very outstanding. He also adds that it is most likely a player from the Asian server who has spent many hours honing his skills. Meanwhile, Balrog decides to continue the fight and tightly clamps his stone hand, which immediately begins to crack. A mysterious glow begins to appear from these cracks rather quickly, which does not bode well. Charging his remaining arm with powerful otherworldly energy, Balrog decides to crush it with a blow. Players say that this move is one of the signature moves in this monster's arsenal. One of the players remembers that this move is called God's Fire, as the monster begins to prepare to wipe out its opponents. Balrog decides to target Harvey first and strikes him with his palm at incredible speed. A moment later, his attack hits its target, and the ground where Harvey had just been standing begins to shake. The players who have been watching the battle all this time use the defense skill to survive the shockwave. Meanwhile, Balrog looks ominously at his hand, hoping to see the body of the murdered Harvey there. However, it turns out that the protagonist is so strong that he is able to withstand this attack with the help of his damage absorption abilities. In this situation, Harvey was helped by his innate passive skill, which increases his strength by 50% when his stamina is low. Harvey states that he will now combine his passive skill and finishing move to finish off this fight. He then continues to hold down his opponent's heavy arm as a massive number of tombstone-shaped swords appear behind him. Harvey uses the Dead Paven skill to finally deal with the huge monster. Watching what is happening, the protagonist comes to the conclusion that this blow was enough, since the enemy stopped showing signs of life. Meanwhile, Balrog's body begins to evaporate, and Harvey decides to check the reward he received from this boss. As a reward, Balrog left behind several treasure chests, a large amount of gold, and additional rewards of varying quality. As Harvey watches the glittering treasures slowly fall to the ground, he realizes it's time to celebrate. He calmly states that this fight was a little harder than he originally planned and exhales tensely. However, before taking the reward, he turns towards the players and loudly apologizes to them. He claims that he rushed in during the middle of a fight, but the players tell him that everything is fine because he saved their lives. Harvey asks the players if he can take one of the rewards, to which the players tell him that he can take absolutely everything. However, the protagonist says that one reward will be enough for him, thinking that this should be enough to buy 600 potions. The surviving players look at each other and realize that this could be their chance. They approach Harvey and tell him that they have one small proposal for him. They ask if he would like to join them, adding that they will do their best to support him. Harvey says that the offer sounds very tempting, then apologizes and states that he is a high school student and still has homework to do. After that, he turns around and says that everyone tried hard, but the players insist and ask to at least be accepted as friends. Realizing that with his sad life he is unlikely to be able to make friends with nice people, he quickly apologizes and runs away. Players who know nothing about the protagonist's life come to the conclusion that Harvey rejected them because they are rather weak players. Meanwhile, Harvey continues to quickly run away from the battlefield in order to avoid running into other players. He reflects that if he plays with others, it will be difficult to stop in the middle. After this, he turns to the system assistant and asks her what time it is, to which he receives the answer that it is 11 p.m. Harvey realizes that he is very late and says that he needs to do his homework and laundry. He quickly contacts the system and asks to perform the procedure to exit the game and turn off the device. While logging out of his account, Harvey muses that he needs to throw his laundry in first and then get to his homework. Suddenly, Harvey receives a notification and decides to read it to understand what they want from him. The system asks him if he really wants to leave this hero's world and offers two options to choose from. The protagonist recalls that he had never encountered such messages before. In the sense that this is most likely some kind of error, he selects the option to continue the account log-out operation. The system asks Harvey if he will regret his decision, again offering the same answer options. Harvey wonders why he keeps getting this notification. After pressing the same button several times, he comes to the conclusion that the servers are most likely experiencing some difficulties. After some time, the procedure is finally completed and the main character is transported to his apartment. The virtual helmet system tells Harvey that the game is over and he can now safely remove the helmet. The protagonist takes off his helmet, following the instructions, and exhales tensely, feeling that he is quite sweaty from these battles. Harvey admits that playing for the Avengers class is very draining for him. After this, he puts the helmet on the table and tells himself that he should hurry up and take a shower in order to feel better. However, this time, something very surprising and strange happens, despite the fact that the main character does not yet understand that his life is about to be turned upside down. Unexpectedly for the main character, the virtual reality helmet suddenly turns on by itself and makes strange sounds. Hearing them, Harvey freezes in place, assuming that he most likely began to imagine suspicious sounds due to overwork. He also begins to rub his eyes, realizing that they have become completely dry from playing for so long. However, as soon as he opens his eyes, he notices that his hands begin to pixelate and seem to dissolve into thin air. The frightened young man wonders what is happening to him, trying to understand whether he is imagining things. A moment later, Harvey's body begins to dissolve and reassemble as if he were in a computer game. Gradually, the procedure of reassembling the protagonist's body is completed, and the frightened young man watches as his bones and muscles are recreated. Some of the data that remains after Harvey's reassembly ends up in the virtual reality helmet, which continues to beep suspiciously. The helmet's virtual assistant states that the data transfer is complete, adding that the system is currently being diagnosed. Meanwhile, Harvey feels like something strange has happened to his body, as he now begins to feel like he's gotten taller. Upon further examination of his body, Harvey also discovered that his muscles were now much more developed. The surprised young man wonders what happened to his body and how it could be connected to the virtual reality helmet. Approaching the mirror, he continues to examine his body, after which he turns his gaze to his own face. Taking a closer look, Harvey realizes that he looked completely different from this morning when he first started the gaming session. Suddenly, the thought occurs to him that his body is completely identical to the body of his Avenger-class character. However, after a few seconds, the consequences of the mysterious transformation make themselves known, and the main character falls to his knees. Harvey begins to feel nauseous and his body begins to shake from the extremely unfamiliar sensations. The main character wonders what the hell is happening to him and whether it is possible to control this process. The virtual reality helmet reports that the adaptation of materials is 78% complete, which surprises the main character. The helmet also states that the error polygon statistic is only 0.23%, noting that the protagonist is able to participate in missions. The virtual reality helmet adds that from this moment the player's training begins, which is why the protagonist looks at the device in shock. He asks the virtual helmet again what this means, but the device shows no signs of activity. Harvey looks at his hand and begins to feel like the space he's in has started to look different somehow. A moment later, he finds himself on the roof of some building, and there is no trace left of his room. Such a sudden change in the terrain shocks and surprises the already frightened young man, who tries to understand what is happening. He looks around tensely to get at least some bits of information about what is happening. Looking at the strange houses, he wonders what it all could mean. He immediately tries to bring himself to his senses, telling himself that he was just in the center of his room and could not have ended up here in a matter of moments. However, despite all his efforts, the space he is in continues to remain unchanged. A few seconds later, a mysterious and evil creature lands on the roof where the main character is standing. Hearing a suspicious noise and disgusting sounds, Harvey turns to the side to see what happened. A hideous monster immediately appears before his eyes, and Harvey remembers that he has seen this monster before. The main character is very surprised to meet a monster that had previously only lived in the ergosphere. The monster decides not to waste any time and immediately spreads its paws to rush at Harvey. The young man, paralyzed with terror, wonders why this monster is here, telling himself that he is definitely in the real world because he took off his virtual reality helmet. However, the monster only smiles ominously, preparing to make a deadly leap towards the main character. Before doing this, he opens his huge mouth, revealing several rows of human teeth. Seeing that Harvey is not resisting at all, the monster rises into the air to finish off the protagonist with one blow. A loud explosion is heard on the roof, causing minor damage. Harvey is thrown back by the blast and sent flying straight onto the asphalt by the shockwave. He watches in horror as his body rapidly approaches the ground with no chance of survival. A moment later, his body hits the hard asphalt and he lets out a muffled groan. Afterwards, he gets to his feet and wonders how he was able to survive after falling 5 stories. Looking around, he finds no explanation and wonders if he is in his dream, since what is happening now seems completely unreal to him. Suddenly, he hears workers standing nearby wondering what happened, adding that the building suddenly exploded. Harvey immediately realizes at least 2 things, the first of which is that he has somehow become invisible to people. The second thing Harvey just realized was that everything that was happening was real, despite its absurdity. Harvey continues to look at his body and wonders how all of this could have happened. However, the monster does not lag behind its prey and after a few moments again attacks the main character. This time, Harvey manages to dodge and the monster's fist crashes into the asphalt, shattering it like wood chips. Harvey lunges forward to avoid the powerful attack, only to be thrown back by the resulting shockwave. The young man reflects that at the moment, he does not understand what is happening, coming to the conclusion that he needs to run away from this monster as soon as possible. On Harvey's way, he meets a young couple who look ahead in surprise and wonder what is going on there. Harvey looks at them in surprise and tries to understand if they really can't see the terrible monster that caused this destruction. He tries to warn the young man and tells him that there is a monster in front of him and he must run away immediately. However, the couple acts as if they don't even hear the main character. Harvey makes one last attempt to reason with the hapless men and places his hand on the young man's shoulder, telling him that he urgently needs to escape. This action has a slight effect, and the boy looks around in surprise, feeling Harvey's touch. However, this does not allow him to see the main character, and he is left wondering what it was. In response to his girlfriend, he replies that he felt as if something touched his shoulder. Harvey watches what is happening carefully and comes to the conclusion that he will not be able to warn these people. He is horrified that these people do not see the huge monster that can easily kill them. He also makes sure that the people around him cannot see him. Meanwhile, the dark monster wastes no time and takes a special position to carry out an energy attack. When Harvey turns around at the suspicious noise, he sees a beam of energy about to shoot straight towards him. The monster finishes preparing its ranged attack, and miniature clots of energy begin to appear in its mouth. A moment later, these clots explode, spewing a powerful beam of energy towards Harvey. The protagonist understands that he needs to act right now, otherwise not even ashes will remain of his body. As soon as the beam reaches the location of the main character, a powerful explosion is heard, which scatters all nearby objects to the side. The main character is thrown back by a powerful shockwave and he covers himself with his hands to avoid damage from the fragments. After a few seconds, he gradually begins to come to his senses and looks around to assess the extent of the damage. The nightmare he saw is forever imprinted in the young man's head, as it becomes obvious that monsters from a parallel virtual dimension are capable of killing people. He also notices that the monster's attack has turned the asphalt into hot rocks. Unfortunately, the victim of this monster was a young man whom Harvey unsuccessfully tried to warn about the danger. The young man's girlfriend looks at her lover with horror and realizes that a tragedy has occurred. Harvey begins to hear the screams of a terrified crowd and realizes that the man is most likely dead. These words are forever imprinted in his memory, and he understands that everything that is happening is not some kind of joke. Turning around, he sees an approaching monster who is not happy with the destruction caused. From what he saw, the entire body of the main character began to be permeated with immense horror. He frantically tries to get up and tells himself that he needs to run away from here immediately. From the protagonist's point of view, he needs to either run away or hide so that this monster never finds him. With the thought that he must survive at any cost, the protagonist goes into a headlong flight. Fear took control of the protagonist's body and mind so much that Harvey ran for several minutes without looking back for a second. All this time, thoughts are present in his head that he must run as quickly as possible towards safety. Hearing a suspicious noise, he turns around again to check if the scary monster has gotten any closer. However, Harvey's worst fears come true, and the monster unleashes a powerful attack with its fist. This attack is so powerful that the protagonist is thrown into the air by incredible inertia. Without time to react or somehow soften his fall, Harvey crashes into the asphalt at full speed, once again receiving a head injury. However, the monster is not going to stop there and immediately rushes forward to deal several more blows to Harvey. The stunned young man does not have time to dodge these attacks and continues to take blows one after another. The monster decides to take advantage of this and unleashes a hail of blows of unprecedented force on Harvey. With each blow, Harvey feels the life slowly drain from his body. Finally, he wonders if this will really be his end, which he reached absolutely free of charge. After this, he remembers that each time he was unable to escape, and each time he was treated like a nobody. Harvey was beaten a great number of times in his life, but he was unable to respond to his abusers. At a certain point, Francis's face, as he raises his fist, dissolves, and the monster appears before his eyes again, doing the same thing. A feeling of deep injustice and anger overwhelms the protagonist, and he attempts to resist. He wonders what he did to deserve such a terrible life and holds out his palm. The monster doesn't pay much attention to this gesture and swings his arm to make another attack. However, a second later, the main character forms a mystical circle around his palm, from which projectiles fly, hitting the monster. The monster feels incredible pain and begins to emit shrill screams. The protagonist is very surprised by what he just did and wonders how he did it. In a split second, Harvey realizes that this is the same feeling he felt when he used the Red Thorn skill while playing the game. The main character finally understands the essence of what is happening, and all the words of the virtual helmet, as well as the appearance of the black monster, now seem logical to him. Meanwhile, the monster retreats briefly to recover from its wounds and then immediately rushes to attack again. To do this, the dark monster opens its mouth and begins charging its ranged attack again. Having accumulated enough solar energy, it shoots at the main character. Harvey manages to get to his feet in order to at least somehow continue fighting the monster. Meanwhile, the monster continues to rapidly approach the main character, and this does not bode well for him at all. At the last moment, Harvey looks up and a reddish fire begins to burn in his pupils and grows. The system notifies Harvey that he has just activated the Sunset Blooming Flower skill, and the protagonist intercepts his opponent's ranged attack. Holding the deadly beam in one hand, Harvey reflects on how everything now falls into place. He confidently states that somehow everything that happens is connected to the online ergosphere. The young man comes to the conclusion that if everything is really as it seems to him, then he has only one way left to survive this situation. With these words, he pulls his hand back and materializes the sword that belonged to his game character. Feeling a familiar weapon in his hand, the protagonist experiences a surge of confidence. Concentrating all the necessary forces in his hand, he cuts off the beam of energy, instantly stopping the monster's attack. Seeing this, the monster tries to understand what is happening and begins to tremble with fear. The protagonist approaches the disgusting monster and no longer shows any signs of weakness. Taking the sword in both hands, Harvey says that now he will have to kill all the monsters to feel safe. After this, he raises his angry gaze to the monster, which remains standing in front of him. Despite just blocking a ranged attack, the monster does not lose confidence and rushes to attack Harvey. Using the skill sword of Phantom Vengeance, he lowers his defense and significantly increases critical damage. Immediately after this, he makes a swift dash, simultaneously attacking the giant monster. This terrible blow is enough to instantly destroy the monster. However, the protagonist decides to take out insurance and looks behind him with caution. He sees the huge creature fall to the ground without twitching or showing any other signs of life. A surprised Harvey wonders if he really managed to destroy this monster in one blow. Coming closer, he makes sure that the monster no longer poses a threat to anyone. Touching the lifeless body with his sword, Harvey remembers that the black monster was a medium enemy. Suddenly, a system window that was present in the online ergosphere flashes behind him. The system congratulates Harvey and states that he has finally completed the training task and proven himself to be a worthy warrior. In response to system notifications, Harvey says that he is now starting to feel like he is actually playing a game. The system also asks Harvey to claim the reward he earned for completing this task. The protagonist looks at the system notification in surprise and tries to understand what it means. However, after some time, the system shows him a special screen, which makes him jump in surprise. The system notification states that Harvey can choose a cash reward of 3,000,000 won, 1 skill point, or 3 item boxes. What he sees takes the protagonist's breath away, and he ponders his options for a while. Harvey tries to weigh the pros and cons of each option and is hesitant to choose just one. The main problem for Harvey is that he doesn't want to part with any of the rewards available. The system urges the protagonist, stating that he has 30 seconds left to make a choice. The system also adds that if Harvey does not have time to choose a reward before the end of time, the reward will be chosen automatically. Harvey realizes he needs to hurry up with his decision and asks himself one last time what he should do. Looking at the option with a monetary reward, he comes to the conclusion that in such moments it is always better to choose money, since now it is the most important reward. The system reminds Harvey of the time limit again, this time stating that he has 10 seconds left to choose. Harvey is once again lost in thought, realizing that he needs to choose a reward as soon as possible. Having lost his patience a little, he chooses a random reward, saying that at the moment it doesn't matter to him what he chooses. The system informs Harvey that he has successfully selected a reward, and then states that it is time to return home. Harvey feels an incredible lightness in his body, while mysterious green numbers begin to appear around him. Taking a closer look, he realizes that the procedure that is taking place almost repeats the process of logging out of an account from the online ergosphere. Huge green rays pierce the sky, and the protagonist's body dissolves like smoke. Dissolved in the air, the main character is transferred by the system to his home, from which he left a few minutes ago. Nothing had changed in Harvey's room during his absence, and any guest might have thought that Harvey had simply gone for a walk. A moment later, the main character appears in the room, and the system teleports him not very well. Unable to keep his balance, the young man falls to the floor and lets out a muffled groan. After this, he looks up to make sure that he has definitely reached a safe place. Looking around, he says to himself with relief that he is finally back in his room. He also states that he has never been so happy to be in his home as he is now. The virtual reality helmet, which has been active all this time and was behind the main character, makes a suspicious buzzing sound. The next day, the news starts reporting on the strange things that have happened over the past 24 hours. An unknown explosion occurred near Bend Station, killing several people. The announcer also states that police suspect random terrorism and are now looking for any witnesses. Harvey makes himself breakfast and reflects on the fact that what happened yesterday was definitely not a dream or a hallucination. He again recalls the terrible images of yesterday's battle with the monster and repeats to himself that it really happened in reality. A few minutes later, the door to the protagonist's apartment opens, and he hears a familiar female voice. He looks back and sees his older sister, who says that she feels very tired. Looking up at Harvey, she asks him if anything happened last night while she was away. Taking a closer look at her younger brother, she immediately notices the serious changes that have occurred in him. Harvey greets his sister kindly and asks if she is tired from the night shift. He puts the sandwiches on the table and invites his sister to take a bath and have breakfast. Despite his good nature, his sister, Julia, looks at his every move with incredible suspicion. A few moments later, she asks her brother who he is and what he forgot in her apartment. Harvey, who suspected that this could happen due to the serious changes in his body, says that he is her brother named Harvey. Unperturbed, Julia continues to look at Harvey and does not say a word for some time, as if thinking about her next steps. However, after a while, she says in a soothing tone that she now recognizes Harvey and has no doubt that this is her brother. A few moments later, she takes a taser out of her bag and asks Harvey if he really believed that trick would work on her. Immediately after this, she menacingly lunges forward, attempting to shock Harvey to the point that he would be incapacitated. Harvey easily dodges this attack and tries to reassure his sister that he really is her brother. However, Julia says that this is all complete nonsense, asking Harvey how such a strong man can be her brother. She also screams loudly that her brother has always been weak, like a kitten in the rain, and Harvey shamefully admits that he never thought that his sister. Harvey makes another attempt to reassure his sister, stating that he woke up like this. Suddenly, Julia becomes calmer and asks Harvey if everything really happened the way he says it did. Without waiting for an answer, she immediately rushes into the attack, asking him who could believe such nonsense. Harvey says he understands Julia's skepticism, adding that in that case he can say things that only her brother could know. He confidently states that he knows that Julia hates carrots and sesame leaves, and also says that her jaw hurts because she clenches her teeth tightly in her sleep. Harvey also claims that Julia was forced into a blind date and later complained that the date was terrible. However, such talk does not convince Julia, and she asks Harvey what else he managed to dig up about her. Unable to come up with anything better, Harvey says that in that case he will have to move on to more personal questions. With a wistful voice, he states that their parents' birthdays fall on June 23rd and July 14th, respectively. He then adds that both of their parents died in a car accident many years ago. Harvey also says bitterly that he begged to be taken to the amusement park that morning and said some rude things when his sister refused. Harvey realizes that each next word is more and more difficult for him, and he lowers his gaze. He states with confidence and sadness that he still deeply regrets having behaved so rudely. Julia looks closely at Harvey's behavior and facial expressions, realizing that most likely it is indeed her brother in front of her. Meanwhile, Harvey clenches his fists and says that this is a secret he can only tell her. With these words, he briefly dives into the past and remembers how his sister hugged him when he was very little. After some thought, Julia asks Harvey if he really is her brother. Harvey says he doesn't know what happened, noting that his body suddenly became like this. As a sign of her trust, Julia places the stun gun on the table and moves away from him so as not to scare her brother. She asks Harvey where he got these wounds and then clarifies if he is okay. Harvey tells his sister that these wounds were already on his body when he woke up. In his mind, he understands that he shouldn't talk about what happened yesterday to his sister so as not to frighten her. Julia is silent for a moment, looking closely at Harvey's face and body. Without thinking twice, she says that this is not how things are done and takes out her phone, saying that they should go to the emergency room right now. Harvey asks his sister why they have to go there, to which she replies that he needs to check his body. Harvey asks Julia if she really thinks doctors would believe in such transformations of the human body. Julia says doctors may not believe it, adding that Harvey should still be checked in case anything strange happens. Harvey says that even if it is some kind of illness, he would like to continue living in this form. Julia asks Harvey what he should do about school, recalling that the teachers are unlikely to believe that he is who he was. Harvey says that if the teachers don't believe him, he will definitely go to the hospital and get a medical examination and consultation. Julia gives Harvey a displeased look that lets him know she's not thrilled with his stubbornness. Julia says she doesn't understand such a stubborn reluctance to go to the hospital for unknown reasons. After a while, she turns around and tells Harvey that if he has made this decision, then he should take his bag and go to school, adding that she will go with him and explain everything to the teachers. Harvey asks Julia if she is really going to go to school with him to resolve this issue with the teachers. Julia replies that in any case, the words of a nurse will sound more convincing than the words of some schoolboy. Harvey tells his sister that even if she refuses to go with him, he has his own plan. Julia is silent for a moment, then asks Harvey to listen carefully to her. With these words, she turns on the shocker again and asks him if he will only obey his sister if she shocks him. Looking at his sister in surprise, he realizes that Julia is not joking and is definitely going to go to school with him. After this, he exhales tensely and says that he does not want problems and will obey his sister. For a while, the action moves to the school where Harvey studied all this time. Not far from this place, one blogger turns on a live broadcast and asks his viewers how they feel. The video blogger, who covers his face with a special filter, says he is currently on Shindaboon Street. He also states that there was a mystical explosion in the area recently, and then clarifies that he must reveal all the secrets of this incident. One of the schoolgirls watches the man's broadcast and hears him claim that the causes of the explosion are completely mystical. The girl says that the scene of the incident is quite far from her initial guess. After this, she wonders whether she should go to the area and check it out for herself. After this, the mysterious girl falls silent and continues walking towards the high school where Harvey studies. After some time, a girl named Astra is approached by her friend, who greets her back, looking up from her phone. Astra's friend Lilia asks her what she is looking at, to which Astra replies that she was not looking at anything serious. She quickly jumps off the topic, saying that she came across the broadcast in recommendations, adding that she was disappointed with what she saw. Lily asks Astra if she wants to meet anyone, noting that some of the boys in her class would like to meet her. Astra indifferently replies that she is not interested in such things, after which she simply waves her hand. However, suddenly Astra looks up and sees a student approaching, who immediately catches her attention. This student is Harvey, who came to school to explain his body changes to the teachers. Astra looks closely at Harvey's face while the protagonist quietly communicates with his sister. Lilia tells Astra that she has never seen such a student in their school, wondering who he is. Astra honestly admits that she has never seen this man before either, after which she takes another look at Harvey. The girl assumes that if this student is accompanied by an adult, it means he has transferred from another school. However, upon further examination, Astra begins to be overcome by a strange feeling of some kind of déjà vu. Looking back at Harvey, she asks herself why she feels like she's seen this man before. Meanwhile, Harvey and his sister make their way to the teacher's lounge and prepare to talk to the faculty. Julia tells Harvey that he should claim that he is currently undergoing a medical examination and does not know the reasons. Harvey states that he understands all the instructions and will follow them strictly no matter what. Immediately after this, he says that he began to feel unwell and adds that he will go to the restroom. Julia says that Harvey needs to hurry, and the brother apologizes to his sister, assuring her that he will be back very soon. Finding himself alone in the booth, he begins to think about what he should actually do. He reflects that even if his sister were the chief physician of the hospital, the teachers would not believe her. He also comes to the conclusion that he will most likely be suspected, and the teachers will call the police. With these thoughts, he takes a mysterious object out of his jacket pocket. He briefly reminisces about when he was choosing a reward for killing a monster. At that moment, he decided to get a random item that could be useful to him in some way. Harvey reflects on how he needs to use what he has received if he wants to remain undetected. The system immediately notifies Harvey that he has received a selective skill crystal, which allows him to use a skill from another class. Harvey decides to use the item, and the stone bursts into flames, signaling that Harvey's command has been heard. After this, Harvey looks at the possible skills of other classes and comes to the conclusion that he should use the charm skill. Saying that he was choosing the mind control skill that belonged to the spell circle, the young man broke the stone that he was holding in his hand. After a while, he goes out into the school corridor to get to the teacher's room and solve the problem with the teachers. During his short walk, Harvey muses that this skill is usually used to make monsters your best allies. After this, he comes to the conclusion that he does not know how this skill affects people, so Harvey decides to try to convince his teacher first. As Harvey approaches the staff room, he reflects on the fact that the teacher might trust him as much as he did his sister and be understanding. However, the reality turns out to be quite difficult, and the teacher declares that he sincerely does not understand these explanations. Harvey looks at his teacher desperately, while Julia continues to try to explain to everyone that Harvey is standing in front of them. In response, the teacher states that there are students who change beyond recognition after the holidays, but no one can change so much overnight. Julia says she is convinced it is Harvey standing in front of them because she is his sister and can be trusted. The teacher says that even after Julia's sincere words, it still seems to him that a completely different person is standing in front of him. Harvey understands that even if his relative is present with him, no explanation will convince an ordinary person of the possibility of such strange transformations. After this, Harvey tells himself that he has no choice left, and now he will have to use the skill to make the teacher believe him. Suddenly, he turns his gaze away and sees the director in front of him, peacefully strolling through the teacher's room. After a bit of looking around, Harvey decides to change the plan a bit and use his skills on someone other than his teacher. He muses that if he doesn't plan to use this skill, he might as well test it on the vice director to get the maximum benefit. In Harvey's view, if he could win the principal's trust, he would easily convince all the other teachers, in the sense that it is necessary to get at least some ally on his side as quickly as possible. The main character decides to use this skill. A soft bell-like sound is heard, and Harvey uses the skill on the deputy director. A moment later, a mysterious icon symbolizing this skill appears above the deputy director's head. In fact, the director suddenly stops, and his mind begins to sharply become foggy and filled with alien thoughts. Even the pupils of his eyes are transformed for a while and take on the shape of a heart. As soon as the skill imposition procedure is completed, the vice principal immediately turns to the teacher with whom Julia spoke. The teacher turns his head towards the deputy principal and asks him what he wants to tell him. The deputy director states that he has been listening to their conversation for a long time. After this, he poetically places his hand on Harvey's shoulder and asks the teacher why they shouldn't believe him. The teacher hesitantly replies that this student looks completely different, and it is very difficult for him to recognize this person. Suddenly, the deputy director declares that appearance is not nearly as important a detail for a teacher as it seems at first glance. After this, he begins a fiery speech about how a real teacher will not look for the true form hidden in his students. Harvey wonders what happened, noting that he clearly went overboard with the skill imposition. Meanwhile, the vice principal, turning enthusiastically to Julia, asks her if she is sure that Harvey has contracted a rare disease. Julia says doctors are still unable to determine the cause of such a serious transformation. The deputy director loudly declares that if the causes could not be determined in an era when even dogs have been in space, then it must be an unknown disease. Julia stares at the deputy director in surprise, frankly not understanding the reason for such fiery speeches. Meanwhile, the deputy director turns to the teacher and asks him if he will really doubt a student who has fallen ill with a rare disease. The teacher says that even if they can believe Harvey's words, they are unlikely to be able to adequately explain it to other students. The director thinks about it and says that this is a very apt remark, which is indeed a problem. After some thought, he takes his glasses and says that in that case, he will take responsibility for explaining everything to the other students. With these words, he turns around and says that he will immediately go to class and explain everything to the students. The teacher is amazed at the incredible determination that lights the path of the deputy director and asks him what his plan is. Julia tells Harvey that everything that's happening seems a little strange to her, and then expresses hope that it will all end well. Harvey agrees with his sister, feeling that he needs to be more careful with his use of the game's items. After some time, he reaches his class, where the deputy director is already waiting for him. After some incredible speeches, the vice principal says that all of his classmates should take good care of Harvey, who has undergone serious changes. The deputy director also says that Harvey is an amazing person who has undergone incredible transformations due to a rare disease. Amidst a wave of poetry and fiery speeches, the vice principal says that students should close their eyes and think about how hard it is for this person to live. Astra looks at everything that is happening in surprise, while the deputy director continues to talk about how such a tragedy is impossible to imagine. He honestly admits that he can't even stop crying, even thinking about what happened to this young boy. The students are surprised that the deputy director himself, who had previously behaved very reservedly, suddenly became such a fiery orator. Looking at the openly shocked class and the strangely acting vice principal, Harvey realizes that everything has not gone according to plan. He reflects that he initially thought that the deputy director would convince his classmates with facts and logic, but for some reason, the man went down the path of emotions, which are not good for anyone. The teacher comes to the rescue, addressing the students and stating that Harvey is seriously ill, so everyone should treat him with sympathy. After this, he tells Harvey that he can take his seat, noting that he will talk to the deputy about it. Harvey heads to an empty desk and wonders if he needs a skill to transfer schools. Lily immediately turns to Harvey and asks if it is really him. She states that just a few days ago, Harvey was just a weak loser who didn't amount to anything. Before the protagonist can give a clear answer, Lilia wonders how someone can change so much. Harvey says he's heard of something similar, noting that the condition is called acute stress disorder. One of Harvey's classmates says that this sounds pretty unrealistic and that it's unlikely to be due to any illness. However, another classmate of Harvey's says he had something similar during a period of serious upheaval. Harvey reflects that the vice principal's pitch didn't work and the students were left unconvinced. Suddenly, Astra intervenes in the conversation, saying that she has heard about this before. A surprised Harvey turns around, not expecting help from a girl who never talked to other boys. A moment later, he meets Astra's eyes and carefully examines her pretty yet calm face. Lily asks Astra where she could have heard about this disease, to which she replies that her father told her about it. The girl says her father told her about a man living in a city in Germany who woke up one day and saw that he had grown by 12 centimeters. Astra also says that the reason for this is a malfunction in some organ that secretes hormones. She then turns her attentive and calm gaze to Harvey, asking him if this matches his diagnosis. Without thinking twice, Harvey also calmly tells her that her words are the pure truth and accurately describe his symptoms. Lily says that she finds it very difficult to believe, but then adds that, nevertheless, it sounds true, yes. One of her classmates expresses doubts about these words, but Lilia immediately stands up for Astra, saying that her father is the head of a pharmaceutical company. Meanwhile, Harvey reflects on the fact that things are not going as he expected, but now his predictions have become more optimistic. Looking at his classmates, he reflects that they will get used to it over time and stop noticing these changes. After a few minutes, he begins to wonder how his so-called friends, led by Tyler, will react to this. He glances at Tyler for a moment, but Tyler spends the entire time on his phone and shows no interest in what happened. Harvey wonders if his older friend isn't the least bit interested in what happened. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by Astra, who calls him by name to get his attention. She asks Harvey if he has headphones, adding that she would really like to listen to music before studying. Harvey agrees without any problem, adding only that these headphones have already been used, after which he expresses hope that this will not push Astra away. Astra calmly replies that she really doesn't care about this fact, and she will use his headphones without any problems. Harvey hands over the box containing his headphones, and Astra thanks him, assuring him that he can return the headphones whenever he wishes. For a moment, Harvey continues to look at Astra, who has turned away, remembering that she has never spoken to him before. Turning away, he reflects on the fact that there is no turning back, since he has become a different person. Harvey used to be a rather short and skinny boy, but now he has become bigger and has acquired impressive muscles. He hopes that this will make Tyler and his friends stop bullying him every day. After some time, he firmly decides that there can be no hope here, since now everything has become different. With these thoughts, he declares to himself that he will now live a normal life and make friends. Looking at his changed body, he becomes more confident in his abilities. Such prospects only bring a smile to the young man's face, and he once again declares that now he can truly change for the better. However, after some time, he finds himself in the toilet in front of Tyler and his friends, who are still negatively disposed towards him. Harvey feels like his body has stopped obeying him, and he acts the same as always. He wonders what was so special about these three guys, whom he had previously even considered friends. The unbearable truth is that he still can't move a single muscle, as if he were the same person again. This thought haunts Harvey, and he continues to be immersed in mental anguish, not paying attention to everything that is happening. Harvey admits to himself that he is still afraid of being attacked and beaten again, like before. George turns to Harvey, chuckling, and states that Harvey is now truly a completely different person. Immediately after this, he turns to Francis and orders him to beat Harvey up just like he did before, to test how Harvey will handle it in his new body. Francis flexes his fists and says he would be happy to do so, as he too is very interested in watching it. A moment later, he attacks Harvey and begins to choke him with his elbow lock. At first, Harvey doesn't resist, obeying his now familiar instincts of a hunted man. Francis angrily orders Harvey to get out of this hold, chuckling and watching the protagonist suffer. Harvey holds on for dear life while Francis continues to mock him, calling him a worthless weakling. Such words creep deep into the protagonist's consciousness, and he again plunges into memories. By the end of that school day, absolutely no incidents had occurred, and Harvey continued to pack his books into his bag. The protagonist's thoughts concerned the joy that the first day in his new body was going just fine. Harvey walked out into the hallway and took out his phone to text his sister that he was okay. Suddenly, he heard a cheerful girl's voice behind him and turned around to find out who had addressed him. The girl turned out to be Lily, who asked him what he was doing after school, to which Harvey replied that he had some free time to go for a walk. Lilia stated that she and Astra wanted to kill some time before heading to the academy, inviting Harvey to go for a walk with them. Astra didn't answer and only began to look curiously at Harvey, who had been looking at the two friends all this time. After some thought, Harvey said that the offer sounded very tempting, adding that he had quite a lot of free time. Suddenly, his phone buzzed and he decided to check his messages to find out who had texted him. However, after reading the text of the message, an emotion of slight horror and a sense of impending danger appeared on his face again. What caused this change was the fact that the message was sent from Tyler's perspective, and in it, Tyler asked Harvey to go to the toilet on the 5th floor. Realizing that this was not going to end well for him, Harvey quickly turned to Lily and said that he would not be able to go for a walk with them today. By way of explanation, he said that something very important had happened and he urgently needed to leave. Before Lily could ask him any follow-up questions, Harvey quickly turned around and headed towards the 5th floor. A frustrated Lily wonders what caused such a change in Harvey, noting that she wanted to be friends with them. However, such a sharp change in the face of the main character did not go unnoticed by Astra, and she began to suspect something. Thus, Harvey found himself in the toilet, where Francis, surrounded by his henchmen, attacked him. George continues to watch Harvey suffer and asks how long Francis is going to strangle him, adding that it looks like Francis is hugging him. Bloodthirsty Francis declares that he must wait a little longer for Harvey to finally stay. He adds that he wants to show everyone this pathetic man who will beg for mercy. Meanwhile, Harvey continues to think nervously about how he can't muster up the strength to breathe. He immediately accuses himself of stupidity, adding that nothing has changed except his body, since his mind remains weak. For a while, he dives into the depths of his mind, thinking that despite such a radical change in the body, nothing will change. However, suddenly Harvey begins to feel the presence of an additional entity in his mind, which belongs to himself. Harvey's projection begins to talk to him, asking if he really thinks things will stay the same. Harvey looks at himself in amazement and cannot believe his eyes, since he has never been able to communicate with himself before. Harvey's projection asks the protagonist if he doesn't understand that in order for something to change, he himself must do something about it. These thoughts run through Harvey's head, and he realizes that there is undeniable truth in the words of his own projection. The projection recommends getting out, since he is no longer the weakling that can be bullied whenever people feel like it. The projection also invites Harvey to remember how he defeated the monster last night, adding that he can do a lot if he puts in the effort. Finally, the projection says that Harvey should not wait for everything to resolve itself, but act right now. These words ignite motivation in the protagonist, and his eyes begin to glow with a reddish tint, which signals the activation of game abilities. Using the resolve skill to counteract vengeance, Harvey gains an unprecedented surge of strength that allows him to grab Francis and escape his grasp. When consumed by anger, Harvey will go to great lengths to lift his opponent into the air or knock him off balance. Francis, who clearly did not expect such a development of events, does not have time to do anything and is caught off guard. In his fury, Harvey lets out a loud scream and throws his opponent over himself. A moment later, Francis falls backwards onto the hard concrete floor with all his might. The hooligans watching this look on in amazement as Harvey suddenly deals with his offender, although he could never even look him in the eye. Harvey takes a moment to gather his strength, looking at the fallen Francis, who is in no hurry to rise. After this, he puts his fist to his mouth to catch his breath and not show his face to other people. However, quite quickly, the realization of what he has done begins to dawn on him, and Harvey's hands begin to shake. Francis gradually rises to his feet and rudely addresses Harvey, asking him how he managed to behave like that. Completely out of his mind, he yells at Harvey, saying that he has now knocked the wind out of him. A scream like that once again instills terror into Harvey's body, and he realizes that he can't fight any longer for now. With these words, he quickly turns around and begins to run away from his offenders at great speed. Francis shouts that they must catch this bastard and punish him for showing such insolence. The scene briefly moves a few streets away from the school where Lily and Astra continue their walk. The girls are standing at the bus stop, and each of them is busy with her own thing, waiting for the traffic light. Astra holds the headphones that Harvey lent her in her hand and looks at them carefully. The girl looks sadly at the headphone case, realizing that she did not have time to return the headphones to the person who initially lent her this gadget. Suddenly, Astra looks up and sees Harvey running down the next street, not even looking back. Harvey's face still shows that he is very afraid of what is running after him. Astra looks at Harvey running past in surprise and wonders what he is doing here right now. Meanwhile, he continues his escape and reaches the neighboring area, which is densely built up with small houses. Young Harvey's thoughts continue to haunt him at incredible speed so that he cannot escape them. Harvey realizes that despite his best efforts, he cannot overcome the fundamental problems in his life. He reflects on the fact that he won't be able to defeat 3 bullies at once, who never leave him alone. If we translate these feelings into the language of images, we can say that the mouth of another predator is always open above Harvey. After a while, Harvey turns around to make sure that his pursuers have stopped chasing him. However, by a cruel twist of fate, a moment later he hits a bump, causing him to instantly lose his balance. Harvey loses his balance and falls hard onto the asphalt, completely losing his speed. After this, the main character tries to get up, feeling how his whole body begins to tremble due to a premonition of incredible danger. Before he can get up properly, he hears Francis and George's irritated voices behind him. Turning around, he sees 2 of his pursuers already standing over him to prevent him from running any further. George talks about how Harvey is making him sweat unnecessarily and asks him if he really wants to die right here. However, Francis becomes even more irritated by his humiliated pride and decides that it is necessary to punish Harvey for his actions. He immediately decides to take advantage of the situation and kicks Harvey in the face to further humiliate him. The blow is quite powerful, and Harvey flies several meters to the side, falling back onto the asphalt. Francis again calls Harvey a jerk, stating that he had previously planned to let him go, but that all changed when Harvey tried to escape. With these words, he again warms up his knuckles and says that in this case he will make a worthy man out of Harvey. Within a moment, he lunges forward and begins to deliver multiple blows to Harvey's body. The main character tries to defend himself, but due to unfamiliarity, he continues to take many hits. Meanwhile, George and Tyler continue to watch Harvey suffer, experiencing that dark, sadistic pleasure. George watches this with annoyance and says that Harvey is getting too big for his boots just because his body has changed. Tyler continues to watch what is happening, not hiding his indifference to Harvey's fate. Watching this unfold, George continues his sarcastic remarks, saying that Harvey is nothing but a loser. Meanwhile, the protagonist realizes that, despite having mustered up courage and used the skill earlier, he is now completely helpless. Meanwhile, a girl holding a glass bottle in her hand approaches a group of hooligans who are beating up Harvey. The girl turns out to be Astra, who tries to draw attention to the bullies by throwing a bottle down so that its rim breaks. The frightened hooligans immediately turn around to find out what was the source of this noise. Astra asks the hooligans why they don't leave things as they are, adding that the noise will soon give her a migraine. Astra confidently takes a few steps forward and states that she planned to play with that boy, pointing at Harvey. She looks calmly at Tyler and his friends, asking them if they can let him go and stay out of her business. Harvey looks in surprise at Astra, who came to his aid completely unexpectedly. Francis asks George who she is, to which he replies that she is the daughter of the head of a pharmaceutical company, emphasizing that Astra is the richest kid in school. In a bloodthirsty frenzy, Francis asks his comrades if they really aren't afraid of this girl just because she's the chief's daughter. After this, he immediately approaches Astra and tells her that she should only intervene after she fully understands the situation, adding that she has no right to interrupt the conversation. Immediately after this, Francis raises his voice at Astra and asks her if she really wants to be beaten half to death too. However, Astra doesn't show it and calmly looks up at Francis, giving him a disapproving look. and she asks Francis if he could move 5 steps away from her, which causes surprise to appear on the bully's face. After this, Astra covers her nose and says that Francis gives off an incredibly bad smell that makes her feel sick. Astra also calls Francis an ugly garbage collector, which causes a fit of rage in the mad bully. Francis immediately calls Astra a crazy bastard and raises his hand to hit her hard. This behavior immediately affects Harvey, and he quickly gets to his feet to do something. Watching Francis move, he feels as if time has slowed down for a moment. Suddenly, his projection speaks to him again, telling him that Harvey knows what needs to be done right now. The projection states that there is no need for fear or flight now, as the situation has changed radically. The imaginary Harvey tells the protagonist that he is no longer the man he once was. From a projection perspective, Harvey is no longer a healer who obediently follows the orders of his so-called comrades. Harvey clenches his fists and yells at Francis to stop immediately, which attracts the attention of the bullies. However, as soon as Francis turns towards Harvey, he delivers a powerful punch right to his head. The power of this blow is incredible, because Harvey launched the attack from a running start and put all of his hatred into Francis. Due to incredible inertia, Francis flies to the side, hitting the asphalt with his body with all his might. Harvey orders Francis to figure out what's going on right now and stop acting like a complete jerk. After this, emotions take over the protagonist, and he calls Francis one of the worst people he has ever known. The hooligans look at what just happened in surprise, but Astra acts as if she expected exactly this development of events. George says that Crazy Harvey has gone completely mad and lost touch with reality. Looking at the main character, the hooligan comes to the idea that he is simply blinded by illness and does not understand who he is attacking. Meanwhile, Francis rises to his feet, wanting to put an end to the conflict with Harvey once and for all. He looks at Harvey with disdain and calls him a scumbag, asking if he wants to run away again. However, Harvey does not respond and continues to stand there, expressing a desire to continue the fight. Francis takes off his jacket and says that even though he fell, he will continue to fight him until he wins. Immediately after this, he advises Harvey to clench his teeth harder if he does not want to die. With that, he calls Harvey a real freak and charges in to deliver a powerful punch. However, Harvey easily blocks this attack with his hands, receiving only minor damage. Francis does not calm down and continues to try to strike Harvey, but he easily blocks them. Only a few of the blows hit their target, but due to Harvey's agility, they only do a fraction of the damage. George asks Tyler what the hell is going on, noting that Harvey can't even defend himself properly. Meanwhile, the protagonist chooses the right moment to turn the tide of the battle and punish Francis for his carelessness. After a while, he puts his hand forward to perform an impressive move. By activating his damage absorption skill, Harvey easily intercepts Francis's attack, stopping it completely. A surprised Francis looks on at what is happening, not believing that his attack was just intercepted by a pathetic weakling. Harvey realizes that the damage has been absorbed and it is time to launch a powerful counterattack. Without thinking twice, he delivers a powerful blow to his opponent's stomach, causing him to lose his balance. The blow is so strong that Francis spits out a few drops of blood, feeling that he is in great pain. Meanwhile, Harvey decides not to stop there and activates the skill of the Vindictive Flower. This skill allows you to deal multiple blows at once in exchange for the user's health, significantly increasing the damage output. Before Francis can react and regain his concentration, Harvey unleashes a series of quick, precise attacks. The bloodthirsty bully's fighting spirit immediately fades away, while Harvey decides to finish off his opponent with a powerful attack. Taking advantage of Francis's disorientation, he jumps up and swings his leg to knock his opponent out of action. Francis doesn't have time to react to the lightning-fast move, and Harvey easily kicks his opponent in the neck. This attack proves to be very destructive, and Francis instantly loses consciousness and begins to fall to the ground. George's mouth drops open in surprise, while Tyler's face begins to show something resembling shock as well. Meanwhile, Harvey lands on his feet without any difficulty after such a difficult acrobatic fighting move. After this, he casts an irritated glance at Francis, who is lying on the ground and has lost consciousness. However, the blow was so powerful that now Francis will have to spend a very long time recovering from this fight, which he himself started. Harvey feels that his thirst for revenge is unlikely to be satisfied just after he beats Francis once. Without resisting the onset of his anger, he leans down and grabs him by the shirt, lifting him slightly. Francis remains unconscious and shows no signs of resistance. However, this does not stop Harvey, and he continues to glare at his abuser who has been beating him up for many years. A moment later, he raises his fist, which is already scarred from the skill he used, preparing to continue beating Francis. However, this is stopped by Astra, who calls out loudly to Harvey to get his attention. This has the desired effect on Harvey, and he stops for a moment, returning to the girl he protected. Astra orders Harvey to stop immediately, adding that his hand is covered in blood from that fight. A surprised Harvey looks at his hands and discovers that they have indeed become covered in small wounds. Meanwhile, Astra calmly picks up Harvey's backpack, which he dropped during the fight with Francis. She calmly turns to Harvey, inviting him to come with her, adding that he will no longer have anything to do with them. However, quite quickly, Harvey begins to hear the voice of an angry George, who asks him where he is going. Turning around, he sees George picking up a stick to beat the protagonist even more. Terrible George yells at Harvey, telling him that he will not get out of here alive now for what he did. Harvey prepares for another tough fight, while Astra just watches calmly as George approaches. After a moment, her eyes begin to glow purple, indicating that she too has supernatural powers. Suddenly, George begins to feel his body stop obeying him and his legs begin to do something strange. Unable to keep his balance, George falls to the pavement, dropping the stick he was going to use to fight. The surprised Harveys stare at the fallen George and wonder what happened, while Astra calls George a complete idiot. She turns to Harvey and says that they need to leave because they are done here. Lying on the pavement, George watches Harvey leave and tells him that he will not forget this insult. After some time, night falls on the city while Astra and Harvey reach the main character's house. Sitting down near the house, Astra applies several bandages to the most damaged parts of Harvey's face. After finishing, Astra says that this is only first aid, so Harvey needs to go to the hospital next. She also says that the bullies have noticeably damaged Harvey's face, after which she films it on her phone camera. Harvey looks at the resulting photo and says that he looks pretty bad, to which Astra replies that she can send the photo to him as a keepsake. Harvey watches in surprise as Astra sends him the photo via messenger and wonders why she is so interested in it. After this, he remembers what happened and turns to Astra, saying that he is very grateful to her. Astra asks Harvey why he is thanking her, adding that she doesn't remember giving him money. Harvey says he is grateful to her for helping him before and for coming to his rescue in this situation. In response to this, Astra calmly states that she really wanted to return the headphones he borrowed from him. The girl states that Harvey can consider this payment for letting her take his headphones. After this, she hands the protagonist the headphones and asks him if this makes them even now, to which he replies that they are even. After a short pause, Astra says that she needs to go, as it is already quite late. Before leaving, Astra states that she wanted to talk to Harvey about something very important, adding that for now she will leave it for tomorrow. Harvey asks Astra what she wanted to discuss with him, to which the girl replies that it is a rather long conversation that is better left for the future. Astra also suggests that Harvey go out for a bite to eat tomorrow and asks if he agrees with the proposal. Harvey looks at Astra in surprise and says that he agrees to take a walk with her and sit in some cafe. With that, he turns around and waves goodbye to Harvey, saying that in that case they will see each other tomorrow. Harvey watches Astra go, surprised that this girl has become so disposed towards him. After this, he begins to wonder what it was that this mysterious girl wanted to discuss with him alone. After some time, Harvey comes to the conclusion that most likely Astra interested him from the point of view of a test subject, since she is the daughter of the head of a pharmaceutical company. A few moments later, Harvey sees something very strange in front of him, realizing that this night is not over yet. A system notification appears in front of Harvey, which quite quickly generates the text of its question. Harvey waits until the notification has completely finished forming and is legible enough. The system notification text states that a subjugation quest will begin in 5 minutes and offers the opportunity to join it. Harvey looks closely at the text and wonders what kind of interesting quest this could be. The battle with the monster that he had to fight on his birthday yesterday immediately comes to his mind. Without thinking twice, Harvey decides to decline, figuring that no one in their right mind would want to do it again. He easily clicks the task's cancel button, expecting the system notification to disappear. However, the system suddenly rejects Harvey's request, stating that users with penalty points cannot refuse quests. Harvey asks the system when he got the penalty points and what it means. In response, the system states that Mr. Harvey has now received a total of 400 penalty points. The system informs the protagonist that he used skills on a normal person several times, for which he received significant penalties. Immediately after this, the system states that Mr. Harvey will be forcibly transported to the location of the high-class subjugation quest. Harvey feels his body begin to dissolve again due to the teleportation effect and prepares himself for the challenge. A moment later, in the place where he had just stood, only a green beam remains, which also gradually begins to disappear. The scene moves to one of the parking lots of this city, which at the moment is filled with serenity and calm. However, the silence is interrupted by the system deciding to teleport Harvey exclusively into water. Harvey is surprised to find himself in a river and now almost completely soaked to the skin. Looking around, he tries to figure out where exactly he ended up and how to get out of here. However, despite all his efforts, Harvey notes that he ended up in an unknown river, thanks to fate, since this river turned out to be shallow. Rising to his feet, he declares that if the system is going to move him further, then it should do so in a more civilized manner. He also says that he has now received penalty points without explanation and complains about the unfairness of this game. After this, he decides to look back again and notices something extremely surprising. A mysterious yellow door appears near Harvey, hovering in the air as if it does not obey any laws of physics. Gradually approaching her, he wonders what this strange object is that is behaving very unusually. As Harvey gets closer, he discovers that there is an icon hovering next to the door that allows him to open it. After a while, Harvey stops, not daring to come any closer. As he carefully studies the mysterious door, he wonders what this door is actually for. After some time, he comes to the conclusion that this door may be the key to the monster that he must subdue. A few seconds later, another system window appears next to Harvey, and the protagonist looks at it carefully. The system notifies Harvey that the subjugation quest will begin in 10 seconds and recommends that he prepare for combat. Harvey asks the system what he needs to do to properly prepare for the upcoming battle. However, the system does not respond to this, and Harvey sees how the door begins to mysteriously glow with unprecedented brightness. A moment later, mysterious rays appear in the middle of the door, causing the door to begin to distort in space. After a few more seconds, a monster begins to appear from behind this door, taking a few steps to get out of the astral dimension. Harvey stares in surprise at the huge monster that appeared out of nowhere. The door quickly disappears, leaving Harvey alone with a giant monster armed with a less giant sword. The system informs Harvey that there is an infected paladin Abel in front of him whom he must fight. Harvey wonders what this strange monster is, noting that he has never seen this monster in the game. However, the infected paladin chooses not to talk and immediately swings his sword to hit Harvey. In response to this, Harvey takes a quick step back and summons his sword to answer the monster's challenge. He manages to get into a defensive stance and blocks an incredibly powerful attack from the infected paladin. Seeing serious resistance from Harvey, the infected paladin freezes briefly, remaining silent. Harvey muses that despite the monster's obscurity, the sword is likely its most important weapon. Immediately after this, he carries out a powerful counterattack and throws the infected paladin's armed hand aside, buying some time. Harvey prepares to perform an acrobatic move that will cause severe damage to his opponent. Before the infected paladin can recover from the parry, Harvey takes off, leaving nothing but a splatter in his wake. He successfully jumps up, climbing onto the infected paladin and delivering a powerful attack while backflipping. Harvey's attack deals significant damage to the clumsy monster, who was unable to react in time to the protagonist's agility. Harvey reflects that, fortunately for him, subduing such a monster would not be difficult at all, and he should be able to handle it fairly quickly. He also recalls that compared to monsters, beasts, and animals, humanoid monsters are straightforward and easy to read. Without thinking twice, Harvey decides to continue using his skills to smoothly eliminate his target. However, suddenly he begins to feel significant changes in his body, which arose for no particular reason. Looking at his hand, he feels it begin to tremble and tries to grip his weapon tighter. However, the main character quickly realizes that for some reason his hand is starting to go numb. At the same moment, the infected paladin swings to carry out another attack on the main character. The monster unleashes its full force on the spot where Harvey had just stood, and the air rises into huge heaps of spray. Only thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes does Harvey manage to dodge the attack in time, but is thrown back by the shockwave. He quickly looks at his body and comes to the conclusion that something strange is happening to him that could hinder him in battle. Harvey realizes that something or someone is dulling his senses quite a bit, preventing him from reacting in time to the monster's attacks. Meanwhile, the infected paladin gives no slack to his potential victim and raises his sword to finish off Harvey. Harvey quickly pulls himself together and tries to use the every-month skill to turn the tide of the battle. However, to his surprise and horror, nothing happens, and a system notification appears in front of him. Harvey looks closely at the forming text of the notification, hoping it won't take long. The system informs Harvey that he cannot use this skill due to his current state. Harvey looks at the text message in horror and wonders how this happened and who really turned out so badly. Meanwhile, the infected paladin swings his sword at Harvey, hoping to destroy him. Another powerful attack hits the spot where Harvey had just been standing, sending up more waves of spray. Harvey successfully jumps out of the way and tries to figure out what to do after learning that he can't use his skills. Unfortunately, this attack did some damage to Harvey, and now he has the coveted trickles of blood. Harvey looks at his hands and thinks about how his reflexes are getting slower, and he has lost the ability to use skills. Without thinking twice, he realizes that this is most likely due to the fact that he was subjected to the paralysis effect. Looking at the infected paladin, Harvey tells himself that the monster's normal attacks inflict this very nasty effect. Harvey also recalls his gaming past, saying that there was usually a warning in the game about receiving the paralysis status. Harvey wonders what he should do, remembering that the Avengers' playstyle is all about combining skills, but without that ability, he becomes useless. After some time, he decides to calm down and think carefully so as not to give up out of the blue. Looking at the slain paladin, he concludes that despite the paralysis, the monster's slow attacks will be easy to dodge. The paladin takes a few steps towards Harvey, while the protagonist comes to the conclusion that he just needs to subdue this monster in the same way he did with similar enemies in the game. Harvey muses that he needs to use a cat strategy that runs away after being hit and wears down the opponent. The infected paladin begins enchanting his weapon, while Harvey notes that this strategy will take a long time, but is the most reliable. After finishing enchanting his weapon, the infected paladin thrusts it into the ground, creating a large spell circle. Harvey is caught in the circle and watches his opponent closely to see if he is making any moves. However, suddenly his pupils are filled with a mysterious light, and he loses the ability to see anything. In just a few moments, he finds himself in complete darkness, which devours him from all sides. A terrified Harvey jumps back and wonders if it was an aura attack that was meant to block vision. Taking advantage of his significant advantage, the infected paladin lunges forward to swing his fist at him. Harvey, who is blind, has no chance to dodge the infected knight's moves and receives a powerful blow to the body. This blow has a monstrous inertia and throws the protagonist to the side, causing him to hit the rocks hard. However, the main character makes every effort to come to his senses and gather his strength. However, the situation remains very tense, and Harvey wonders what he should do in this situation. He immediately notes that, fortunately, his vision has already begun to gradually return, but the paralysis is still active. Harvey admits to himself that it would be very convenient to have a healer who could heal him in such difficult moments. Suddenly, an incredible idea comes to the main character's head, and he realizes that not all is lost. Meanwhile, the infected paladin Abel rushes forward to deliver another attack with his massive sword. Not wanting to give Harvey any chance to escape, he brings his weapon down on the ground again. Harvey, quick as a fiddle, dodges the attack and runs under the huge monster's feet. He reflects that if there is no healer nearby, then he must act in a completely different way. Escaping from the huge monster, Harvey turns to the system again and is immediately asked how they can help him. Harvey tells the system that he wants to receive the random boxes he chose as rewards for the last quests. The system responds that his command has been accepted and 2 boxes containing random items will now be opened. Harvey muses that he wouldn't mind if he didn't get a rare item, noting that he wants anything useful. Hoping for the best, he quickly takes the boxes out of his inventory and opens them. Before Harvey's eyes, these boxes begin to quickly dissolve, transforming into amazing objects. However, upon closer inspection, Harvey realizes that he did not get the incredibly important items he wanted. The system notifies the protagonist that he has received a golden branch and a midnight tear, which can be very useful when decorating a bathroom. The doomed protagonist admits that these items are too useless to help in this fight. Meanwhile, the infected paladin turns around and prepares to deliver another attack to Harvey's back. Turning around, the protagonist realizes that he allowed himself to be too careless, and because of this, he drove himself into a trap. A moment later, there is a loud explosion as the heavy sword hits the ground where Harvey was standing. This time, the paladin manages to successfully carry out a powerful attack that knocks the protagonist back and deals incredible damage to him. Realizing that a few more blows like this, and he would hardly be able to stand on his feet, and would most likely part with his life. Clouds of dust begin to rise gradually over the bridge where the battle is taking place. Harvey lands awkwardly on the hard asphalt, feeling the damage from the fall further reduce his points and health. However, he continues to fight for his life and strives to get back on his feet as quickly as possible. Looking at his loot, Harvey repeats once again that a golden branch and a midnight tear fell out of a random box for him. With these words, he immediately places them in his inventory so that they do not interfere with his fight. After this, he tries to get back on his feet again and says that this time, fate played a cruel joke on him. The infected paladin Abel once again swings his massive two-handed sword in an attempt to destroy the now weakened Harvey. Using the last of his strength, Harvey raises his weapon to block the attack and feels the ground beneath him begin to crack. He reflects on how the damage from the paralysis has piled up on top of each other, and now he can't do anything but defend himself. Looking at the huge monster, he wonders what he should do, noting that at this rate he might even die. As Harvey continues to block punches, he begins to lose hope that there is something like a local store in this game. With these words, he remembers the system's words that he must properly prepare for the fight. It was then that he did not understand anything and asked the system what he needed to do to prepare, but did not receive an answer. At this point, it suddenly dawns on Harvey that he can use the special store to somehow turn the tide of this battle. Still holding the paladin's heavy sword with his block, Harvey accesses the system. After this, he orders the system to summon a raven using a golden branch to help him. He also orders the system to open the battle preparation page, to which the system assistant replies that she will carry out his order. The first thing she does is take this mysterious artifact out of her inventory and activate its effect. A few moments later, a whole flock of crows arrives on the battlefield and begins circling around the infected paladin. Once they have identified a target, the crows begin to caw loudly, warning that they are about to attack. A moment later, they rush at the infected paladin to distract his attention from Harvey. In an attempt to fend off the feathered attackers, the infected paladin swings his sword around. Despite this, he is unable to deal with the sparrows, since they are distinguished by exceptional mobility and dexterity. Meanwhile, Harvey opens his inventory to find the necessary items for the battle. A mysterious vial of potion appears in Harvey's hand, still emitting strange digital energy. The system reports that Mr. Harvey used the battle preparation page and exchanged the midnight tear for paralysis medication. A moment later, Harvey removes the cap from the medicine and uses it as intended, feeling his body regain its strength. Seeing this, the defeated paladin rushes forward to not give the main character time to recover. He brings his sword down on the spot where Harvey had just stood, hoping that after the smoke clears, he will see a lifeless body there. However, it quickly becomes clear that Paladin has once again missed the mark, and the medicine has worked much faster than he expected. Looking ahead, Paladin tries to listen to his surroundings, realizing that Harvey is hiding somewhere in the shadows. However, before he can determine the exact location of the protagonist, Harvey appears behind the huge monster. The monster turns around, hearing the electric crackle of the sword that Harvey had been using all this time. The young man declares that from now on, the attacks of this sad monster will no longer affect him. He also says that he has accumulated enough damage to use his ultimate ability and summons a dozen swords. Hoping to disrupt the ultimate ability, the infected paladin prepares to launch another attack with his sword. However, the monster proves to be too slow, and Harvey uses his ultimate ability to finish off the enemy. Swinging his blade, Harvey commands his swords to come down on the hulking infected paladin. The attack is successful, and Harvey watches to see if this enemy can survive such severe damage. The monster lets out a menacing howl, feeling indescribable pain that pierces its entire body. Unable to withstand such serious damage, the huge monster loses its balance and falls to the ground with a loud crash. Harvey lands on his feet and says that somehow he managed to defeat this monster. He exhales tensely and admits that if he hadn't remembered the battle preparation page, he would most likely have died. Immediately after this, he contacts the system and asks it to open the reward page as quickly as possible, noting that he wants to rest. The system states that it understood Harvey's command, and then says that the reward page will be opened immediately. As he stretches his joints, he reflects that he won't be picking random boxes this time. However, before the reward screen appears, Harvey notices another notification in front of him, which is lit up in red. The notice requires utmost attention, and Harvey decides to read it so as not to miss anything important. The notification states that another user has entered the location, causing Harvey to immediately become wary. He realizes that there are people in this place who are doing quests besides him. At that very moment, another player appears behind Harvey, armed with a mysterious scythe. The user, who possesses exceptional agility, delivers a powerful attack directly at Harvey, bringing his scythe down on him. However, after a few moments, the mysterious opponent in the medical mask discovers that his attack was unsuccessful. Harvey's incredible reflexes saved him once again, and he managed to block the attack. Harvey also decides to use the Fortitude skill, which allows him to create an anti-barrier. Immediately after this, Harvey counterattacks to push his opponent as far away as possible and buy himself some time. The enemy player jumps back a few meters and puts his hand forward to slow down. Harvey remains where he is, breathing out hard to regain his strength, and looks at his opponent. This behavior surprises him greatly, and he wonders why this player attacked him. Looking at the player, Harvey comes to the conclusion that it is unlikely that this is a monster that parodies a person. Taking a closer look at his opponent, Harvey finally comes to the conclusion that this is not a monster. Meanwhile, the player raises his head and carefully studies his opponent with his eyes. The player turns to Harvey and tells him that the skill he just used is unique. He immediately realizes that Harvey belongs to the class of Avengers who can use such countermeasures. Looking closely at Harvey, the player hesitates for a moment before exhaling in disdain and preparing to attack. Shouting that the Avengers are a class of pure scum, the player pushes off from his spot to instantly close the distance. However, Harvey's lightning-fast reflexes save him, and he blocks this and the next two attacks from the evil player. Despite the player's reported attempts to attack, Harvey manages to block them each time with his sword. Not wanting to settle the matter so harshly, Harvey asks the player what is wrong with him and why he is attacking him. To the protagonist's surprise, his opponent honestly replies that he actually does not know the reasons for his behavior. After this, he looks up at Harvey and says that he hadn't thought about the reasons for hunting in games before. Immediately after this, he activates the skill Black Reaper's Arrival, and the embodiment of death appears behind him. Without thinking twice, this incarnation rushes forward to attack Harvey and catch him off guard. Keeps the player's attack blocked, Harvey physically does not have time to react to such maneuvers and receives damage to the shoulder. Harvey immediately feels unbearable pain and screams loudly to at least somehow reduce the tension. Meanwhile, the hostile player jumps into the air to deliver another attack with his scythe. Harvey observes his opponent and comes to the conclusion that his opponent is much faster than the infected paladin. Meanwhile, the player almost completely assures himself of his victory and puts as much force as possible into the next blow. Unable to cope with the intense pain, Harvey prepares to accept his fate and regret his carelessness. Suddenly, Astra's voice is heard, using the no-exit labyrinth skill to interfere in this fight. Before the enemy player's attack reaches Harvey, walls stand in its way, blocking it. This action surprises both Harvey and the unsuspecting player Hunter. The enemy player immediately jumps back to avoid being trapped and turns to face Astra. He ponders that this skill can only be used by defensive support class players. This class is also called the Labyrinth Master, who specializes not in healing his allies, but in controlling the enemy. Moving closer to Harvey, she says that she didn't help him this time because of his headphones. She also says that for this reason, Harvey should pay for her lunch tomorrow. From the young girl's point of view, Harvey should buy her the most delicious strawberry milk in the whole world. Harvey looks at Astra's casual behavior in surprise as she calmly prepares for the start of the fight. The surprised player Hunter continues to watch the reunion of the two comrades. The one who is most surprised by this situation is Harvey, who looks at Astra and asks her how this is all possible. However, the girl immediately tells him that they should talk about all this much later. Astra states that fighting while talking will not lead to anything good. In confirmation of her words, the player hunter immediately rushes forward to destroy 2 victims at once. While performing a dash, he raises his scythe to make it easier for him to attack his opponents. However, Astra has impressive reflexes and easily blocks this attack by jumping back. The player hunter doesn't give up on his attempts and makes several more attacks, but Astra easily blocks each of them. At the right moment, she lowers her weapon and decides to use the skill trap of the treasure beast. At the same moment, huge spikes appear in the place where the player hunter stood and close in front of him. However, the evil player is prepared for such a development of events and decides to use the walking ghost's skill. In an instant, the trap snaps shut and he finds himself trapped in deadly circumstances from which it is almost impossible to escape. Watching this battle, Harvey comments on Astra's incredible fighting skills. However, Astra does not relax and watches what is happening carefully, realizing that this fight will not be won so easily. Suddenly, she notices strange changes on the battlefield and realizes that it is time to act immediately. She turns towards Harvey and tells him that he must dodge immediately to save himself. Harvey looks at his ally in surprise and asks her what she means. A moment later, a player hunter appears out of thin air, having managed to escape from this trap and is preparing to attack. Before he attacks, he uses the blacklist skill and extends his hand to mark Harvey. The young man does not have time to react and finds himself subject to a mysterious spell which immediately entangles him. Harvey feels a terrible shudder run through his body, but other than that, nothing changes. Immediately after this, he jumps to the side to avoid receiving a few more attacks. A player hunter immediately lands in his place, expressing his readiness to continue the battle for life and death. After this, Harvey feels himself again and wonders what this strange skill is, adding that it feels the same. Astra turns to Harvey and yells at him to come to his senses immediately and not delay his next steps. She states that Harvey should open the reward page faster and select the appropriate reward. She also states that the time limit for choosing a reward does not count when another user interferes, meaning there is only one way to complete this quest. From her point of view, the only way to get out of here alive is to choose a reward, thereby ending the quest. Hearing this plan, the killer immediately rushes forward at the players, only smirking at Astra's naivety. Leaping into the air, he swings his scythe, asking Harvey if he really thought he would be allowed to do this so easily. However, Harvey's face shows an irresistible confidence in his own strength, and he doesn't even move from his place. However, the player-killer quickly closes the distance and delivers a powerful attack with his scythe right at Harvey's head. However, it turns out that this attack passes through the protagonist, and the player-killer looks thoughtfully at his victim. He asks in surprise why Harvey remained untouched after such a precisely calculated attack. Astra calmly replies that apparently the player-killer has not studied the relevant skill sufficiently. The girl states that the place where he is now standing is the skill area she set when she teleported here. Upon closer inspection, the player-killer realizes that he is indeed standing within the range of a large seal. Astra states that the labyrinth is full of barricades, illusions, and various traps that she can stop at her discretion. She also states that the duration of this skill is 90 seconds, noting that a player-killer should always keep this in mind before attacking other people. She also says that if he is not so careful, he will inevitably die the next time they meet. The player-killer realizes that he has been tricked and chuckles in irritation as he looks at Harvey. Suddenly, he decides to pull down his mask and says that Harvey and Astra will be the ones to die next. He also adds that he has memorized their faces perfectly, so he will pursue them until he kills them. With these words, he suggests that Astra and Harvey continue their lives with constant anxiety about their fate. Finally, he says that he will definitely take revenge on the Labyrinth Master and the Dregs class, who dared to challenge him. However, such arrogance does not impress Harvey, and he only looks menacingly at his disappearing opponent. Thus, all three remain alive after this battle and are teleported to the places where they responded to the quest. Harvey's location turns out to be the area he's been living in all this time, since that's where he accepted this quest. During his absence, almost all the residents of the area found themselves in their homes, and a peaceful silence reigned on the street. This silence is broken by Harvey, who teleports onto the asphalt and this time successfully lands on his feet. Looking at his hands and looking around, Harvey comes to the conclusion that he has successfully returned to where he came from. A few moments later, his phone starts ringing loudly and he decides to take it out to see who decided to bother him. Looking closely at the broken screen of his phone, Harvey realizes that it is Astra calling him. Picking up the phone, he immediately begins asking the girl questions, trying to understand how she was able to come to his aid. Astra tells Harvey that he probably has a lot of questions to ask her, adding that he needs to go home now. Astra states that the blacklist skill that was used on him allows his location to be tracked. She also states that for the 8 hours this skill lasts, he needs to hide as best he can. She immediately reassures the protagonist by stating that although this skill tracks location, it does not transmit coordinates as accurately as GPS. Astra also says that if Harvey goes home, he will be safe, after which she notes that this person used to be a user who killed players. She continues her story about the small number of people who, instead of receiving rewards for completing quests, collect bonus points by hunting players. Astra suggests that it would be better if Harvey didn't go against them, noting that this is only true if he doesn't want to kill people. She also notes that Harvey should have already realized that it is impossible to get through to such people, and their mercy is impossible to obtain. At this point, Astra suggests ending these conversations, noting that Harvey will be in great danger this evening. However, Harvey suddenly asks Astra a question about who will take care of her safety, which surprises the young girl. Harvey states that Astra was marked by that bastard after helping them and is now in danger too. Astra calmly replies that this is unnecessary concern as she is perfectly capable of defending herself. Harvey confidently states that he is confident in Astra's powers, adding that he will still be anxious about her getting hurt. Such words genuinely surprise Astra, despite the fact that she doesn't show it and listens to them calmly. After some thought, Astra asks Harvey if he is really offering to stay together all night or something like that. Harvey quickly backtracks, saying that he didn't mean anything that serious, adding that it would be great for them to work together. Astra replies that it all sounds like an invitation to join a joint squad to play together. Harvey says that if they stick together in reality, he would only be happy about it. After this, he states to Astra that she is one of the few people he can safely trust. Astra takes the phone away from her mouth for a moment to think about the offer. After that, she asks him how he can trust a person with whom he only started communicating today. The protagonist falls into a stupor, but Astra declares that she accepts his offer, since what she wanted to tell him tomorrow is not much different from what they just talked about. Immediately after this, Astra says that Harvey should write her his address, since she plans to sleep at his house. This information immediately wipes the confidence from Harvey's face, and he begins to become very nervous. It goes without saying how hard it is for a guy like Harvey to be alone with a girl for a whole night. However, Harvey gave his consent, as it would protect Astra from a possible attack by a player hunter. After finishing the conversation, he quickly wrote his address to Astra and decided to wait for her at the door. Even though Harvey had only been waiting for Astra for a short time, every second felt like an eternity to him. At such moments, one thought very quickly flowed into another, and he already began to worry that something could have happened to Astra. However, suddenly his doubts are dispelled, and Astra appears before him, examining him carefully. The girl greets him again in her usual calm manner, as if she had not recently fought with a deadly enemy. Harvey continues to be nervous and also greets Astra, after which he invites her to come into his apartment. Once inside, Astra carefully takes off her shoes and states that this can be interpreted as if she will be under guardianship. Harvey closes the door and tries to reach out to Astra to find out the answer to a very important question. Astra turns to Harvey and he asks her if she's really going to sleep at his house tonight. Astra calmly takes off her sweater and asks Harvey if he really doesn't like her at all. Harvey looks away sheepishly and says that this is not at all what he meant by that question. The unperturbed girl replies that in that case it is very good, since they have something to talk about after everything that happened. Approaching the bathroom, she states that she needs to take a shower and asks Harvey if he can lend her some clothes. The protagonist hands Astra some clothes and then heads to the kitchen to find out where his sister is. On the kitchen table, he finds a note and realizes that it was left by his sister to inform him of something. The note states that Harvey's sister's schedule has changed, and she is working the night shift today and will not be coming home. Harvey reads the text of this note with involuntary embarrassment, realizing that now he is left alone with Astra. Deep down, he wonders why his sister chose to work the night shift on this particular day. After a while, Astra finishes taking a shower and opens the door, from which steam immediately begins to waft. The girl puts on home clothes and wipes her wet face with a special towel. Harvey asks Astra if his sister's clothes fit her, to which she replies that she really likes oversized clothes. After this, the girl looks up at Harvey and asks where his sister is. Harvey explains that they used to live in the house of a mutual relative, but now his sister got a job and they began living together. Astra takes out a special hand spray from her backpack and asks Harvey what happened to his parents. Harvey looks down sheepishly and begins to feel dizzy, after which he states that his parents died long ago. Astra immediately understands that she has inadvertently brought up a topic that is not the most pleasant for her interlocutor. She apologizes to Harvey for asking too much, but the protagonist says that she doesn't need to worry about it. He adds that this happened in his childhood, so he has long since become accustomed to this idea. Astra falls silent and stares at Harvey for a moment, who continues to keep his eyes downcast. After thinking for a moment, she says that it must be very hard for Harvey, adding that his sister feels the same way. After this, she comes closer to him and asks when Harvey's sister will return. Harvey replies that there has been a change in his sister's schedule, so she won't be back until the morning. Astra says that circumstances could not have been more convenient than they are now. Immediately after this, she quickly approaches Harvey and says that they need to move on to the next step. A confused Harvey looks at Astra and tries to understand what her words mean. However, Astra does not give any explanation and only looks with interest into the eyes of the frightened young man. After a while, she raises her hand and lightly touches Harvey's clothes as if hinting at something. Never having interacted with girls, Harvey closes his eyes and his face flushes with embarrassment. His torment is interrupted when Astra loudly calls the system assistant. It tells the system to send a group request to the user closest to it. Harvey exhales tensely and reflects on the fact that this was just an invitation to join the group, which means he was scared for nothing. After a few moments, a system notification window pops up in front of him. Upon closer inspection, Harvey realizes that user Astra has sent a request to join the group. Astra says she needs to talk to Harvey before he makes a decision. She states that she will tell him all the information she knows once they join the group and will do everything she can to support him. Astra also notes that, in other words, she will give him everything she has. After this, the girl confidently says that for betrayal or escape, he will receive undesirable consequences. Looking at him sternly, she assures him that she will grind it up in a blender and make a smoothie out of it if he does anything like that. Harvey replies that he understood her terms perfectly and would never think of betraying her. Astra states that Harvey should think carefully before answering, since it's just the two of them here now. Harvey reads the notice carefully and is lost in thought for a few seconds. However, he quickly clicks the agree button, and the system loudly announces that Harvey has agreed to the request to be added to the group. Astra angrily states that she told Harvey to think carefully and asks why he agreed right away. Harvey honestly replies that he didn't even think it was worth thinking about for more than a few seconds. Astra looks at Harvey suspiciously and asks why he chose not to think about such important things. The young man replies that he lacks a clear understanding of the situation, and at the same time, killer users are hunting him. Harvey also says that he has no way to get out of this situation on his own, and he is on the verge of ending the game. Summing up his thoughts, Harvey says that Astra is the best choice in this situation because she is the only one he can rely on. Astra looks down in embarrassment and says that she is happy that Harvey thinks of her in such a way. Immediately after this, she grabs him by the jacket and forcibly pulls him towards her, looking at him intently with undisguised irritation. Harvey looks at Astra in surprise and asks why she suddenly grabbed his jacket. In response, Astra says that there was no particular reason for this action, adding that something about Harvey suddenly began to irritate her. She turns away from Harvey and says that she feels really stupid for taking things too seriously. Astra asks Harvey if he's ever felt something like this, and the protagonist tries to understand what she means. However, without waiting for an answer, Astra declares that they can now move on to very important things. Harvey asks Astra if she means developing a strategy to fight the player killer. Astra opens her messages in the game and states that fighting the killer is just part of their plan. She then uses the touch interface to pull up a message from her email about more important things. Before opening the message, Astra gives Harvey another slightly angry look. Immediately after this, she waves her hand and reveals to Harvey the text of the message that was sent from the game administration. After reading it, Harvey realizes that he never paid attention to such things and really regrets not reading this message when it arrived. This message speaks of a large-scale event, the date of which remains unknown to this day, called Horizon. It is mentioned that they will be participating in this event, noting that from her point of view, the main goal will be to take first place. Harvey rereads the text of the message again and wonders what the essence of this event will be. Meanwhile, the action moves to the online ergosphere, where ordinary players, unaffected by the mysterious transformations, are still fighting. This time, a major battle broke out within the walls of one of the palaces, which is considered a high-level challenge for all players. A huge number of monsters of various sizes and ranks appeared before the users who decided to conquer this dungeon. One of the main monsters is a creepy hybrid of a human spirit, and something that resembles a cross between a horse and a dog. One of the players states that they are trapped and now needs to retreat one floor down to regroup. The players also address the shooter, telling him that he must escape with them to the King of the Dead. However, the unflappable gunslinger, who turns out to be Tyler, declares that these monsters are insignificant trash. Such self-confidence surprises the player, who clearly sees very dangerous monsters in front of him. However, Tyler decides to take immediate action and charges his crossbow with otherworldly and demonic energy. Determined to disrupt his plans, a huge number of low-level undead rush straight at him. However, the monsters were too slow, and Tyler managed to charge his attack. Despite this, Tyler recalls Harvey defeating the Francises in a fistfight and calls him a typical loser. Back in the reality of the current battle, Harvey decides to use the skill he just prepared. A moment later, Harvey uses the Dragon Slayer skill, and a huge spear similar to a drill appears behind him. Tyler also fires regular arrows to deal with the advancing undead. At that moment, a huge spear crashes into the body of the King of the Dead, immediately knocking him to the ground. The players watching this are shocked and stand still, not believing that one player can do so much damage. Once the smoke clears, Tyler walks forward over the bodies of the defeated monsters. Looking at his destroyed opponents, Tyler states that losers should crawl on the ground and never try to improve. With all the words, he says Harvey's name as the system levels him up, noting that he has now received a rank. At this time, the action again moves to Harvey's apartment, where he builds his further strategy together with Astra. Information about the upcoming Horizon event intrigues the protagonist very much, and he tries to understand what it is. He asks his ally again what type of event it will be and where it will take place. Astra says she doesn't know the exact details of this event, but she is sure of only one thing. The girl proudly replies that the user who takes first place will receive 20 billion won and the opportunity to fulfill one wish. Harvey is very surprised by such awards and says that he never thought about such gigantic sums. Immediately after this, he tells Astra that the fulfillment of any wish sounds rather implausible. After listening to Harvey's arguments, Astra states that she initially thought the same thing, since even the amount of monetary reward seems incredibly large. Afterwards, she says that her opinion changed after she experienced what Harvey experienced. Astra reminds Harvey that they are already beyond the reality where logic mattered. Summing up her thoughts, Astra states that the fulfillment of any wish sounds quite plausible. She also says that if not every wish is fulfilled, she will simply wish to quit the game. Harvey thinks about it and asks Astra where she got this information. Astra replies that she received an invitation letter after she completed 10 tasks, noting that Harvey will most likely receive one too once he completes 10 tasks. Harvey looks at Astra in surprise and asks her how long she has been doing these tasks. Astra sits down on the floor and says that she has been doing reality quests since the winter break of her 3rd year of high school. After crunching the numbers in his head, Harvey realizes that Astra has been doing this for about 6 months now. Astra immediately tells Harvey that she has no idea how this happened or why her body changed so much. She says she even went to the official representative of her company, which developed the game, but was treated like she was crazy. Harvey asks Astra if her parents know that she has changed and how they reacted to it. Astra looks down in irritation and says that her parents won't know anything even if she suddenly disappears or is cut into pieces. Harvey realizes that the topic of parents is also very sensitive for Astra and decides not to push it. Astra also states that she hasn't really changed much, as she was already very beautiful to begin with, unlike Harvey, adding that the only thing that has changed is her hair color. Harvey immediately tries to justify himself by saying that he changed because the Avenger class was better at being taller. Astra asks Harvey if his face has changed due to these transformations, to which he confidently replies that his face has remained the same as it was. Suddenly, our heroes hear a suspicious noise coming from the landing in front of their door. Harvey asks Astra if it could have been a player hunter who came in using a skill. Astra states that she thinks it's just noise, then takes out her staff and decides to confirm this with a skill. Harvey looks at Astra in surprise and asks her what skill she has for doing this kind of thing. Astra raises her staff and uses the Labyrinth Watcher skill, which creates an invisible watchtower. A purple glow appears on the roof of the building where Harvey and Astra are, signaling the creature's summoning. A few moments later, a small tower appears in this place, looking out intently in all directions. Astra calmly states that these measures will be enough, adding that this skill can detect a player hunter and warn them in advance. Harvey says that if Astra used this skill, now all other players can know that they are in this building. Astra states that this skill creates an invisible tower that cannot be detected, adding that classes that include the player hunter do not have any detection skills. Harvey breathes a sigh of relief, saying that he trusts Astra's words and knowledge and relies on her. The girl looks closely at the main character and her eyes catch something very important. Without thinking twice, she turns to Harvey to get him to turn around and listen to her proposal. As soon as Harvey asks her what she wants, the girl immediately orders him to take off his jacket and t-shirt. A surprised Harvey asks Astra why he would do something like that, to which Astra states that they need to heal Harvey's wounds from the battles. Harvey asks Astra if she needs to take off her clothes for the healing spells to take effect, to which Astra replies that she just wants to see it with her own eyes. An impatient Astra tells Harvey that he needs to hurry up if he doesn't want her to take his clothes off herself. A terrified Harvey states that there is no need for this and he can handle it himself. Having completed the task, Harvey sits down on the floor while Astra goes behind him and inspects his injuries. The girl lowers her staff onto Harvey and tells him that he must not move until the spell has finished, or else the progress will be reset. With concentration, Astra uses the Oasis skill in the Desert Labyrinth to heal Harvey. After a few moments, the protagonist feels a seal forming beneath him, emitting a pleasant glow. Pretty quickly, Harvey begins to feel himself getting lighter with each passing second, and his wounds begin to heal. Astra states that it will take some time for a full healing to occur, as she is not a healer and can only partially support her allies with such methods. Harvey continues to receive healing, and all sorts of thoughts begin to creep into his head. After thinking for a while, he decides to turn to Astra to ask her a very important question. He asks the girl why she decided to form a band with him and not with anyone else. Harvey notes that Astra already has a lot of experience, and teaming up with Harvey will not bring her any benefits. In response to this, Astra only closes her eyes and states that there is a completely logical reason for this. Smiling contentedly, she states that she thought Harvey would be easier to boss around since he was a loser before. A few moments later, Astra claims it was just a joke, sincerely stating that she was initially trying to figure out what kind of player Harvey was. Astra also says that she remembered something very important that changed her attitude towards Harvey. Astra asks Harvey if he remembers the events surrounding the opening of Purgatory, which took place in Ergosphere Online. Harvey recalls this, stating that it was quite a difficult raid during his second year of high school. Astra says that during the event, no more than 0.5% of players were able to complete all the tasks. She reminds Harvey that this was actually one of the hardest events in the history of the game. Astra also says that at that time she helped a mercenary guild that intended to take an honorable place on the leaderboard. Despite the team's ambition and combat training, they quickly found themselves surrounded and in dire straits. However, at the moment when Astra's life was hanging by a thread, Harvey intervened and saved her. She remembers how that was the first time she saw Harvey and couldn't believe her eyes. She carefully notes that her eyes are not so easily deceived, and she can definitely vouch that it was Harvey she saw. Astra also recalls that many players suffered crushing defeats back then due to the absurd difficulty of the event. However, from Astra's point of view, Harvey was completely unshakable and continued to run around the battlefield. Astra watched intently as brave Harvey destroyed one monster after another without feeling any fear. Such courage and willingness to come to the aid of those in trouble greatly impressed the young girl. Astra also notes that she was impressed by Harvey's confidence in how he crushed monsters with incredible abilities. Harvey's face takes on a shy look again, as he's not used to receiving so much praise for things he doesn't even remember anymore. Astra understands this too, deciding to quickly find a suitable ending to this conversation so as not to feel awkward. The girl claims that it was then that she thought that she needed Harvey in her group, since he was obviously obsessed with the game. Astra states that she has actually been looking for something else for a long time besides a good party member. Having completed the treatment procedure, the girl states that she has long needed a person with whom she can have a heart-to-heart talk. Astra asks Harvey if he was upset that there was no one around him who could recognize his alternate account and acknowledge his efforts. Harvey briefly reflects on his memories and states that he did feel bad about it. After this, he states that he now feels much lighter, as if a weight had fallen from his soul. Meanwhile, the scene moves to another area of the Night City where life continues to boil. On one of the roofs of a low building, a man rushes into battle with an anthropomorphic crocodile armed with an axe. The player uses the ancestral strike skill to greatly improve their attacking stats. Using his incredible speed, he reaches the crocodile and delivers a powerful attack that pierces the monster's armor. This attack is so powerful that the monster opens its mouth in incredible pain. However, a woman in a mysterious burgundy dress, armed with a rapier, immediately comes to the player's aid. The brave girl uses a skill that significantly reduces the defensive stats of the selected creature. Immediately after this, she makes a lightning-fast dash and cuts off the head of a huge crocodile in the blink of an eye. A moment later, she lands successfully on her feet without any difficulty with such acrobatic moves. A girl named Margaret Zadornov states that this was the 20th monster, adding that this should be considered the end of the quest. Her companion named Kang states that this quest was too easy, and he didn't even feel any difficulty. Margaret offers her friend to choose status points as a reward to upgrade his stats. Kang immediately agrees, after which Margaret's attention is drawn to a suspicious feeling. She immediately shares this feeling with her friend, and he asks her what happened. Margaret states that she felt someone use a skill near them, despite there being no quest in the area. Kang asks Margaret if he should ambush players who decide to use the skill. Margaret states that there is no need for this, as there are only 50 seconds left in the quest, and the type of these players is still unknown. She also says that they need to keep track of these players to determine if they will be a blessing or a hindrance to their guild. The couple says that Kang should set a mark to visit these coordinates tomorrow and investigate everything. Meanwhile, Harvey finds himself in a suspicious place he has never been to before. Looking around, he realizes that he is in mysterious corridors and wonders where he is. Suddenly, something sinister and mysterious appears in front of him, causing the young man to stop immediately. A bloody pile of wires falls from the ceiling to the floor, wrapping around a strange creature with large eyes. After a moment, the creature begins to twitch and rises to its paws, causing disgust in the protagonist. A few moments later, the figure of a player hunter begins to emerge from this disgusting pile of flesh and wires. Harvey looks at this eerie scene in amazement and wonders what the hell is going on here. The distorted version of the player hunter doesn't respond, and Harvey immediately lunges forward, swinging his scythe. Harvey's body is filled with incredible terror, and he realizes that he needs to do something if he wants to stay alive. As an effective defense measure, he decides to try flight and immediately turns to the side and runs away. The player killer continues to relentlessly pursue Harvey, and he spends several minutes running from him through dark corridors. With each passing second, Harvey hears the sounds of the player hunter approaching closer and closer. However, suddenly something appears before him that can give him at least the illusion of a chance for salvation. This chance is a huge door, through which supposedly one can escape from all the monsters that are chasing Harvey. Reaching the door, he grabs the handle with his hands and discovers with horror that it is locked. Taking a closer look, Harvey notices that this door has a viewing window, and he decides to look through it. It turns out that behind this door sits a little boy who mysteriously reminds him of Tyler. Harvey tries to shout to the boy to open the door and save him from the impending danger. He screams that Tyler must help him because otherwise Harvey won't be able to open the door. However, the boy acts as if he doesn't hear Harvey, continuing to build some figures out of sand. Harvey reminds the boy that they were once friends when they were very little and asks him to help at least once. However, Tyler continues to ignore all of Harvey's pleas for help. Suddenly, Tyler begins to rise to his feet and visibly transforms into a more mature version of himself. A moment later, he completely transforms into the Tyler Harvey knows right now. After a few seconds of silence, Tyler declares that Harvey has gone completely crazy. After this, he turns around and shows Harvey his terrible face, stating that he was never his friend. A few moments later, Harvey wakes up nervously and realizes that it was all just a terrible and unpleasant dream. It takes him a while to fully come to his senses, and he clutches his blanket tightly in his hands. Having calmed down a little, he finally rises from his mattress and convinces himself that he just dreamed it. However, the bad feeling refuses to leave Harvey's head, and he spends some time thinking about what he saw. Harvey's intense thoughts are interrupted by Astra's voice, asking him if he was having a nightmare. Turning his head to the side, Harvey notices that all this time Astra was lying on the mattress, which was located very close to him. Nevertheless, the girl continues to look at the main character with a rather interested look. Harvey says that Astra really surprised him and asks her why she didn't stay asleep. Astra calmly replies that it is very difficult for her to fall asleep when she is in someone else's bed. She then asks Harvey what type of dream he had, assuming that it was most likely a nightmare. Harvey hesitates for a moment before answering, and Astra states that this makes her suspect that the dream was of a different type. With these words, she stretches and asks Harvey if it was an erotic dream. Looking at the very attractive Astra, Harvey realizes that shyness is beginning to color his face again. To dispel suspicions, he immediately begins to nervously justify himself, declaring that he never dreams of anything like that. After some time, Harvey and Astra head to school, having previously bought some food on the way. Astra approaches Harvey, saying that according to their agreement, she will now choose new tasks, while Harvey must learn new abilities to be ready to repel the player killer. Breakfast over, Harvey says he's going to train very hard. Astra also says that Harvey should not use his powers unless absolutely necessary to avoid a penalty. Harvey asks Astra if this is the reason why he didn't get anything when he chose the cash reward for yesterday's quest. Astra says that Harvey's guess is correct, noting that one penalty point costs about 10,000 won. Astra immediately adds that, in addition to everything else, fines are also imposed on all other players who are in Harvey's group. Harvey says that now he understands everything perfectly, and from now on he will try to use his abilities unnecessarily. Astra smiles and says that Harvey's absolute talent is the ability to respond correctly to demands. With these words, Astra says goodbye to Harvey, stating that she needs to go home to change clothes. Harvey watches Astra leave and suddenly calls out to ask her a very important question. He says he's been thinking about it since yesterday and asks Astra what she'll wish for when she wins Horizon. In response to this, Astra puts on the most serious face of her life and replies that she plans to build her own harem filled with her favorite idols. Seeing Harvey's slightly surprised face, she adds that it was, of course, just a joke to lighten the mood. After this, she smiles and says that if Harvey does well on the next task, she will tell him her true wish. With that, she turns around, saying goodbye to Harvey and saying that they will see each other soon. Harvey watches his friend leave and says that just yesterday, Astra said that she would share all her secrets with him. Meanwhile, the car that passed Harvey accelerates slightly as the observers sitting in it have received everything they needed. Margaret, sitting in the passenger seat, declares that she has finally found the players she was looking for. She also says that in front of them is the Avenger and the Labyrinth Master, who, judging by their uniforms, are still school children. While Harvey is still in Margaret's line of sight, she uses the Royal Guard's unique skill to see the skills of players and monsters within a small radius. She claims that their trip was worth it, as they managed to find the players they were looking for while they were walking to school. Kang asks Margaret what she will do now, suggesting that she needs to track down these school children and finish them off. Margaret argues that there are too many eyes on the streets right now, and the students themselves are not important enough targets to waste time and penalty points on. The woman also notes that these players have classes that are not yet in the guild, so the possibility of recruiting these students can be considered. Kang looks at Margaret with disbelief and states that these students are too young for this kind of game, suggesting to scare them into quitting the game. Margaret responds that their age does not matter, as they will be valuable allies if they are good enough at what they do and able to follow instructions. After this, Margaret smiles and says that appearances are often deceiving, and that behind a cute face, there is a real monster hiding. Finally, Margaret turns to Kang and states that it is necessary to select several people from the guild to observe these students. From the point of view of the formidable warrior, it will never be too late to deal with these players, so there is no reason to rush into it. That evening, Harvey heads home to get some rest after a hard day. He walks along familiar streets, his gaze fixed on his phone, searching for important information. He reflects that in this case, the theory obtained from the online database Ergosphere Online will be useful to him. While researching the information, Harvey learns that Astra's class is a damage-focused support type. After studying all the possible skills of this class, he comes to the conclusion that Astra has quite a lot of useful features. He gets lost in thought and realizes that the ability to set traps would go very well with the Avenger class, which can drive prey there. After weighing the pros and cons, Harvey comes to the conclusion that this would be a great combination of two players who could achieve a lot. Harvey's thoughts are interrupted by a mysterious young man who calls out to him to get his attention. On closer inspection, Harvey realizes that the boy is not alone, and they ask him if he is Harvey from the neighboring school. An unsuspecting Harvey replies that their guess is correct and he is indeed Harvey from the neighboring school. The suspicious young man says that this is very good news, and then declares that Harvey should walk with him. Immediately after this, the young man approaches him and draws a knife, stating that they need to talk about some things that are very important. Harvey realizes that he is in a pretty bad situation and begins to think about how he can get out of this mess. At first, he decides not to resist and follows the hooligans, who lead him far into the dark areas of the city. Eventually, they come to an abandoned area where there is currently not a single worker. The bully pushes Harvey forward, telling him to quickly enter the room and not ask unnecessary questions. Inside the room, Harvey looks around to see who decided to attack him. Before his eyes immediately appear the hooligans, led by George, who still remembers the grievances against him. George glares at him, oozing hatred for beating Francis, who still hasn't recovered from his injuries. Harvey looks at George without fear and thinks that the person behind this was exactly the one he initially thought of. George's comrades ask him if Harvey is the man they should beat up badly. Harvey declares that this is exactly the man they need, after which he contemptuously spits on the floor in front of the protagonist. George begins to lose control and yells at Harvey, saying that he shouldn't even think about getting away with it, because it will only make things much worse. He also states that once they beat him up, they will simply go home and nothing bad will happen. Harvey realizes that he is in a difficult situation, as he now has to defeat these bullies without using his powers. At first, he considers escaping, but quickly comes to the conclusion that this will not end the persecution. Without thinking twice, Harvey comes to the conclusion that he needs to finish this here and now without using his natural skills. The first to attack Harvey is the blonde-haired boy, who swings his arm to deliver a powerful blow. However, Harvey decides to take advantage of the agility he gained after transforming his body. After dodging the attack, he prepares to counterattack using his physical strength. He lunges forward, feinting, and delivers a powerful punch straight into the face of his attacker. This attack is quite powerful and throws the bully back several meters, shocking the others. The irritated bullies rush forward to avenge their comrade, swinging their arm in a predictable trajectory. Harvey easily determines the further development of events and decides to follow the same attack and defense scenario. Rushing forward, he jumps up and lands a kick right in the bully's face before he can finish his attack. Unable to keep his balance, the bully falls onto the concrete floor and is out of action for some time. Looking at what is happening, Harvey breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that if everything continues at the same pace, he will be able to cope with this task. Looking at the bullies, he realizes that compared to the monsters he fought, they look like very weak nothings. The bullies launch another attack, but Harvey reflects that he is now confident that he can handle them without using skills. From his point of view, even the basic physical attributes he gained during the transformation should be enough for him to cope with them. He lunges forward and delivers another kick, landing right in the face of one of the hooligans. He is overcome with the excitement of a tough fight He understands that his victory is almost guaranteed if he does not make mistakes. The bullies take turns trying to attack Harvey, but he always puts up a worthy resistance and powerfully counterattacks. One of the bullies turns to George and asks what the hell is going on, adding that Harvey is damn good at fighting. George starts to get nervous and says that nothing like this should have happened. After this, he frantically turns around and notices several metal pipes lying around. The thirst for revenge and uncontrollable aggression once again take over George's body, and he decides that he must use everything he can. Meanwhile, Harvey continues to fight the bullies, successfully repelling their attacks and knocking them down. After some time, one of the hooligans completely loses his fighting ability and falls to the ground. The bully, who still has the strength to stand, rushes forward, furious, waving his arms. However, Harvey suddenly stops, feeling that this opponent will be especially predictable with his length. After letting the bully get as close as possible, Harvey suddenly delivers a very fast punch straight to the opponent's chin. This attack turns out to be very precise and powerful, causing Harvey's opponent to instantly lose consciousness. He sadly falls to the concrete floor, also breaking down and giving Harvey room to maneuver. Meanwhile, George begins to approach Harvey from behind, armed with a metal pipe. Coming dangerously close, George swings a metal pipe to deal a crushing blow to Harvey. However, Harvey manages to put his hand forward in time to block this monstrous attack. To George's incredible surprise, the metal pipe bends and does not cause significant damage to Harvey. In response, Harvey only clenches his fist tighter and prepares to punish his offender for what he did. The next moment, he delivers a sweeping blow right to George's face, causing him to immediately lose his balance. George realizes that he has never been so seriously injured in his life. The next second, the bully also lands on the concrete floor and loses the ability to quickly get up for a while. However, the anger still lingers in George's body, and he calls Harvey a pathetic worm who allows himself too much. However, Harvey comes to the conclusion that this confrontation needs to end right now and steps on George's chest. George glares at Harvey and asks if he's naive enough to think this is where it all ends. George also vows to Harvey that he will tell all his older friends in the area about what happened, and they will definitely beat him up. He also continues to shout curses at Harvey and states that he will definitely finish him off. However, Harvey looks angrily at George and tells him that he can try if he is brave enough. Hearing such serious and confident words, George falls silent and begins to only stare angrily at Harvey. However, he decides not to strike again and turns around to leave the construction site. While watching Harvey, George is suddenly surprised by the developments as another bully gets involved. The hooligan pulls out a knife and quickly approaches Harvey, who picks up his bag to exclude him. Closing the distance with Harvey, he raises his hand to inflict several live wounds on the protagonist. Harvey notices this quite late and realizes that he needs to act very quickly to deal with this situation. Meanwhile, the scene moves to the neighboring areas to this construction site, where Harvey's sister is moving. Her shift had just ended, so the girl decided to buy groceries for herself and her brother and head home. Harvey's sister checks her grocery list to make sure she has bought everything she needs. She also reflects that due to her busy schedule, she has not cooked for her brother for some time, who needs healthy food. Looking around, she says that she will thank all the gods if Harvey continues to stay healthy. Suddenly, she hears her brother's voice, which distracts her to get her attention. Turning around, she looks at Harvey in surprise, noting that she didn't expect to see him right here. Taking a closer look at Harvey, she also notices that there are additional oddities happening to his body. The sister asks her brother why he is so sweaty, to which he only chuckles questioningly. Quickly realizing the reason for his sister's curiosity, Harvey replies that it is nothing special and she does not need to worry about it. As an explanation, he says that he had been hanging out with his friends for several hours. He also adds that they asked him to play football and that's why he was sweating so much. Luckily, Harvey found a way to deal with the bully who attacked him with a knife. Harvey's sister claims that if he was sweating that much, they must have been playing for quite a while. Harvey says he hasn't played the game in a long time, so it was quite an interesting experience for him. He decides to quickly change the subject and asks his sister what she bought, taking the bags from her to carry them himself. After examining the contents of the bags, he happily says that apparently they are going to roast meat today. Meanwhile, the sister looks closely at him, noting that he is behaving quite typically. After thinking for a while, she comes to the conclusion that, in addition to the changes in his physical characteristics, her brother behaves in exactly the same way. Harvey notices the surprise in his sister's eyes and turns to her to speak. He asks her if she still hasn't gotten used to the way he looks after all this time. Harvey's sister smiles and asks him if her expression gave away her thoughts. Harvey says that's not exactly true, but he thought it was unlikely that anyone would be able to get used to such a radical change so quickly. He also asks her if she would like him to go back to his old appearance. Harvey's sister takes a moment to think about how she can best answer this suggestion. After a while, she states that she would not like this, and that Harvey's new physique suits him very well. She also says that she doesn't care what body type Harvey is at the moment, as long as he feels happy. Hearing these warm words, Harvey thanks his sister for her kindness and agrees with her words. Harvey's sister smiles genuinely as she sees her brother feeling more relaxed and comfortable. She also asks Harvey if he brought any friends home yesterday, and Harvey asks her why she thinks that. She says the reason for her suspicions is that she found a lot of brown hair after cleaning yesterday. The sister backs up her assumptions by saying that the hair was too long and its color was too unique to belong to any of them. Harvey realizes that he is likely to have an incredibly awkward conversation and begins to nervously come up with excuses. Noticing this reaction on her younger brother's face, his sister immediately smiles contentedly, realizing that it was most likely a girl. Without thinking twice, she loudly declares that Harvey should introduce her to his friend, to which he agrees. Meanwhile, the scene moves several areas away from Harvey's walk. George, barely able to get to his feet, tries to get to his house, still experiencing the shame of defeat. He curses Harvey again and states that one day he will take revenge on him for these serious injuries and beat him to death. He also takes out his mobile phone to call his friend and plan his next steps. Somewhere far away in the city, another get-together of rich youth is planned, in which the children of the local elite are participating. This party is attended by a large number of girls and guys who are trying to live their lives here and now without thinking about their future. Tyler goes to the phone that George is calling and picks up the receiver to find out what his friend wants to tell him. Before this, he greets and moves away from the crowd in order to clearly hear the words of his comrade. George says that it looks like Tyler will be forced to intervene in these matters because otherwise Harvey will get completely out of control. He also adds that it is Tyler who should teach Harvey some manners, show him where his place is, so that he never tries to fight back again. After thinking for a moment, Tyler smiles and says that he would be happy to do so, since he already knows how to show the difference between their levels. Some time passes and another school day at Harvey's school comes to an end. Astra approaches Harvey and addresses him, then offers to walk home together. The other students, who had previously considered Astra to be a rather unapproachable and elite girl, stare at her in surprise. Lily turns to Astra, saying that she also wants to go for a walk with them if they plan to go for a walk. Astra tells Lilia that there is no need for that since they are not going anywhere. She immediately adds that they need to talk about something very important, and this intrigues her friend very much. Astra quickly ends the conversation and says that if something very important happens, she will inform her immediately. Afterwards, she says goodbye to her friends and pushes Harvey aside to get out of the school as quickly as possible. Classmates wonder when Astra and Harvey started dating and decided not to even hide it. Tyler overhears conversations among his classmates, who are surprised that loser Harvey was able to gain the attention and affection of a girl like Astra. Meanwhile, Astra and Harvey move a little further away from the school to find a secluded place to talk. As a good location, they decide to choose a children's playground, where at this time no one is playing. Our heroes lean against a small brick fence and take out their juices, which they bought at the store. The silence is broken by Astra, who asks Harvey if they should start dating officially. Surprised, Harvey, who never expected such a question, asks the girl why she decided to talk about it now. Astra states that if they tell everyone that they are dating, no one will bother them or suspect them of anything. Harvey says that he wouldn't want to lie to people about something like that, to which Astra replies that if that were the case, they could start dating for real. Astra immediately asks Harvey what he thinks about this, additionally asking if he wanted to start dating her for real. In response to this, Harvey lowers his gaze and says that he has never heard such a direct offer, adding that he needs a little time to think. Astra reacts calmly to these words, stating that in this case they can talk about something more important. The girl immediately reports that today she received a notification in her personal game mail about a quest request. She states that their task is to work together to suppress a specific target. Harvey notes that this quest is called a competition, reminding him that this means that other players will be participating. Astra states that everything is exactly as he suspects, noting that in that case the reward will be even better. Astra also reports that in addition to the 20 million won reward, they will receive 12 status points, which will allow them to significantly improve their skills. Harvey reminds Astra that this also means the task will be much more difficult. Astra agrees with Harvey's words, saying that they will encounter other players anyway. She also notes that if a player killer were to infiltrate this competition, it would immediately provoke a real massacre. Harvey reflects on the fact that he has never worked with Astra alone before, so this mission could be dangerous. Astra asks Harvey what he thinks about it, noting that if he thinks it's too dangerous, they can wait. However, Harvey immediately replies that he agrees with this proposal and they should try to participate in this quest. He states that according to his analysis, their abilities and the combination of their classes are capable of responding to any situation. With confidence in his voice, he states that they don't have to worry about the player killers as he can handle them. Astra, watching Harvey with curiosity, asks him if he has decided to completely shed his reputation as a loser. After this, she adjusts the straps of her backpack and states that in this case, she will meet him at the location of the mission. Harvey waits until dark to go outside and meet Astra. Our heroes choose one of the rooftops of the houses as the meeting place, where no one will notice them. Harvey arrives first and stands near the edge for a moment, looking down and thinking about how best to complete this task. After some time, he is distracted by Astra, who quietly made her way onto the roof and approached the main character. Astra asks Harvey if he is familiar with the area, noting that if they know the area, they will have an advantage. Harvey replies that he knows nothing about the area, adding that it would be a good idea for them to look around. He also muses that if they had found at least a black door, it would have been easier to plot a route. Astra looks at Harvey in surprise and asks him what he means by the term black door. Harvey looks at Astra and asks if she knows about the door that monsters come out of. Astra looks at Harvey in surprise and tells him that she has never seen anything like it. Harvey says it's weird because he thought all the monsters came out of those doors. Harvey and Astra's conversation is interrupted by a system assistant who appears in front of them and notifies them that there is very little time left to start the quest. The system recommends that Harvey and Astra prepare to begin the mission as they only have 1 minute left. Astra says that they will talk about these doors later, since now they must focus on completing the task. Immediately after this, she contacts the system and asks to open the battle preparation page. The system executes the command, and Astra looks at the possible benefits it can afford. After carefully studying all the options presented, Astra says that she should choose healing items first, and then consider buying offensive buffs. She then turns to Harvey and asks him if he needs anything, adding that she can only buy items before starting a mission. Harvey states that he wouldn't mind a healing item as well as a small speed boost. Astra is a little surprised by such requests and says that she bought all the necessary items and already sent them to him through a special system. A moment later, Harvey receives an audio notification from the system assistant that he has received new items. The system informs him that he has received 20 potions, as well as a special item that increases his speed 4 times for 5 seconds. Astra says that this purchase was quite expensive and states that Harvey should buy her strawberry milk again tomorrow. Harvey smiles at his ally as the system assistant announces that the time to prepare for the mission has expired. Immediately after this, the system states that it is time to start performing this task. A moment later, a huge beast with powerful paws and long fur flies over the heads of Harvey and Astra. Watching him, Astra shouts loudly that the monster has broken free and they need to quickly move on to a plan of action. Taking a closer look at the monster, Harvey recognizes it as a speed wolf named Wayham. In the game's own database, this monster is described as a gentle, divine pack animal that will not attack unless provoked. Astra suggests that Harvey hurry up and chase this monster, since now they can gain an advantage in initiative. However, Harvey stops Astra, stating that if something goes wrong, it will be very difficult for them to change their plan of action due to the momentum they have built up. After this, Harvey takes a moment to reflect and come up with the most appropriate plan of action. Almost immediately, he loudly addresses Astra, saying that they must dig a special trap to deal with this monster. He explains his idea by saying that Astra can create a trap using her abilities while he lures the beast there. Astra counters Harvey's words by saying that the plan involves him acting as bait. However, Harvey says he is not afraid of getting a few wounds because it is not that big of a deal. After creating a sword out of thin air, Harvey tells Astra that she should inform him when she has finished creating the trap. Astra asks Harvey to wait and discuss the plan in more detail, but the young man immediately rushes forward to catch up with the wolf. A frustrated Astra decides to carry out Harvey's plan out loud, noting that the idiot is being too brazen. She also claims that Harvey takes on too much and takes on all the dangerous work. Meanwhile, Harvey lands softly on the asphalt and rushes after the huge monster. Harvey muses that this wolf has the highest speed of all monsters, but on its own, it is not that formidable. He also muses that if they follow the plan and banish this monster into the trap, then everything should go pretty smoothly. Before Harvey can even finish that thought in his head, a player who is faster than him runs past him. Harvey is very surprised by this coincidence, since he has never met such fast players before. However, his extensive knowledge of the game's class system allows him to guess who this player is. After looking closely at the wind currents that remain after the girl's movements, Harvey comes to the conclusion that he is looking at a representative of a special class of windrunner. Turning around, the girl smiles and wonders if he is a knight or a sword master. After this, a girl named Dorothy turns around and says that none of this matters because no class can catch up with her. Harvey credits Dorothy's incredible speed, noting that she uses the difference in speed to her enormous advantage. He comes to the conclusion that he cannot remain idle in this situation and must also pull out one of his trump cards. Immediately after this, he uses a skill that significantly increases his physical stats to match his opponent. Meanwhile, the long chase continues and Dorothy pursues her target relentlessly. Although the wolf has no equal among other monsters, the class that Dorothy has allows her to develop even greater speed. After some time, the girl begins to see a running wolf and quickly approaches him. She materializes a special dagger in her hands and says that she managed to catch up with the wolf at the right time. Immediately after, she uses the Icewind Dagger's skill and rushes forward to strike the wolf's face. The menacing monster screams in incredible pain thanks to Dorothy's skillful and honed movements. The girl also states that her hunt does not end here and summons another blade. A moment later, she uses the Violent Blade Storm skill and rushes forward, dealing multiple blows to the wolf. The monster lets out another loud howl, feeling its body literally become covered in incredible wounds. Immediately after this, it is restored to its place and begins to emit an electric aura. Dorothy shouts happily that she managed to stun the monster with random blows. Immediately after this, she calls for help from her comrade named Clawfield and tells him that he threw this wolf into the air with his blow. Clawfield, a wallmaker class, charges forward with his trusty shield in hand. While flying, he decides to use the Divine Wall skill to not give the wolf any chance to escape. Within moments, his shield begins to charge and glow with divine energy, illuminating half the block. Upon landing, he slams his shield forward, creating a massive pillar of light that cripples the massive monster. The young man also ponders that he should use another ability to complement his combination of attacks. However, suddenly he notices something that surprises him and makes him freeze for a second, not taking any action. It turns out that Harvey is not so slow after all and quickly caught up with his rivals. The protagonist also charges his weapon, causing reddish lightning to appear around him. Dorothy is surprised by this turn of events and wonders when this boy managed to catch up with them. The reason for the high speed turns out to be Harvey's special skill, which allows him to improve his agility by 1.5 times until his defense drops to 0. Harvey reflects on the fact that his defense is at 20, and he has no way to catch up if he misses his chance right now. To prevent this, he uses the Respectful Spirit skill to reduce his defense to 0, but greatly increase his critical hit chance. The stunned monster is unable to do anything and only watches as Harvey approaches him with incredible speed. A moment later, he unleashes a powerful attack, hitting a critical part of the huge wolf's body straight on. The wolf takes incredible damage but remains standing despite Harvey's persistence. Harvey himself immediately jumps back to find a more convenient position for attack. He reflects on how he was unlucky, and despite the significant increase in critical hit chance, it dealt normal damage. Dorothy speaks rudely to Harvey, stating that she will not tolerate this kind of treatment from the other players. She asks Harvey how dare he try to steal their loot and thwart their plans when they were almost successful. Harvey looks at Dorothy in surprise and says that this is a competition, so such behavior would be logical. Dorothy remains unsatisfied with this answer and states that, in any case, there is such a thing as good manners. Harvey still doesn't understand his rival's moralizing and looks at her in surprise, trying to understand why she is lecturing him. After this, he thinks for a moment and says that he did indeed do something wrong, adding that it was not his intention. After this, he exhales tensely and remains silent for a while to choose the most appropriate answer. However, instead of continuing his meaningless monologues, he says that next time he will behave more correctly and rushes after the monster. A nasty Dorothy says that Harvey is a real pain in the ass, noting that she never finished the conversation with him. Clawfield reassures Dorothy that Harvey was right and that it is a competition in which one must outdo one's opponents. He also adds that in such a case they do not necessarily have to follow the rules of good etiquette and try to behave correctly. With that, he charges his weapons and hands, stating that they must use this aspect of the game to gain an advantage. A moment later, huge walls appear next to Harvey, blocking his movement. Looking around, Harvey realizes that he has entered the range of the emergency cover skill, which was used to block his movement. He takes out his weapon and tries to hit the walls a few times, but they don't budge. Once the smoke from the impact clears, it turns out that his weapons didn't make a single scratch on the protected surface. The dwarf remembers that this is an ability to only react to attacks from outside and wonders if he should wait for the skill to wear off. Without thinking twice, he realizes that this would be the wrong tactic, since in that case it would be too late. Harvey places his hand against the protective barrier and decides to use his Red Thorns skill to destroy it from the outside. Harvey recalls that this skill allows him to penetrate the barrier and damage it as if from the outside. Harvey understands that it will take some time since the damage from this skill is quite low, but it will still be faster than waiting for the skill to end. With the thought that he will definitely catch up with his opponents and receive a reward for the task, Harvey begins to destroy the barrier. Despite all efforts, it may seem from the outside that absolutely nothing is happening with the protective barrier. Even when approached, the illusion is created that the barrier appears completely intact. However, quite soon, serious cracks appear on its walls, which spread very quickly. A few moments later, the wall collapses, giving Harvey a chance to break out and catch up with his opponents. Harvey notes that all of this happened much faster than he expected, and now he will be able to catch up with his opponents much faster. Without thinking twice, he sets off in pursuit to catch up with his opponents and snatch victory from their hands. However, after a few minutes, he stops, looking ahead in surprise and trying to understand what is happening. Harvey's opponents also froze in place and have been standing motionless for some time, looking around in surprise. Approaching them, he wonders why they are standing motionless and tries to understand if they are dead. Harvey decides to turn to Clawfield and asks him what happened and where the monster went. In response, a shocked Clawfield says he was sure it would all go completely wrong. He adds that this monster was supposed to fight against them, but recently everything changed. A shocked and horrified Clawfield states that suddenly the monster just up and disappeared, as if it had vanished into thin air. Harvey looks at his interlocutor in surprise and asks him what he means, after which he notices his gaze. A second later, he feels an ominous presence behind him, realizing that he has fallen into a serious trap. Harvey's opponents also stop standing still and look with horror at the advancing wolf. Harvey ponders that this wolf just used a teleportation skill, which is impossible. According to Harvey's memory and the game database he read, these monsters do not have such skills. However, the angry wolf decides not to give his victims time to think and rushes forward, opening his huge mouth. Once it reaches its target, its attack is accompanied by a loud explosion that sends up huge clouds of dust. Dorothy and Harvey manage to escape the monster's attack, but the same cannot be said for Clawfield, who falls into the monster's teeth. The wolf clamps his jaws down on Clawfield, causing incredible damage with his sharp, so to speak, teeth. Harvey turns around and watches as Clawfield gets into a very difficult situation due to his slowness. Dorothy screams out Clawfield's name and tries to figure out what she can do to save her comrade. Driven by incredible rage, she uses the Typhoon Dance skill, which increases the user's speed fourfold after attacking. Immediately after, she lunges forward to deal a massive amount of blows to the wolf, causing it to release Clawfield. Perhaps rage only fuels Dorothy's fighting spirit and gives her new strength to fight. However, as soon as she reaches the formidable wolf, he disappears right before her eyes, causing her blows to go nowhere, not even really surprised that she just missed. She tries to understand how this could have happened. Harvey, watching this, shouts that the monster has disappeared again and most likely used the teleportation skill. The girl looks around menacingly and wonders where this damned monster has disappeared to this time. The loss of control over the situation makes her even more angry, and she screams at Harvey to get out of there and not interfere with her saving her friend. Harvey realizes that the situation is getting worse by the second and is starting to diverge geometrically from their plans. He realizes that if this monster has teleportation skills, it will be able to escape even if it falls into the trap they have prepared. This information gives Harvey a very unpleasant thought that he would like to never have to deal with again. The idea is that Astral is in great danger because she still doesn't have this knowledge. Meanwhile, Astral finishes the building with a trap and wonders where Harvey and that monster are. Meanwhile, Harvey realizes that he needs to do everything he can to deal with this wolf without the help of traps. He muses that if he can't neutralize the wolf's teleportation abilities, then trying to set a trap would be useless. Suddenly, there is a loud noise behind them, and they both turn around to check who the source was. The source turns out to be a newly appeared wolf, which is clutching Clawfield in its terrible mouth. As the monster approaches, it opens its mouth, causing the player to fall onto the asphalt. A moment later, the young man lands on the asphalt with a loud, dull thud, shaking in pain. Dorothy watches with pity in her eyes as her friend falls to the asphalt and tries to figure out what to do. She screams loudly that she can't move because she missed the skill she used earlier. Meanwhile, the formidable wolf prepares to pounce on its victims and not give them a chance to escape. Opening its huge mouth, the monster rushes forward again, emitting a menacing roar that can paralyze all the less-than-brave creatures in the area. Somehow, the monster senses that the best target is Dorothy, who was paralyzed after using the skill. The girl herself quickly understands this and watches with horror as the monster rapidly approaches. In order not to see her terrible death approaching, she closes her eyes and hopes that someone will save her. Harvey is concerned enough to use his barrier skill and rush forward, shielding Dorothy as well. Opening her eyes, the girl looks in surprise at how she was saved, and at her opponent, whom she tried to neutralize. She loudly asks Harvey why he is acting so unnaturally and sacrificing himself for her. However, Harvey states that the reasons for his actions should be obvious, as he has spoken about them before. He adds that from now on he will observe the rules of etiquette and not violate them. The terrible wolf begins to scream in pain, having received multiple wounds from Harvey's weapon. Immediately after this, he goes to the iron to heal his wounds and prepare a more perfect ambush. Those who are watching everything that is happening say that this monster is obviously running away. Harvey wonders why the wolf chose to run away on its own paws rather than use its teleportation ability. Dorothy angrily says that she would have been able to catch up with that wolf if her wind run skill hadn't been on cooldown. Harvey guesses that the teleportation skill most likely also has its own timer for recharging. A few moments later, Harvey's cell phone, which was in his inside shirt pocket, starts beeping. He decides to quickly get it to get the necessary information about Astra's condition and her plans. After reading a message from his ally, he realizes that she has finished setting the trap. Without thinking twice, he turns to Dorothy and offers her a small deal, which surprises the girl. Harvey hands Dorothy a jar of panacea, asking in exchange for her support in this battle. Dorothy rightly points out that a panacea is a fairly common item that can simply be bought for money. However, her dialogue with Harvey is suddenly interrupted by the painful groans of Clawfield, who is trying to get to his feet. Dorothy immediately runs up to him and tries to figure out what she should do to cure her comrade. She nervously asks him if everything is okay and if he is going to die right in the middle of the city. Harvey approaches him and asks him if he has a special item that will allow him to recover. Harvey guesses that if they had a special item to restore health, Dorothy would have behaved more restrained and not used such a risky skill once Clawfield was bitten by the monster. Harvey states that he hates playing with people's lives, adding that since his life is also on the line in this competition, he can't just give away the healing item. Harvey also states that he too has an ally whom he must protect at all costs. He says that this is why he offers Dorothy a deal where he will help her cure her comrade in exchange for her support. Dorothy looks at Harvey with disbelief and states that this quest is a competition between different players. Clofield turns and says that they must help him in order to survive. He states that their lives are on the line in this game, so while competing is important, staying alive is even more important. He also argues that cooperation is an equally important component of this game that should not be neglected. Dorothy respects her friend's words and falls silent for a moment, pondering his thoughts. She then agrees with Harvey, noting that if this plan involves anything too dangerous, they will not participate in it. Harvey smiles and says that they won't have to worry about that. With these words, he hands over the panacea and says that according to this plan, he will be the one in the greatest danger. After some time, Harvey and Astra's new allies decide to join them, after which the squad regroups. Dorothy is on the roof to observe the situation and track down a mysterious wolf that poses an incredible danger. She muses that according to Harvey's plan, the first part is to lure the monster. The girl also remembers Harvey's words that she should keep the monster's attention on herself and pretend to hunt him. Thanks to this, Dorothy must drive the monster into a special area where it will be easier to ambush it. Meanwhile, a wolf appears in front of her, who did not notice her and calmly moves along the deserted streets. The girl happily says that she has finally found her prey and creates a wind blade to attack. In her mind, she uses the blade vortex skill to damage the monster and force it to flee. Immediately after this, she does a wind step to the side to avoid damage from possible attacks. The monster begins to growl menacingly at Dorothy and prepares for all possible attack options. Dorothy reflects that she has managed to attract the monster's attention, and now she must run away to avoid provoking a counterattack using her teleportation skill. Without thinking twice, she takes off and starts running straight to where Harvey and Astra's trap is set. The monster decides to take revenge for the damage and rushes after her like a daring girl to catch up with her. Dorothy reflects that, fortunately, the monster is simply chasing her without using its teleportation skills. After this, Dorothy says that the second part of their strategy is the important interaction between her and Clofield. Harvey's plan calls for Clofield to corner the monster with a surprise attack. The boy uses the Central Kingdom wall skill to prevent the wolf from changing direction. Landing right in front of the giant monster, he slams his shield down onto the asphalt, deforming it according to his skill. The young man reflects that thanks to this ability, he blocked all other means of escape and prepared the perfect battlefield. At this point, he gains time to begin the final part of the plan, which involves delivering fatal blows from Harvey. Harvey quickly approaches the giant wolf and uses his multi-hit skill. It deals a huge amount of attacks, causing the giant wolf's body to become shredded. Immediately after this, he tries to stop his body, which has gained incredible inertia from this attack. Harvey reflects that the hunt won't end just after this series of moves. He recalls that in the game, these monsters were difficult to hunt due to the fact that attacks did not deal full damage due to the incredible agility of these creatures. From Harvey's point of view, to truly win, they must lure the wolf into Astra's trap, which will reduce his agility to the limit. He also realizes that before they can get started, he has one more thing to complete. Harvey realizes that he needs to make the monster teleport in order for the skill to go on cooldown. He even recalls that during their previous hunts for these monsters in the game, they were able to teleport twice. In other words, his team needs to make the huge monster teleport twice and then attack with full force. Seeing the monster rapidly approaching him, Harvey prepares to launch a powerful counterattack with his sword. Harvey's reflexes fail him, causing him to block the wolf's attack and jump back to avoid being bitten. As Harvey continues to block the monster's deadly jaws, he reassures himself that they will be able to destroy the creature. He also becomes confident and states that he is not afraid of the wolf inflicting serious wounds on him, as it will only make him stronger. Immediately after, he uses a revenge skill similar to a furious fire to charge his weapon with energy. The sounds of battle can be heard for several kilometers, but none of the ordinary people even look out of their windows. However, this battle has its own observers who wonder in surprise whether Harvey is going to fight this wolf alone. The observers turn to their comrade, stating that this battle is becoming incredibly interesting with every passing second. However, the observer's companion does not share his friend's enthusiasm and says that they need to concentrate and watch more diligently since there may be a person in front of them who can open the back door. Meanwhile, Harvey continues to fight his opponent furiously, preparing to deliver an even more powerful attack. The skill he used reduces his health by 18% for each attack, but increases the damage of those attacks by 2.5 times. Harvey decides it's time to charge forward and delivers his first attack, which should break his opponent's resistance. This attack successfully hits its target, and the monster immediately closes its mouth, feeling incredible pain. However, this incredible pain also leads the monster to perform, as he is now overcome by a thirst for revenge. Thirsty for revenge on his offender, who constantly inflicts incredible pain on him, the wolf again rushes at him, opening his mouth. However, Harvey lets the monster get closer to him, and again delivers a sweeping attack that stops the wolf. The huge wolf's face becomes like cut cheese, causing the monster to retreat again for a short time. The eyes of the mysterious wolf begin to fill with blood, and his entire being begins to burn with uncontrollable rage. In just a moment, he dissolves into thin air to launch a flank attack. Harvey reflects that his goal has been achieved, and the monster only has one charge of his ability left before it goes into recharge. Harvey also notes that since he doesn't know the monster's attack pattern, he'll have to rely on luck. He decides not to make any unnecessary movements in order to be as sure as possible of where the next attack will come from. He only looks around slightly to detect the monster attacking him in advance. Moments later, the space around Harvey distorts, and a wolf leaps out, once again baring its jaws to destroy its attacker. Harvey manages to turn around in time and realizes that the monster has returned and wants to get even with him. He jumps to the side, but the monster follows him, trying to close its mouth as quickly as possible and crush the annoying man. Whenever Harvey takes damage, his passive skill, Flower That Grows at Sunset, will activate. He charges his sword with energy and reflects on how he has been waiting for this moment to counterattack. Concentrating, he uses his ultimate skill, Pavane of the Dead, to summon a massive amount of swords. These swords immediately and automatically target the huge creature that damaged their owner. The wolf continues to clench his jaw as the swords rush relentlessly towards his head and other parts of his body. Due to the incredible weight and destructive power of these swords, when they hit, another explosion occurs, which raises clouds of dust. A few moments later, Harvey feels the wolf release him, and he falls to the asphalt trying to catch his breath. However, once the dust clears, Harvey takes a closer look around and realizes that things didn't go quite as he planned. Looking ahead, he sees that where the wolf had just stood, now all that was left were the swords from his ability, which weren't fast enough. However, Harvey considers the outcome of this operation a success, since the wolf used both of his teleportation charges. Harvey's thoughts are interrupted by Clofield, who tells him to look the other way and pay attention. When Harvey returns, he sees a wind wolf standing heavily on its paws and looking at him. Despite his incredible speed, he was unable to avoid at least two of Harvey's ultimate swords. Immediately after this, he turns around and begins to rapidly run away from his opponents. Clofield curses loudly, saying that they almost trapped this beast and won. However, Harvey remains steadfast in his optimism and reflects on the fact that the monster is now running straight into Astra's trap. He also muses that their group will hold on to victory if they continue to follow the plan and finish off the wolf in the trap. Harvey watches the monster run away when Dorothy suddenly rushes towards him. The girl decided to use her skill of running faster than the wind to accelerate her agility and speed to the limit. Finally, she tells Harvey that she helped him with this plan, and now she will gladly finish off this monster, since this quest is still a competition. She says that Harvey shouldn't be too disappointed because that's life. Harvey calmly lets her escape and states that he is not really that disappointed with this outcome. He also claims that they will win this competition anyway and uses panacea and hunting items. With these skills, he is going to restore his defense points, as well as significantly increase his speed. On top of that, Harvey uses a skill that increases his speed while taking away the defense points he just replenished. Having finished preparing for the chase, he immediately takes off at a speed that even exceeds normal. Harvey can only watch to make sure he doesn't crash into a pole or other obstacle that might slow him down. With such incredible speed, it doesn't take long before he catches up with Dorothy. The girl hears strange noises behind her and decides to turn around to check what it was. A moment later, Harvey rushes past her, developing such speed that the wind currents are knocked off balance. Falling to the ground, Dorothy wonders who this person is that can outrun the fastest class in the game. However, Harvey doesn't even think about it and continues to rapidly catch up with the monster at his inhuman speeds. The main concern becomes the strain on the eyes to track a moving object at such speed. However, fortunately, the monster ran exactly along the path that Harvey had assumed and fell into Astra's trap. The trap proves to be very effective, significantly reducing the target's agility and defensive stats until it leaves the area of effect. Harvey immediately takes out his sword and thinks that he won't even need to use his skills. According to Harvey's calculations, Astra should also use the offensive enhancement to help him. Astra watches what is happening and says that everything is going as well as possible, after which she decides to use the enhancement. This buff is called the Labyrinth Dragon's Blessing and greatly increases Harvey's offensive capabilities. The young man decides not to hesitate and rushes forward to deliver a crushing attack directly to the neutralized monster. This time, such incredible damage finally knocks all life out of the monster's body. Harvey turns back to quickly make sure no further attacks are needed. A moment later, the huge monster falls to the ground with a crash and stops showing any signs of life. In response, Harvey simply swings his sword through the air and smiles. After this, he exhales tensely and says that he would not have managed to catch up with the wounded monster if it were not for the items that Astra gave him. Meanwhile, Astra, descending from the building, asks Harvey how he could have predicted all this. She states that Harvey could not have purchased the speed-enhancing item because he did not know he would be competing against Veteran. Harvey honestly admits that he could not have foreseen such a development of events, and this can rather be attributed to chance. As an explanation for his actions, he says that he bought the item so that he could come to Astrid's aid more quickly if she were in danger. He adds that this is the only reason why he decided to choose such a subject. Hearing such confident and heartwarming words, Astra lowers her gaze slightly, then smiles. The girl states that sometimes Harvey behaves too intrusively without adequate reason. However, she quickly adds that thanks to this, they were able to successfully complete the task, noting that she can now thank Harvey for his character. Harvey decides to take these strange words as praise and smiles, looking at Astra. Soon, two system assistants appear in front of them, notifying them that they have completed the task. The system claims that Harvey and Astra's wits and top-notch skills earned them first place in the competition. The system also states that since Harvey and Astra completed these tasks in less than 45 minutes, they receive an additional reward. Such news makes our heroes very happy, and they exchange joyful glances, not hiding their smiles. The system also says that now the results and ranks of other players who participated in this task will be shown to Harvey and Astra. Our heroes look at this in surprise, trying to understand whether there is some kind of scoring in this task. Looking closer, Harvey realizes that their team took first place out of 3. Clofield admits that he hasn't seen another team other than the one they teamed up with. Based on this, Harvey comes to the conclusion that there is another team somewhere here that was simply hiding. Harvey's suspicions prove correct, as they continue to be closely watched somewhere nearby. 2 people, presumably from the guild Margaret is a member of, continue to watch Harvey. One observer states that this team worked in an exemplary manner, since the master of the labyrinths knew his business, and the Avenger showed miracles of his skill. However, the second observer remains more skeptical and states that this still does not tell them whether they are worthy players to join the guild. The observer stands up and says that this could be said if this monster was normal, and not a strange modification capable of teleportation. He also states that considering the number of people from their guild who died in battles with such unique monsters, these players have shown themselves to be quite confident. Without thinking twice, he states that he rates the Master of the Labyrinths at 9,229 points, and the Avengers at 9,879 points, to which his comrade replies that he doesn't even know what these numbers mean. The surprised observer states that the maximum number of points that can be obtained is somewhere around 10,000 and challenges his ally to give the same assessment. The skeptical observer looks at his colleague in surprise before turning his gaze to Harvey and Astra. He says he will hold off on assessing these players for now because something big is coming. He says he will make his decision after seeing these players fight with others, while his interlocutor notes that the quest is already completed. However, the observer remains adamant and states that, in fact, this task is far from complete, as a player killer is approaching Harvey and Astra. One can only envy the observation skills of these people, since any other person would not have sensed the approach of danger, even if they had a thermal imager. Meanwhile, Harvey and Astra continue to discuss what reward they should choose to complete this task. Harvey decides to consult with Astra and asks her what reward she is going to take. Without thinking twice, Astra replies that she wants to choose the money to buy a special item that will greatly help her in future fights. Harvey realizes what item Astra is talking about and remembers that the item is highly minable, making it very expensive. Astra says that this generator can be used to rewind time for a single object, adding that the item is incredibly versatile. She also clarifies that it can be used on a person who has received a serious wound and thus play the game with 2 lives. Harvey agrees with Astra, stating that they are playing on a very hard mode where the game will be over if they die even once. Suddenly, our heroes hear applause behind them and decide to turn around. Behind them are Dorothy and Clawfield, who claim that they have been completely routed despite their best efforts. Dorothy says she was confident she could finish off the wolf and win the competition, but in the end, they were outmatched. Astra looks at Dorothy and Clawfield and asks Harvey who they are, to which he replies that they had to undergo a little surgery to win. Dorothy also notices Astra and asks Harvey if she is the girl he was talking about. Immediately after this, she begins to parody Harvey's words, giving them additional pathos, stating that Harvey was going to protect her at all costs. Harvey immediately becomes embarrassed and states that he didn't say it in such pompous words. Clofield says that he is grateful to Harvey anyway, because otherwise they would not have taken second place, but simply died. He also tells Harvey that he would like to add him to his friends list and asks if he can accept it. Harvey shakes hands with Clawfield and receives a notification that he can see the class, status, and quest stage of all users on his friends list. He states that if it is just a matter of adding these people to your friends list, then there is nothing wrong with it. After this, Astra says that they cannot count on anything else, since they still remain unknown players to them. Clofield immediately states his intentions, that he did not plan anything like that. He adds that they enjoy the game and see it as something of an extreme sport, as their classes allow them to participate in very difficult tasks. He also claims that they only need friends who can enjoy and spend time with them. Harvey turns to Astra and asks her what she thinks about this, noting that these people don't seem bad to him. Astra calmly states that she trusts Harvey's judgment, as he has been through it before. She also adds that Harvey shouldn't get too carried away with it as they have a clear goal. Looking at Astra, Harvey says that he understood her perfectly and agrees with her thoughts. Meanwhile, Clawfield decides to send a friend request, noting that they don't have much time left before completing the task. However, to Clofield's surprise, his request is denied and a red screen flashes in front of him. This screen informs Clawfield that the action cannot be performed because another user has invaded the location. A moment later, a mysterious figure appears in front of them, holding a long spear decorated with strange fabric. This man looks more than sinister and smiles evilly as he looks at his future victims. Harvey and Astra quickly realize that they are facing another player hunter. Realizing they're in deep trouble, Clawfield uses his class skill to push the barrier forward. A moment later, he creates a wall of indestructible kingdom and takes a few steps forward to cover his comrades. Clofield says he will block the player killer's attacks, so Harvey must hurry and choose a reward. He adds that if Harvey doesn't hurry, the spearman will rush forward and make his task difficult. In a moment, the spearman breaks through the shield and at the same time pierces it with his spear without experiencing any difficulty. Clofield receives another serious injury that night and feels a considerable amount of blood appear in his mouth. Dorothy immediately creates wind daggers and charges forward to deliver a fatal blow to her opponent from behind. She finally screams at her opponent to go to hell and rushes forward, readying her daggers. However, the spearman manages to react to this attack by using the spear tactics skill to defend against this attack. He uses the human wave tactics skill and creates many clones of himself to block the way. Dorothy realizes that she needs to change her tactics quickly if she doesn't want to fall into a deadly trap. Meanwhile, the spearman's spirit doubles rush forward to deal multiple blows. Dorothy manages to dodge, but still receives some injuries to her shoulder. The spearman continues his furious advance, not allowing his victim to escape. Dorothy wonders why this player is so fast, noting that she didn't expect a spearman to specialize in speed. Meanwhile, the player killer looks gloomily at his victim and is already preparing to deliver the finishing blow. However, pride got the better of the spearman, and he decided to ignore Astra and Harvey standing nearby, which is why he immediately fell into a trap. Astra chuckles and says that she has already forgotten that she placed a trap right in this place just recently. Looking at the spearman, she states that he should have been more careful about where he stepped during the duel. Looking at the trapped player killer, she also asks him if she should have warned him to watch his head. At that very moment, she launches an attack from the sky to destroy the player killer in one blow. Astra also uses a special skill that increases the attack speed and power of those within the trap's area of effect. A moment later, she delivers a powerful blow that severs the player killer's arm, significantly weakening his offensive skills. The killer looks in surprise at the stump of his arm, from which blood begins to spurt out. The angry player takes a step back to properly assess the situation and make an appropriate decision. Seeing his opponent superior in strength, he immediately turns around and runs away to save his miserable life. Astra watches him and screams that the damned impudent fellow is about to run away. Harvey considers whether he should pursue the man, then turns around and looks at his wounded comrades. Without thinking twice, he turns to Astra, telling her to stay here and heal Dorothy and Clawfield. Astra looks at Harvey in surprise and asks him if he really thinks of continuing to chase this man alone. Harvey replies that the killer could attack them by pretending to be scared and retreating. He also states that this threat needs to be dealt with, and Astra realizes that there is some sense in his words. However, she says that she doesn't like this plan and she has a better suggestion. With these words, she says that Harvey could be killed if he makes even the slightest mistake or decides to spare this man. She argues that if Harvey is going to fight him, he must not just buy time, but rather crush the man to the ground and finish him off without a single thought of mercy. She also adds that if Harvey returns to safety with her, she will tell him what wish she is going to make after winning the event. Harvey brushes off Astra's words, stating that he accepts her terms and would be happy to return to her safe and sound. Immediately after this, he turns around and quickly runs after the fleeing villain. Harvey spends several minutes in pursuit, carefully looking around to keep an eye out for the fleeing player killer. His patrol takes him to a small area next to a purpose-built multi-story car park. After a while, he slows down, seeing the player killer in front of him, who for some reason does not move. Harvey looks closely at the killer, who has decided to sit down and rest his remaining hand on his knee. Noticing Harvey approaching, the player killer quickly rises and tightens his grip on his spear. He states that the Avenger class acted exactly as he expected and decided to follow him. Harvey prepares for the fight and charges his sword with the energy of his anger, getting into a fighting stance. A moment later, he rushes forward and lands a successful attack directly on the player killer's body, causing him to lose his balance. This attack is incredibly powerful, and the player killer feels blood begin to flow from his body. He immediately falls to the asphalt and loses his mobility, as well as any chance of resistance. Harvey honestly admits to his opponent that he never wanted to harm other players, regardless of their occupation. After this, he looks darkly at the player killer and says that he still cannot leave such a spawn alive. Harvey states that he is not naturally violent, so he will give the player killer a chance to escape and live his life as a normal person. He also adds that the killer may ignore this chance and try to resist, after which he will be killed. After hearing this proposal, the player killer only starts to giggle, looking at Harvey. With this, he states that he expected more from Harvey after he cut off his hand, but all he got was negative air. With these words, he takes out the special item that Astra wanted to buy and uses it on himself. Harvey watches the action closely, trying to figure out what his opponent is going to do. However, it quickly dawns on him that his opponent was using the very item that Astra was talking about. This item is called the Time Difference Generator, which allows the player killer to quickly regrow his arm. However, in reality, this generator rolls back time not only for the owner himself, but also for the area in which he is located. This traps Harvey, as this is where the spearman created his trap skill not long ago. Looking around, Harvey immediately realizes that this is the area of effect of the Grand Duel skill. Harvey realizes that his opponent not only fought smartly, but also had a plan in place for this to happen. Meanwhile, the player killer cracks his knuckles and says that he now has two hands again. After this, he immediately grabs his spear and asks Harvey if he should really stab him. A moment later, he lunges forward to attack Harvey with his spear, taking advantage of the length of his weapon. However, Harvey's reflexes do not fail him, and he immediately blocks several attacks from his opponent. Spearman insults Harvey, saying that his movement is too slow despite his ego. He asks Harvey if he really believed he could defeat him with such a raspy sword. Harvey continues to parry his opponent's attacks before jumping back to gain some room to maneuver. He reflects that due to being in the Great Duel's range, his agility and attack power have been greatly reduced. Therefore, he understands that this spearman has sufficient speed to compete even with the Windrunner. Harvey quickly realizes that if he leaves long pauses for even a second, he will suffer a crushing defeat. Meanwhile, Harvey's opponent begins to smile sincerely, feeling that he is about to win this fight. He uses the halberd skill to transform his spear into an entirely different weapon. He immediately launches a powerful attack, which Harvey manages to block at the cost of losing his balance. Feeling the incredible momentum coming from the blow, Harvey uses all his strength to recover and not fall. Suddenly, Harvey feels the skin around his eye begin to crack, as if he had been cut. He wonders what happened, realizing that the halberd has no ability to penetrate defense. Harvey quickly tries to figure out what happened, and suddenly an idea comes to his mind about what could have caused his injuries. Meanwhile, the spearman returns to the original form of his weapon and rushes forward to finish off his victim. He goes for a quick jab, but Harvey manages to dodge the attack, buying himself some time. The protagonist realizes that this is most likely a special effect of one of the totem items. Harvey notes that this man has very high-quality items and an excellent sense of combat. He also comes to the conclusion that this man has been doing this for quite a long time and has perfected his skills. However, Harvey is not going to give up and understands that he urgently needs to change tactics in this battle. By the way, in his thoughts, he rushes forward to close the distance, which causes a little surprise in the spearman. Spearman asks Harvey if he really decided to gain an advantage by closing the distance due to the loss in speed. He continues to mock Harvey, saying that his skills are too sloppy for such arrogance. With that, he uses the spearman tactics skill to launch a focused attack. He then makes a confident thrust that creates an energy beam that shoots forward. A blast wave is created where Harvey had just been, sending up clouds of dust. The player killer begins to prematurely celebrate his victory, stating that Harvey's overconfidence led him to the point where he was pulverized by the attack. However, a moment later, Harvey jumps out of the cloud of dust, demonstrating his integrity and lack of significant damage. Spearman happily shouts to Harvey that he decided to run away because he realized that he could not defeat him. He also states that in reality, all of Harvey's hopes are in vain, as he is careless even in his attempts to escape. With that, he uses the spearman's tactics skill, which allows him to create throwing darts. Carefully calculating Harvey's trajectory, he uses maximum force to launch his weapon straight at him. Harvey turns around to see what's going on and notices that he's in significant danger. The gleeful player killer orders Harvey to die immediately and watches intently as his spear closes in on his victim. This turns out to be no less destructive, and another explosion is heard, creating a curtain of dust. The player killer begins to peer into the dust cloud as it gradually dissipates, hoping to see his prey killed. His optimism remains undiminished, and he moves closer to spot Harvey's lifeless body. However, suddenly, as soon as the smoke clears completely, his optimism experimentally disappears, and he stares at Harvey in surprise. Harvey managed to block the spear flying at high speed with his thin sword. To achieve these results, he used a skill that allows him to absorb a significant portion of damage. Throwing the spear aside, Harvey notes that everything happened exactly as he expected. Looking at his opponent, he thinks that they are facing a master of player hunting who uses standard skill combinations. It also occurs to him that if he can figure out all of his techniques, he will be able to use the damage absorption skill in time. With these thoughts, he changes the grip of his weapon and adopts a special stance characteristic of spear throwing. Watching this, the spearman is surprised and understands too late what this stance is for. Meanwhile, Harvey uses the eye for an eye skill, which allows him to mimic his opponent's abilities with 80% efficiency. Harvey realizes that he can't dodge abilities that have a targeted effect status, but he can return what he took in return. A moment later, he uses a spearman skill called Spear of Justice and throws it with force at his opponent. The surprised player killer just stares at Harvey in shock, unable to move. A moment later, the spear pierces his body, knocking him off balance again and causing monstrous damage. Despite the fact that all his limbs are in place, the spearman feels the most severe pain he has ever experienced in his entire life. He then pulls out a spear from himself, which immediately turns into the Avenger's sword, and calls Harvey a damn bastard. With these words, he uses the World Conquest skill and jumps onto the spirit horse, arming himself with a spear. Taking proper aim, he shouts at Harvey that he will now make sure to finish him off once and for all. A moment later, the player-killer's horse begins to run towards Harvey, closing the distance. Unable to recover from this attack in time, Harvey decides to take a defensive stance to reduce the damage received. Even though Harvey blocked a significant portion of the damage, he still takes heavy hits that cause bleeding. Spearman asks Harvey if he felt pain from the blow and then begins to laugh heartily. He also states that this time he will turn him into a sieve with his deadly skills. However, the duration of the great duel skill suddenly ends, and Harvey regains all of his lost agility and strength. However, the player-killer continues to act very confidently in the hopes of destroying his opponent even under such conditions. Harvey confidently rushes forward and says that there is no point in his stupid speeches, since all restrictions have now been lifted. Taking advantage of his superior speed, he makes a quick dash and instantly attacks his opponent. The player-killer feels his body take even more damage from the incredible attacks. Unable to stay on his horse, he immediately falls to the ground, giving Harvey the opportunity for an additional blow. Landing on the ground, the spearman calls Harvey a real bastard and tries to reach for his spear. However, this time Harvey decides not to give his opponent a single chance and gets as close to him as possible. He states that a spearman should not even think about getting a healing item. Harvey adds that the difference in their skills isn't something he can overcome with a couple of items. Feeling his pride being trampled into the ground, the player-killer begins to grunt angrily as he looks at Harvey. Harvey decides to interrogate his opponent and asks him why he is doing such a vile thing. Harvey notes that the game is one thing, but now they're in reality, and he's out there killing people. Harvey asks the player-killer if he really gets pleasure from torturing others. Hearing these words, the player-killer begins to laugh sincerely, calling Harvey an optimistic and naive child. He asks Harvey if Harvey's relatives will recognize him after he transformed. After this, he begins to scream loudly that his whole life was taken away from him in the blink of an eye. He also notes that after he transformed into his game avatar, everyone stopped recognizing him and turned away from him. He notes that he now lives as if he had already died a long time ago, so he does not care about others. He states that he doesn't need any tasks or events because he doesn't know what's going on and just wants to destroy everything. With these words, he shouts loudly that he will definitely put an end to this madness. Suddenly, something hits the player-killer with force and he coughs up blood, feeling his life force draining rapidly. Harvey is horrified by what he just saw, realizing that someone else has intervened in their battle. Harvey's surprise is caused by the necromancer's touch, which is embedded in his opponent's body. Harvey immediately realizes that this weapon belongs to a very specific class, which he has already encountered before. Looking up, he notices the man he fought with just a few days ago approaching. The necromancer states that he was sure that Harvey would have died by this point, adding that he is very surprised that he is still alive. With that, he takes the weapon out of the defeated player, calling Harvey a trash class. Harvey glares at his opponent, watching his every move carefully. However, the Reaper behaves surprisingly calmly and continues to look at him with his cold, indifferent gaze. Harvey continues to stare at his opponent in surprise as he assesses his chances. The system notifies the Reaper that he has absorbed half of the status points and items of the user he just killed. Watching this process, Harvey does not hide his disgust and sympathizes with the killed enemy. Meanwhile, the Reaper coolly turns his gaze to Harvey and tells him that he will be next. Harvey calmly accepts that he will have to fight for his life and prepares for battle. Before the duel begins, he only asks the Reaper if his destiny is the same as that of this spearman. Harvey clarifies his question by asking if the Reaper also lost everything in his life after the transformation and is now taking revenge on the world. The player-killer looks at Harvey in surprise and asks him what the hell he suddenly started talking about. He states that he has no reason to hunt other players. He says that no matter if it's a game or reality, he will do everything to win and will not give anyone a chance to beat him. With that, he lunges forward, aiming to deliver a powerful attack to Harvey during the dash. Harvey thrusts his sword forward to block multiple attacks from his opponent at once. However, Reaper surprises Harvey with his improved speed and lands a powerful attack right on his chest. Harvey takes a quick step back, thinking about how his opponent is now much faster than he was before. As a counterattack, he catches his opponent in a mistake by using the red spike skill, which hits the Reaper. Harvey's opponent is unable to dodge this attack and loses his initiative as he is now forced to dodge. Feeling minor damage, Reaper becomes angry and calls Harvey a damn bastard. Immediately after this, a huge skull appears behind him, with an index finger sticking out of its mouth. Harvey looks at this skill in surprise and realizes that this is an unexpected ability that this class does not have. Meanwhile, the skull begins to rapidly approach Harvey with the aim of ramming him with its protruding finger. Harvey manages to dodge the attack, but the shockwave sends him flying backwards. Harvey says he finds it very hard to believe, since this skill does not belong to the Reaper class. Suddenly, a sarcastic girl appears next to him who says that unfortunately she missed. She also claims that she is a very good shooter and can aim perfectly. Looking at the girl, Harvey easily understands that a true necromancer stands before him. Another accomplice of the Reaper also arrives at the scene of the battle, saying that the necromancer has missed far from the first time. Looking at his ally, he states that her abilities are just a poor imitation of something more serious. These words immediately infuriate the necromancer, who asks her comrade if he would like to go to his forefathers right now. Looking at his new potential opponent, Harvey realizes that he is facing a Butcher-class player. However, a moment later, the Reaper's scythe stops next to the Butcher, which he deliberately holds dangerously close. The Butcher looks at the Reaper and asks him why he suddenly decided to act so strangely. He says that he has already stated more than once that he will kill anyone who stands in his way of retribution. The Butcher tells the Reaper that there was some misunderstanding, adding that they came here to catch the spearman who escaped from them. With these words, he pushes the Reaper away from himself with an axe, declaring that he does not plan to steal someone else's loot. Satisfied with such explanations, the Reaper pulls back his weapon, giving his comrade a suspicious look. However, Butcher asks Reaper if he would like to get support from them, since they also have a score to settle with this Avenger. An irritated Reaper says that they can do whatever they want, and then prepares to continue the fight with Harvey. He states that in any case, he will be the one to cut off his victim's head. With these words, he rushes forward to stun his opponent, not giving him time to react. However, Harvey's reflexes remain incredibly sharp, and he blocks the Reaper's swift attack with ease. The necromancer immediately joins the battle and plans to attack Harvey from the flank. She uses her bone needle skill to pierce Harvey's body, killing him instantly. However, Harvey manages to react and puts up a special block in time to reflect the projectiles. The Butcher also joins in this fight, swinging his huge and terrible axe. Harvey realizes that this time it will be extremely difficult for him to repel so many attacks and tries to come up with an escape plan. Meanwhile, the Butcher uses the relaxing slaughter skill to greatly increase his chances of a critical hit. A moment later, he brings his axe down on Harvey, hoping to kill him in just one critical hit. Where Harvey had just been standing, an energy blast erupts, sending chunks of asphalt flying. Watching this, the joyful necromancer shouts that Harvey is definitely dead, since no one can survive such a blow. However, a more observant Reaper realizes that something is wrong here, and Harvey most likely survived. Once the smoke clears, it turns out that one of the observers who had been watching him the whole time is standing next to Harvey. The observer sighs tiredly and says that he never thought he would have to fight in his pajamas. He also states that, despite this, his superhero landing must have looked very impressive. Immediately upon landing, he uses the Dragon Hunter's Sanctuary skill, which disables the owner but completely nullifies damage from any attacks within a small radius. Harvey takes a close look at his savior and realizes that his weapons and skills are very unique. Harvey states that he is facing one of the rarest classes in the game, the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer smiles and says that Harvey's guess was correct, noting that he has a good eye. Ergosphere Online features a huge variety of classes which are determined by the player's fighting style, weapons, and skills. Classes also have their own development branches, and, for example, any warrior can develop into a Butcher subclass or a Swordmaster class. However, additional features and subclasses are still not fully explored by players, and only 84 classes are currently open. Among all the classes, the conditions to achieve the Dragon Slayer class and some others are still unknown. The Dragon Slayer says that he really does have a very rare class, and then adds that the same can be said about Harvey. He states that few heroes choose such a complex class as the Avenger due to the high demands on quick decision-making. Immediately after this, he says that they should talk about this later, since now he has to protect Harvey. With these words, he takes his sword out of the asphalt and says that his main job is to destroy such insects. Seeing this, the butcher understands that they are in a difficult situation, and now they will have to fight very strong opponents. He tries to warn his comrades that there is a dragon here now that will use a large-range stun ability. Meanwhile, the Dragon Slayer is already starting to prepare his skill to give his opponents no chance to win. Once charged with enough mana, he uses the Dragon Silence skill and releases waves of destructive energy. Player hunters fail to react in time and are affected by this skill. The butcher holds a massive axe in front of him to slightly negate the effects of this powerful skill. Harvey is surprised at how powerful this class can be, as he has never seen it in action before. The Dragon Slayer tells Harvey that he is quite satisfied with the result, and then demands that he choose his reward. He adds that otherwise they will have to fight the minions of chaos with just the two of them, which is a very difficult task. Harvey states that he can't just finish this task because he has friends who need help. The Dragon Slayer says that there is no need to worry about your friends, as they are definitely safe. To calm Harvey down, he says that his friend, who has the monk class, is already healing them using his blessings. The Dragon Slayer once again reminds Harvey to choose a reward to end this duel immediately. However, a moment later, the Reaper's demonic familiar appears from the smoke and is about to attack the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer turns around and realizes that the Reaper must have used the skill before he was stunned. Looking at the rapidly approaching threat, he understands that he will not have time to dodge, and now he will have to take damage. However, the Dragon Slayer is aided by his fellow monk, who uses the skill of the Demon Crushing Palm. This skill turns out to be incredibly powerful, and the demonic familiar instantly begins to fall apart. The reason for this is the monk's incredible training and his ability to concentrate power in his hands at the right moment. The Dragon Slayer happily praises his comrade, saying that he came to the rescue at the right time. Suddenly, Harvey hears Astra's voice calling out loudly to get his attention. Offended, he looks at his ally and tries to understand if everything is okay with her. Astra states that the people who helped them with this task are already healed, so Harvey can choose the reward for the task. Harvey tells Astra that he now understands everything, and then decides to proceed to the reward selection screen. Finally, he decides to ask the Dragon Slayer who they are and why they decided to help them in such a difficult moment. The Dragon Slayer says that he accidentally forgot to tell him who they really are. The quest exit procedure starts, and the Dragon Slayer states that they belong to the Reason Guild. He also adds that they will meet them again very soon, as they have interested them. The Dragon Slayer says that the reason for this is because his comrade gave them the highest efficiency scores. The scene moves to a small sports complex, which is equipped with a very comfortable swimming pool. Most people go to this pool every day to maintain a healthy lifestyle, without even realizing that they are training with one of the strongest people on the planet. After some time, Margaret appears from the pool with a tattoo on her back associated with her guild. She exhales tensely after a tough swimming workout to keep her muscles toned. Suddenly, her wrist device, which looks like a smartwatch, starts beeping as if someone is calling it. She learns that she is receiving a call from a monk-class guild member named Fred, who has come to the aid of Harvey and Astra. Margaret asks him how it went. Fred replies that despite some unforeseen circumstances, they followed the stated goals closely. Margaret settles into a small chair and asks Fred what he thinks of the guys they were following. Fred states that he watched them with Carl and they both agreed that the Avenger and the Maze Master could prove very useful. Fred also adds that the Avenger particularly interested him because of his amazing actions. From Fred's point of view, this player has absolutely no fear of risky battles, as he has looked death straight in the face more than once. After listening to Fred's report, Margaret states that a player with the Avenger class can be described as a wild beast. Fred agrees with Margaret's verdict, noting that he has good reflexes and could be a very useful tool in their fight. Fred says that Margaret should not hesitate and try to recruit these players as quickly as possible before they become even stronger. He notes that he is usually much more reserved when it comes to recruiting new members. Carl decides to play a prank on Fred and tells him that someone definitely likes kids who play games on the hardest mode. Fred tells Carl to shut up, then tells Margaret that there is one more thing he needs to tell them. With these words, he declares that the minions of chaos have once again emerged from their holes and are trying to implement their mysterious plans. The girl thinks about it and asks Fred if he is 100% sure of this information. Fred replies that he wouldn't have mentioned it unless he was sure and had double-checked it several times. He also adds that all this leads to the fact that most likely they will soon have to fight with an entire guild. Margaret realizes that fighting the guild is a very dangerous undertaking that could result in the death of a huge number of people. Without thinking twice, she says that she will prepare a meeting place, adding that Fred should notify the rest of the guild about the possible addition to the ranks. Margaret also states that the minions of chaos behave like impatient animals who do not understand what they are doing. Looking around, she realizes that these people cannot be pacified or negotiated with, since they only understand the language of force. Rising from her chair, Margaret declares that if the minions of chaos have bared their fangs, then they have no choice but to hunt them. After some time, the scene moves to one of the houses on the outskirts of the city, where other people very rarely visit. This location makes this place very convenient for various criminal elements who can find refuge here. Typically, no law enforcement officer would venture into the area without very serious grounds or backup. This is why Margaret managed to capture one of the minions of chaos in order to interrogate him thoroughly. Kang appears in front of the exhausted fighter, looking at him carefully, preparing to continue the interrogation. Margaret enters the room and asks him if Kang managed to get this prisoner to talk during the time she was gone. Kang replies that despite being interrogated under intense pressure and going without sleep for hundreds of hours, the man still hasn't cracked. Margaret looks thoughtfully at the prisoner and says that in that case they will have to resort to more radical measures. With these words, she kicks the captive with all her might, causing him to fall to the floor along with the chair. While tied up, the captive is unable to maintain his balance and falls loudly onto the concrete floor. Margaret immediately draws her blade, which begins to emit warm energy, and declares that she will now explain the rules to the prisoner, so he must listen carefully. She says that from now on she will continue to stab him with her sword until he is on the verge of death, after which she will heal him with the green of restoration and continue this until he tells her everything he knows. She also states that once she gives him the potion, he will have a chance to speak, adding that she currently has 5 potions. Finally, she says that if he can tell the necessary information in these 5 attempts, he will win this game. With these words, she begins to slowly cut her captive, stating that they only want to know 2 things. Margaret says that they need to find out the location of the Chaos Minions base, as well as the personal information of their leader. The prisoner begins to panic and says that he knows nothing because he is at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Margaret smiles and says that this information is useless to her, adding that there are no exceptions in this game. With these words, she puts on her gloves and says that she hasn't done anything fun for a long time, since she hasn't been offered any bones lately. She also asks whether she should try to kill him with skills she doesn't normally use or use a deadly poison. The prisoner understands that he has found himself in an extremely difficult situation, and that in front of him is a real sadist who will stop at nothing. After some time, a loud cry of a prisoner is heard within the walls of this house, but no one pays attention to it. Meanwhile, the next day, Harvey and Astra decide to meet again at school to discuss the details of what happened. After waiting until the end of the school day, they finally decide to take a walk down the hallway and go outside. Harvey tells Astra that he is very interested in learning more about the people of the Reason Guild, as they seem like pretty kind players to him. Astra states that this guild is in the top 3 strongest guilds in the game, noting that the number of members reaches 800. Astra also informs Harvey that this guild only performed normal activities like raids or guild battles, but this does not mean that they will now continue to limit themselves to only these activities. From Astra's perspective, with the Horizon event approaching, this guild may try to do other activities to gain an advantage. Harvey agrees that people go crazy when money is on the line, after which Astra confirms his arguments and suggests keeping his distance by not getting involved with them. The 2 best friends' conversation is interrupted by Tyler, who calls out to Harvey to get his attention. Harvey looks at his friend in surprise and asks what he wants. Tyler continues to look at Harvey with the same cold gaze and asks him to walk with him for a while, as they need to talk. Astra, angry, looks at Tyler and loudly asks what the hell he wants with Harvey after everything that happened. Tyler says that Astra shouldn't get involved in these matters since this conversation is only for Harvey. Astra continues to glare at Tyler, calling him a little brat who only gets in their way. However, Harvey doesn't answer and takes a step forward, realizing that he needs to do this. Astra looks at Harvey in surprise and asks if he is really going to follow Tyler. Harvey smiles and says that Tyler didn't threaten to kill him, so it would be strange if he ran away after offering to talk. He adds that even if another ambush awaits him, he can now easily deal with something like this. With these words, he states that he will call Astra as soon as he finishes the conversation, and they will continue their conversation. After a while, Harvey and Tyler leave the main road and reach a small road bridge. Tyler and Harvey remained silent the entire time, making their short walk increasingly awkward. Harvey is the first to break the silence and asks Tyler what he wanted to tell him. Tyler looks at Harvey and asks if he heard that Francis was seriously injured and is still in the hospital from that fight. Harvey admits frankly that this is the first time he has heard that Francis has not yet recovered. Tyler states that Francis has several broken bones and will now need a long time to recover. Tyler also says that the main problem is that Francis's parents now want to sue Harvey. Harvey is very surprised by this turn of events, stating that Francis had never worried before that fights between him and Harvey could lead to something like this. Tyler says Francis wanted to be an athlete, and at first he wasn't going to tell the police, but he recently changed his mind. Tyler adds that it's been a few weeks since then, so he doesn't know what the police think about it. From Tyler's perspective, Harvey can expect, at best, expulsion, and at worst, imprisonment. Harvey doesn't like this information at all, and he realizes that he's probably in serious trouble. Astra, who had been quietly following them all this time and was now eavesdropping on the conversation between Tyler and Harvey, is also unpleasantly surprised by this information. Suddenly, Tyler tells Harvey that this situation is not as hopeless as he thinks. He then adds that Francis's parents took legal advice from his father's firm. Harvey looks at Tyler in surprise and asks if he means to say that his father is in charge of this case. Tyler confirms that Harvey is right, and there is still a way out of this unpleasant situation for him. The young man says with confidence in his voice that he can convince an affiliated lawyer to talk Francis's parents out of suing Harvey in exchange for a settlement. Harvey begins to become wary and asks what is written in this peace agreement. What are its terms? Tyler replies that this agreement is not written on paper, and he can simply put in a good word for it with his father. With these words, he smiles and adds that for this, of course, there is one important condition. Tyler informs Harvey that to do this, he must go to Francis and apologize to him on his knees. Harvey looks at Tyler in surprise and asks if he is seriously offering him something like that. He recalls Francis knocking him down countless times, getting incredible pleasure from dominating the weaker man. He asks Tyler again if he should apologize to a man like Francis. Tyler continues to stand his ground and calmly states that after Harvey apologizes, he will convince Francis's parents to drop the lawsuit. Tyler also argues that Harvey doesn't really have much reason to feel morally right in this situation. Without thinking twice, Astra says that in fact, everything that happened is Harvey's fault. This information throws Harvey off balance, and he asks Tyler again if he really thinks that way. As Harvey says this out loud, he begins to tremble before looking down at the floor and becoming lost in thought. Meanwhile, an angry Tyler reflects on how this expression suits Harvey much better. He remembers watching Harvey before, who was always a loser and had a streak of bad luck. Tyler also admits that he always enjoyed watching Harvey get bullied. From Tyler's point of view, this expression always suited Harvey, since he was on the lowest level. The bastard doesn't hide his smile and reflects that no matter the circumstances, Harvey won't be able to do anything about it. Tyler reflects with undisguised pleasure on the fact that if you don't have power or money, then you'll always have to be a nobody. Harvey falls silent without saying a word, continuing to look rather sad as he considers all of his possible courses of action. However, after a while, he becomes very angry and tells Tyler that Francis can try to sue him if he wants to. He also adds confidently that he doesn't feel he needs to apologize to people like Francis. In Harvey's view, Francis not only bullied him countless times, but also committed an unforgivable act. Harvey reminds Tyler that Francis tried to hit Astra, who was trying to help him get out of another fight. Harvey states that he can bear anything as long as he is the only one suffering. Of course, such a thing is unforgivable. He repeats that he will never forgive anyone who tries to harm others because of him. Determination continues to fill Harvey's body, and he says that Tyler should go to Francis and tell him to go to hell. There is a moment of silence between the two heroes, and Astra listens intently to hear their dialogue. Tyler asks Harvey if he cares what the police investigation results are. Harvey states that if Tyler is trying to blackmail him with something like that, then he will not fall for such provocations. He also says that eventually, if the police start looking into the reasons behind this incident, he will have no choice but to tell the truth. Harvey points out that Tyler, more than anyone, should know that in this case, the advantage will not be on Francis's side. Tyler glares at Harvey, realizing that his typical blackmail has completely failed and had no effect. Meanwhile, Harvey turns around and declares that if Tyler has nothing more to say, then their conversation is over. Tyler continues to glare at Harvey for a moment, knowing he won't let a man like that get away with it. He asks Harvey what will happen to his precious little sister in that case. Harvey turns around in surprise, and Tyler states that if the police start an investigation, it means Harvey's sister will find out about him being abused, and it could break her. Tyler starts playing with fire again, but Harvey looks at him with distrust. Tyler says that despite being suddenly orphaned, Harvey's sister tried very hard to provide herself and her younger brother with a decent life. However, from Tyler's point of view, he doesn't know what will happen to this girl if she finds out that her brother was an outcast and was bullied. Tyler angrily asks Harvey if this information won't shatter Harvey's sister into tiny pieces. This time, despair completely leaves Harvey's body, and his being is filled with incredible anger towards Tyler. Barely containing his rage, he says that it turns out Tyler knew everything about his family situation. Tyler asks Harvey if it wasn't obvious since they went to the same school. However, this information only worsens Harvey's condition, and he begins to get even angrier. Without thinking twice, he grabs Tyler and forces him against the wall to ask a few questions. Unable to control his own rage, Harvey asks Tyler why the hell he didn't do anything. Tyler smiles, pleased that his manipulations have finally had some effect on Harvey, and asks what he was supposed to do. Harvey states that if Tyler knew about what happened in his family, then he shouldn't have stood by and watched it happen. From Harvey's point of view, Tyler could stop anyone who tried to bully him at any moment. Harvey reminds Tyler that he was the leader in their company and everyone obeyed him without question. Astra listens attentively to this heartbreaking story from Harvey's side and tries not to make a sound. Meanwhile, Tyler falls silent for a moment as if deep in thought. However, after a few moments, a smile appears on his face again, and he asks why he decided so. Harvey is surprised, and Tyler asks again why he should have done any of the things suggested. Harvey sadly states that he and Tyler used to have a completely different relationship. He reminds Tyler that once upon a time they were friends and got along great. Harvey asks Tyler if he never felt sorry for him and wanted to help him in such a difficult situation. He also adds that if Tyler didn't care about Harvey, he could have done so solely out of respect for his sister. Tyler begins to feel like his manipulations are getting the better of him as Harvey loosens his grip slightly. He finally calmly states that he never thought of Harvey as his friend. He asks Harvey how someone like him could even remotely be his comrade or friend. Tyler claims that he has a lot of things, but Harvey is an orphan who doesn't even have parents. From Tyler's point of view, he and Harvey are on completely different levels. Tyler then asks Harvey to be more reasonable and states that he only played with him as a child because he was bored. He also adds that Astra most likely thinks about Harvey in exactly the same way. Tyler reminds that Astra is a lot of different things and was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Harvey can't believe his ears and continues to listen to Tyler's words about Astra seeing him as another toy to play with for a while. Tyler concludes by stating that he never cared about people like Harvey or his sister because they were just trash. Tyler smiles and says that people like that will always be destroyed and will never achieve anything, no matter how hard they try. From his point of view, Harvey and his sister are living a completely worthless life and no one will remember them. He also adds that they are so insignificant that he cannot even see them from his height. Words like these absolutely piss Harvey off, and while Tyler thought it would crush the protagonist, it ends up having the exact opposite effect. Within moments, Harvey concentrates and delivers a powerful punch straight to Tyler's face. Harvey doesn't hold back, applying force, causing Tyler to fly forward several meters and fall onto the asphalt. Harvey, disappointed, states that he actually thought Tyler had fallen in with the wrong crowd for a while. After this, he adds that apparently his sincere hopes were absolutely irrational and mistaken. This time, Harvey looks at Tyler with a disappointed and cold-blooded look, stating that Tyler has gotten involved with the same degenerates as himself. Tyler smiles, stubbornly asking Harvey if he's trying to play on his pity and get an apology. A moment later, he quickly rises to his feet and rushes forward to beat up Harvey. However, Harvey calmly allows Tyler to approach, stating that he is not interested in an apology from a subhuman like Tyler. A moment later, he delivers a powerful counterattack that reaches Tyler's face and splits his lip. Tyler flies back in shock, trying to understand how he could lose to a man like Harvey. He once again finds himself on the ground because of his long-term and overly arrogant attitude. Harvey once again reiterates that an apology from a man like Tyler will not change anything in his attitude. After this, he declares that he will get even with Tyler regardless of the circumstances. With that, he turns around and says that one day he will be the person who looks down on Tyler from a height he will never reach in his life. After this, Harvey decides to head home, and a calm and quiet night gradually hangs over the city. He walks down the alley thinking about what he must do to avoid prosecution. He is haunted by the displeasure that the man whom he naively considered a friend turned out to be such a rotten degenerate. Astra continues to follow Harvey and approaches him with her usual stealth and secrecy. Getting close, she loads her BB gun and points it at Harvey, ordering him to put his hands up. She immediately declares that if Harvey does not apologize from the spot, she will shoot, and a moment later imitates the sound of a gunshot. Blowing imaginary smoke off her index finger, she says it was an incredibly clean shot, causing Harvey to ask her what she was doing, noting that he didn't even move. Astra replies that from behind, Harvey's head looked like an object begging to be shot. Harvey asks her why she decided that, and the girl begins to look at him intently without saying a word. After a while, she asks Harvey if he really was friends with Tyler when they were kids. Harvey looks at Astra in surprise, and she apologizes to him, saying that she followed him because she was worried and also overheard their conversation. Astra is a little nervous as their conversation sounded like a very sensitive topic, but Harvey states that there is nothing to apologize for. He also adds that there is nothing wonderful about this story, because in the end, he just feels bad that he trusted a person like Tyler. Astra asks Harvey if he and Tyler were close during their short friendship. Harvey briefly reminisces and says that during their friendship they were quite close friends and went to the same elementary and middle school. He also recalls that in elementary school they played every day after school, which made them almost best friends. After this, Harvey says that everything changed when they got to middle school and Tyler started hanging out with the popular kids. Astra suggests that this is when the bullying of Harvey began. The protagonist states that at first Tyler simply took him along to hang out with the other guys, but in the end, it all came down to this. Astra says that he shouldn't feel guilty because it's always the aggressor who is to blame for what happens, not the victim. She also notes that the traitors should feel guilty, not those whose trust they betrayed. Harvey looks at Astra in surprise and says that these words sound quite reasonable, and he agrees with them. Astra looks up at Harvey and briefly reminisces about Harvey's conversation with Tyler. She remembers Tyler's words about how Astra probably thinks about Harvey in the same way and perceives him as just a toy. These thoughts unsettle Astra, and she says that she wanted to talk to Harvey about something important. She states that if Harvey doesn't have any plans that evening, they can come over to her place and have some ramen. Harvey stares at Astra in surprise, trying to understand why the girl suddenly decided to invite him over. He honestly admits that he doesn't understand why the sudden conversation came to this point, since he no longer understands its logic. She shyly clutches her curls and says she just wanted to make some ramen for no apparent reason. A few moments later, she suddenly raises her voice and asks Harvey if he has forgotten that he may soon be sued. Harvey responsibly states that this is his problem alone, so he must deal with it alone. However, Astra immediately rejects Harvey's decision, saying that if she is arrested, she will lose a valuable teammate, and this is unacceptable to her. Astra says that, to paraphrase her words, they have a task ahead of them that they must solve together as a quest for the group. Harvey stares at Astra in surprise, trying to figure out what's going on in this girl's mind and why she's suddenly become so active. He states that in that case they can discuss the terms of this task over the phone, but Astra insists that eating ramen together is also part of the task. Meanwhile, the scene moves to one of the mansions, where the mysterious plans of the Minions of Chaos begin to unfold. Being quite an influential force, this guild can afford expensive apartments with appropriate conditions. The necromancer girl brings the Reaper into the apartment, having first blindfolded him with a rag and tied his hands. The butcher encourages the Reaper by saying that they have finally arrived at their destination, and then praises him for his patience. The Reaper says he has heard enough praise, then demands that the blindfold be removed and his hands be freed. The butcher claims that he can remove the bandage, but freeing his hands may be difficult, as the Reaper has many nasty skills. I smile evilly and call the butcher a pathetic coward, stating that he was lied to and promised that this skill would only work until they reached their shelter. Suddenly, voices are heard from the second floor of this rich apartment ordering the butcher to untie the Reaper. The butcher looks at his boss in surprise and asks if he is sure that this is worth doing. The Chaos Faction commander says that this man has come a long way, so he needs to be untied so that we can talk face to face. The butcher says that despite the commander's arguments, this man can still be dangerous. Reaper smiles and says that even though he didn't plan on drinking any tea with the Chaos representatives, it seems like there really is a commander standing in front of him, since his words make sense. Within a moment, the Reaper confidently declares that the Chaos commander is of the Emperor class. After the Reaper is untied, he removes his blindfold and states that he has always wanted to see a person with this class, at least once. The Chaos Emperor states that this is a great coincidence, as he also really wanted to meet the Reaper, and then calls him by the name Andrew. After a while, the Emperor of Chaos takes out a tray and pours tea into 2 small mugs. Taking his own, he looks at Andrew and asks him if he would like to have at least some tea with him. He claims to have made some very good quality tea after hearing that Andrew would be visiting them today. Andrew, true to form, states that he has no use for the measly tea leaves and asks the Chaos Emperor to tell him why he was summoned here. The Chaos Emperor says that there was no particular reason for this, adding that he simply wanted to have some tea while conversing with his new ally. Andrew doesn't like this approach at all, and he starts to get angry, deciding to show who's boss here. He summons his weapon and demands that the Chaos Emperor stop acting like a jerk and finally share the information he needs. Andrew confidently asks the Emperor of Chaos if he should break their alliance and kill him first. The Emperor of Chaos smiles and says that Andrew really does attack every person without thinking about the consequences. The Emperor calls Andrew a cliché of the kind of villain described in children's fairy tales, adding that he really likes people of that type. Andrew looks at the Chaos Emperor impatiently and asks him if this is all he was called here for. Andrew's interlocutor replies that if he doesn't like such conversations, then they can get to know each other better while discussing business matters. With these words, he smiles and says that Andrew is a high school student and is a murderer. This knowledge of Andrew's non-gaming past unsettles him greatly, and he begins to fill with rage. He rushes forward to finish off the Chaos Emperor, completely oblivious to where he is. In a rage, he shouts that he will kill the Emperor and all his minions in just a few minutes. However, the Emperor of Chaos is completely unimpressed by such threats and only laughs, saying that he really likes Andrew. He states that Andrew, like any classic villain, even has a dark past, after which he adds that, nevertheless, this is not enough. Andrew quickly approaches the Emperor, swinging his scythe, but his decision to use his kneeling ability proves fatal. A moment later, Andrew stops and falls to his knees, unable to move from his spot. He wonders what this skill is and why he can't move no matter how hard he tries. The Chaos Emperor states that truly great villains must have an ambitious plan that is different from other ideologies. He adds that this plan must be so noble as to destroy the plans of other people in the blink of an eye. He kneels down next to the immobilized Andrew and asks him if he understands what he is talking about, also adding that Andrew is just part of the game system. He says it looks like Andrew is the villain waiting in line, which is funny and stupid. After this, he says that he has one thing to do with Andrew that will help him carry out his plan. The back door appears behind the Emperor, and he states that if Andrew fulfills this request, he will learn how to open these doors. He also notes that this will allow him to get rid of the system, asking Andrew if this is an intriguing proposition. Andrew continues to be filled with rage, but he pauses to think about the proposal. The Chaos Operator states that Andrew can refuse after hearing his proposal, adding that he still wants to hear the answer. After that, he says with a little melancholy in his voice that the smell of good tea weakens incredibly quickly. Meanwhile, the scene moves to a house inhabited mainly by rich people. Harvey and Astra walk through well-lit corridors, and the protagonist realizes that he has never been in such an apartment in his life. Upon entering the apartment, they put on special slippers to make it easier for them to move around. Astra states that she will go change and invites Harvey to make himself at home, to which he, a little shyly, agrees. Looking around, he is mentally surprised that the ceilings here are so high, remembering that he has only seen such ceilings in TV series. After this, he takes a few more steps forward and stumbles upon something very interesting. Harvey's attention is drawn to a family photograph of Astra's parents with their daughter. On closer inspection, Harvey realizes that Astra was still in high school at the time and had a shorter haircut. Looking at the photograph, Harvey comes to the conclusion that Astra is an only child. Harvey's thoughts are interrupted by Astra, who calls out loudly to get his attention. She asks the boy how many packs of ramen he wants, to which he replies that they will need 4 packs between the two of them. As Harvey approaches the dinner table, he reflects on the fact that he was really only talking to Astra about the game. He continues to look at his ally and realizes that he never asked anything about her. Harvey wonders why a girl who lives in such a huge house would risk her life playing such games. After some time, he remembers Astra's words about a harem of idols and a secret garden where only she would live, and wonders if she really wants something like that. After this, he again turns away from fantasies about her desires and turns his gaze to Astra. He genuinely wonders what Astra is thinking about right now as she opens another pack of ramen. After some time, Harvey and Astra finish their dinner, which was surprisingly very tasty. Harvey honestly says that ramen is always good no matter when it is eaten, to which Astra only agrees. She says with a smile that she always feels better when she eats ramen after a hard day. Harvey looks at Astra in surprise and mentally notes that she is especially kind today. Noticing that the girl has started to clear the table, he stands up and rolls up his sleeves, saying that he will help her. Astra smiles and says that she can handle it herself, since there is nothing difficult about it. Harvey continues to watch Astra and asks her when her parents will be back. In response to this, Astra only calmly replies that no one knows, since they always return very late. She also says that there are days when her parents come early, but this is rare, and usually in the evenings she is completely alone. Harvey suggests that in that case, Astra probably has a housekeeper who lives with her and helps her cook. Astra blushes slightly and asks Harvey why he thought the house was full of servants, then calls him a fool. But then he turns away and says that there are special people who help around the house, but they don't come every day. Harvey states that he was simply surprised, as he thought that Astra and her family would get together in the evening and have other people do everything for them. He also says that it never occurred to him that Astra would wash the dishes herself. A frustrated Astra turns to Harvey and says that he never spoke about her like that. Harvey looks at Astra in surprise and she sadly looks down, declaring that she is not that kind of person. She adds that despite the fact that she has lived more comfortably than others since birth, she is not the kind of person who will help others. From Astra's point of view, she would not do this under any circumstances, even if she had a lot of money. She then tells Harvey that she never thought of him as a fun toy to play with or throw away. Harvey looks at Astra in surprise, while she continues to look at the floor, embarrassed to look at his face. He reflects that now it has become clear to him why she is so kind today. Harvey quickly figures out that she was very upset by the words Tyler said about her. Tyler tried to pick on Harvey by saying that Astra was only playing with him now because she thought he was funny. Putting all the factors together in his head, Harvey realizes that Astra might have gotten the wrong impression of him after this conversation. Without thinking twice, he states that he never thought that Astra would act this way towards him. Looking sincerely at Astra, he says that in his opinion, she is not that kind of person at all. Afterwards, he remembers that Astra helped him when he was being bullied and also saved him from the player killer and agreed to his plan during the mission. Harvey also says that if other people consider Astra to be just a rich girl, then he is not one of them. Harvey sincerely states that he first met Astra when she was a master of the labyrinths and a great companion. These words make Astra feel embarrassed, and the girl immediately tells Harvey that he is starting to embarrass her a lot. After this, she asks him what all that nonsense about washing dishes was, adding that he does have a prejudice after all. Harvey scratches his head, saying that he meant to say something completely different. He states that what he really wanted to say was that he hadn't imagined her in an apron until that moment, but that had changed now. Harvey notes that from his point of view, Astra looks very good when she wears it. Hearing these words, Astra immediately begins to feel even more embarrassed. Her face turns red. She yells loudly at Harvey and asks him if he really wants to die, calling him a pervert along the way. Meanwhile, the scene moves a few houses south as Tyler lives in this wealthy area. Defeated, he returns home to somehow lick his wounds. When he reaches the door of his apartment, he stops, discovering that standing next to it is someone he knows very well. This man turns out to be his father, who at first does not even notice the approach of his own son. Tyler addresses him, and then the man turns around, wearily adjusting his glasses. He immediately hands Tyler the bags, claiming that they were a gift from his grandmother, which she made herself. Tyler asks his father why he is doing this personally, reminding him that the housekeeper has been doing it all this time. Father Tyler says he was passing by and decided to stop by because he was really curious about how he was getting by here alone. Taking a closer look, he asks Tyler what happened to his face, asking if someone hit him. Tyler replies that it's nothing, and there's no need to worry about it, as the wound will heal soon. However, Tyler's father easily guesses that his son is trying to hide something from him. He gathers his strength and becomes even more cold-blooded than ever, stating that this does not surprise him. He states that Tyler obviously takes after his mother, which causes the would-be leader of the hooligans to feel inwardly horrified. With these words, he begins to leave in disappointment, stating that he doesn't expect anything good from Tyler anyway. He also tells Tyler that he should at least act in a way that his father doesn't have to apologize for his behavior. He sternly asks Tyler if he understood his words, to which a humiliated Tyler replies that he understood everything perfectly. Dad says that it's only the first semester, so if Tyler wants to change schools, they'll find another one. He also says that Tyler would be happy to go abroad, and then asks his son what he is doing in a regular school. As he leaves, he states that Tyler is the son of the elite and must therefore behave accordingly. These words put incredible pressure on Tyler, and he clenches his teeth to keep from bursting into tears right there in the hallway. Meanwhile, the mysterious blogger continues to go live and greet his viewers. He points to a mysterious place behind him and states that there was a strong explosion here recently. After that, he looks closely at the screen of his camera and asks his viewers if they have already decided to unsubscribe because the content turned out to be boring. He immediately yells at his viewers, saying that this is actually how great mysteries are investigated. He claims that if any of his followers met him in real life and condemned his case, a fight would break out. After this, he notes that this is not actually the case, since he himself is tired of this monotony. He states that there is nothing to do in such a place, and that is why he has prepared something special today. With these words, he solemnly announces that he has recently been thinking about the causes of some isolated events and has come to the conclusion that it is all about cheese. He immediately asks himself an imaginary question: could a fermented milk product really have something to do with the mysterious explosion? He states that all viewers need to read the books because cheese really is simple. After that, he immediately says that there is actually one theory that is not as tasty as its name suggests. With these words, he states that in theory, the universe looks like sliced cheese, influenced by other universes piled on top of each other like slices. Immediately after this, he again asks himself what this has to do with it and how it differs from the idea of parallel universes. He immediately answers himself, stating that in fact another world, the existence of which we do not suspect, is not just a theory, but a significant factor influencing much in this world. Meanwhile, Tyler decides to dive into Ergosphere Online to at least somehow dispel his worries. Due to heavy loads in real life, he starts bleeding, but this does not stop him. This game turns out to be the only place where Tyler can now entertain himself after the humiliating defeat. As a marksman executioner, he was able to slay a huge monster, and now he can celebrate his victory. However, Tyler's face still retains an indifferent expression, as nothing makes him happy anymore. Suddenly, he hears a few steps behind him and looks around suspiciously so as not to be caught off guard. He points the gun at the man standing next to him and stares at him in surprise. The player asks Tyler not to shoot him, as he is not a monster, but was just running past. Tyler doesn't say a word, but he raises his weapon, thus demonstrating a relatively peaceful mood. The player smiles, says that Tyler scared him, and tries to hide his unfriendly intentions behind a smile. He immediately compliments Tyler, saying that he is a very skilled player since he was able to defeat an ogre who usually plays in pairs. He also states that Tyler is very cool, since he gives a very good reward for this quest. However, Tyler asks the unknown player to leave him alone. The player is surprised and asks why he is so rude to other people. Tyler states that he doesn't want to talk to other people, asking if he needs to repeat it twice for it to sink in. The player chuckles and says that it looks like Tyler was having a really bad day. He immediately apologizes to Tyler for disturbing him. However, a moment later, he says that most likely Tyler expects exactly this kind of answer in this situation. Within moments, he pulls out his gun and declares that he actually plans to rob Tyler for his arrogance. However, Tyler calmly turns around and begins firing his weapon at the attacking player. These shots are very accurate, and the rogue is instantly thrown to the side due to strong inertia. To prevent his opponent from escaping, Tyler uses the executioner skill, which allows him to stun his target. Having received an incredible amount of damage, the player falls to the ground, unable to rise from it. He clears his throat, stating that Tyler really scared him with all those special effects. However, upon closer inspection, he realizes that Tyler is a much more skilled player than he initially thought. A massive headless familiar appears behind Tyler, its arms deformed into crystalline blades. Without thinking twice, Tyler takes aim at the player and uses the executioner's ultimate skill, Robespierre's guillotine. The player who just sneak-attacked Tyler begs for mercy, saying he was wrong. As a final appeal to reason, he says that if Tyler kills him, he will immediately become a player killer and receive a serious fine. However, Tyler coldly replies that he doesn't really see any downsides to it for himself. Immediately after this, he says that the player has chosen his own fate and orders him to die. Within moments, Tyler's familiar performs its ultimate skill, unleashing its blades on the player. When these huge blades hit, a huge explosion is heard, which raises dust several meters high. Tyler calmly watches his opponent's disappearing body, which lies in a crater, mutilated by powerful blows. The system informs Tyler that he has just attacked another user and is banned from using city stores for the next 56 hours. The system also states that if he continues to accumulate penalty points while the punishment is in effect, he will be forcibly transported to the Island of Chaos. Tyler calls all these players fucking idiots and feels his hatred for them filling him up. He also remembers Harvey and wonders where these people come from to talk to him. Suddenly, a cheerful voice comes from behind him declaring that Tyler is being very cool. Tyler immediately turns around and takes aim at the stranger, who nevertheless behaves absolutely calmly. The stranger claims that Tyler pulled the trigger regardless of the consequences, which is a very impressive outcome. He also says that if Tyler has time, he can offer him something, asking if he would be willing to have a little conversation. Tyler asks the stranger what he wants, then says that if he is threatened, the stranger will share the fate of this rogue. The stranger smiles and says that this is not true, since he does not intend to fight them at all. After this, the stranger purses his lips and says that he really wants to get to know Tyler as closely as possible. In response, Tyler silently pulls the trigger of his crossbow and shoots a hole through the stranger's head. A few seconds later, he calls the stranger a smart bastard who almost made him want to puke. However, a moment later, the stranger appears behind Tyler, saying that he is a real daredevil who shot the stranger in the face. Tyler turns around in shock, not understanding how this player was able to come back to life in a matter of seconds. However, in response to this, the stranger only flies into the air, which surprises Tyler even more. The mysterious man says that he is a recruit for a guild, and then calls Tyler by his real name. He states that he has been watching him for a long time and thinks that his abilities will be of good use in their guild. Tyler looks at the stranger with irritation and tells him that he should leave him alone because he is not interested in other guilds. The stranger says that this is a very sad outcome of events because he wanted to tell him something very interesting. He also says that an event with a 20 billion won reward will happen soon. He also talks about the amazing ability to transfer his game character into reality, which greatly surprises Tyler. Tyler can't believe his ears and asks the stranger what kind of nonsense he's talking about. However, a memory immediately appears before his eyes, in which Harvey confidently fights Francis as if he were in a game. The stranger smiles and says that you will have to pay for additional information and invites Tyler to come to the Island of Chaos. The stranger states that if Tyler manages to kill all the playkillers on the island and reach the top of the tower, he will tell him more. After this, the stranger smiles and says that Tyler will have to try a little harder if he wants to hear something interesting. With these words, he uses his teleportation skill and says that he and Tyler will see each other again. The stranger disappears, leaving Tyler alone with his disturbing thoughts and experiences. He immediately remembers that Harvey suddenly changed his appearance and began to possess incredible fighting skills. He looks around and wonders if this loser has transferred his body into reality. The next day, Harvey and Astra decide to take a walk together to discuss their next plan of action. Astra carefully reads the messages sent to her by her relatives regarding the following legal matters. Astra tells Harvey that she asked her cousin, who told her that if Harvey could prove that he was abused, he would not be arrested. Astra also says that everything can be resolved if she testifies in his favor, so Harvey can rest easy. Harvey lets out a relaxed breath. Feeling like this information actually makes him feel better. Harvey admits that he stayed up all night thinking about how he might end up in jail, after which Astra laughs at him, saying that he is not so brave now. However, suddenly Astra's attention is drawn to something very strange, and she stops in her tracks. She approaches Harvey and asks him why there is a sports car parked outside their school, after which the protagonist suggests that someone won it in a lottery. Astra immediately smiles and says that this could be a gift from Harvey to Astra, to which he replies that for this he will have to kill about 100 monsters. A moment later, the air rises nearby and a female voice addresses Harvey and Astra. Margaret approaches the sports car and greets our heroes, not hiding her high spirits. After this, she slightly adjusts her stylish glasses and says that she expected them to come for the second lesson. Astra looks at Margaret in surprise and asks Harvey if he knows this woman, to which he honestly admits that he sees her for the first time. He also says that nevertheless he has an idea who this woman might be. These words immediately make Astra think the same thoughts, and she wonders if this is true. Taking a closer look at Margaret, Astra realizes that this woman most likely has some connection to the Reason Guild. Quickly reading the mood on Harvey and Astra's faces, she states that they have most likely guessed who she is, and then offers to go for a ride. Margaret says the weather is great today and they have a lot to discuss. After this, she takes off her glasses and asks our heroes if they agree to ride with her to their base. Harvey and Astra decide to follow the guild members and get into their car. However, despite Margaret's good mood, the atmosphere in the car is quite tense. Astra quietly asks Harvey if there is a problem with them agreeing to go with these people. Harvey says that these people know their names and also know what school they went to, which means they could attack them at any time. Astra cautiously asks Harvey if the fact that they just want to talk proves their intentions. Harvey says that's exactly what he thinks, noting that in any case, it is necessary to listen to these people. From his point of view, if they were very lucky, they might even learn something about the Horizon events that were already approaching. After some time, Margaret reaches a huge building where the guild is based. After this, they get out of the car and accompany the school children to a large building with decorated corridors. Margaret mentions that she would like to introduce Harvey and Astra to other guild members, asking if they would like to meet in private or at a cafe. Astra says that it is better to meet in private, since the cafe is too noisy and not very convenient for communication. Margaret smiles and says that she didn't expect the head of a pharmaceutical company with life experience to be so humble. After that, she talks about gathering everyone in a private room, while she looks suspiciously at the person who collected their personal information. Harvey looks closely at Astra and asks her if she has been to this place before. Astra replies that she and her parents came here every summer when she was little, because her father liked to spend his holidays there. After this, she dryly adds that those times could be considered some of the best years of her life. Harvey watches Astra and reflects that it looks like that time has come to an end. After this, he continues to follow Margaret and the allies, looking around and examining the corridors. After a while, they enter the elevator and press the button for the 8th floor to go up. Once they reach their destination, they continue down the corridor and stop at one of the doors. Opening the door, Margaret invites Harvey and Astra to come in since everyone else is already waiting for them. Entering the room, Harvey looks around in surprise, not believing his eyes. Looking around at all the people gathered in this room, he realizes that they are all members of the Reason Guild. After some thought, Harvey honestly admits that there are fewer of them than he expected, but Astra agrees, saying that she thought there would be about 40 people. Margaret says that they are indeed a very large guild, but not all of them were transferred. Harvey looks at Margaret in surprise and explains his words, stating that when a person in real life becomes their game character, it is called transference. Astra asks Margaret if they know the reasons for this phenomenon. Carl replies that none of them understands the principle by which this happens, since there are no scientists among them. Margaret states that based on her experience, the condition for transfer is having accounts in the top 100 players. She also adds that not all of their participants from this list were transferred. This is the only thing that unites all those who were transferred. Astra looks around and wonders if everyone in this room was once a top 100 player. Margaret smiles and says that there is no need to be so surprised, since Harvey and Astra were also on this list. With these words, she takes a closer look at our heroes and states that Harvey was in 89th place, while Astra reached number 47. Margaret says that Harvey is a particular exception, as he didn't participate in the Dungeon of Opulence team quest and only climbed into the top 100 through solo quests. She also notes that Harvey has not fought in battles with other players, to which he replies that he does not like fighting people, even in games. One of the guild members says that this is sad news, because now they will not be able to win just because they are good players. Fred replies that he was confused at first too, since monsters aren't the only enemies they fight. After this, he talks about how he personally saw Harvey fight a Chaos Spearman who had many items and defeat him. The contestant states that this is an impressive result, because if Harvey did not use objects, then it would have been a very difficult fight. Fred states that their rank and history should not matter, as Harvey has impressive intuition and situational awareness skills. He immediately states that if they don't accept Harvey into their guild, it will be a great loss for them. Suddenly, Astra intervenes, ordering everyone to shut up and stop their idle chatter. She states that the conversation has long since taken a strange turn, after which she decides to ask the most important question. She turns around and asks the guild members if they really called them here just to invite them to the guild. After a few seconds of silence, Margaret laughs and says that she assumed it would be obvious. The woman explains that from what they've seen, Harvey and Astra's skills will be a great addition to the guild. She also states that they don't know what awaits them during the new event, so they need to expand their ranks. Harvey looks closely at Margaret and asks her if she means the Horizon event. Margaret smiles and says that Harvey is right, then praises him for his incredible knowledge. She also adds that it will be beneficial for them to join the guild because they share not only information about quest rewards, but also discuss transfers of the game itself. Astra looks at Margaret suspiciously and comes to the conclusion that they have not told them everything they know. Margaret smiles and says that no one can give a definitive answer to this question, suggesting that the only way to find out is to join them. After this, Margaret says that this has other advantages, because Harvey and Astra will have privileges and adults that school children can only dream of for now. Margaret also states that they will pay them for completing monthly quests and provide treatment, as well as provide VIP access to this hotel, which will become their base. Finally, Margaret says that there is another very important service that they can provide. Smiling, she states that they will protect them from the forces of chaos that they must face. Harvey looks at Margaret in surprise and asks her if she means the island where anyone who kills other players is forcibly sent. Margaret says that it is not only an island, but also a nickname for the killers of players who are up to no good. She also states that in real life it is a guild consisting exclusively of player killers. Harvey is plunged into intense memories and realizes that the players he encountered were from this guild. Margaret smiles and says that it was just an introduction, then asks Harvey and Astra what they have to say about it. She asks Harvey if they will join their guild or leave and pretend this conversation never happened. Harvey thinks about it and realizes that there is nothing wrong with guilds and the game will actually be easier than it was before. However, he begins to suspect something is wrong, after which Astra asks about what will happen to the rewards for winning Horizon. She asks Margaret what will happen if only one guild member comes first and their wish comes true. Margaret replies that they will split the money equally and then decide together what their wish will be. Astra continues her dialogue with Margaret and asks her what will happen if they refuse to participate in the guild. Margaret smiles and says that they won't actually do anything to them, adding that if they meet during the event, they'd better stay away from them. She also says that they still plan to win, no matter what, no matter who their opponent is. Astra falls silent, also deep in thought about what decision they should make, weighing the pros and cons. She muses that if they join a guild, the chance of winning will increase, but they will have to sacrifice their desire. She also understands that if they don't join, the chance of winning will be negligible, because they will be up against veterans of the game. She understands that it is unlikely that Harvey and she will be able to win, since their lives are also at stake. Astra's thoughts are suddenly interrupted by Harvey, who says that he has made a decision. After some time, he replies that they refuse to participate in this guild. Margaret looks at Harvey in surprise and asks him if he can share the reason for their refusal. Harvey states that they also have a wish that they really want to come true. He asks Margaret what the point of joining the guild is if they have to give up their wish. Carl, another guild member, states that Harvey has a backbone and seems more ambitious than he appears at first glance. Margaret asks Harvey what his wish is, as it may be similar to the guild's wish. He says that this is a very important wish that they really want to fulfill, and then prepares to say it. Astra looks at Harvey in surprise, trying to understand what kind of wish their group might have, because she had not shared her thoughts on this matter before. However, Harvey proudly states that their desire is to create a kingdom where each of them will have their own harem of their favorite idols. It would be superfluous to say how awkward the pause was after this proud and inspiring statement. However, the greatest discomfort was experienced by Astra, who told about it exclusively as a joke. However, the young girl could not have imagined how destructive this joke would be in the future. An unsuspecting Harvey says that this is exactly what they both want and what they will fight for. Unable to cope with such shame or dexterity, Astra begins to beat up Harvey, calling him a sick idiot and claiming that she was just joking. Harvey unsuccessfully defends himself against an angry Astra, saying that even if she doesn't want it, she still has a desire. A confused Astra agrees with Harvey, saying that this is indeed the case, but it is not that simple. However, their squabble is interrupted by Kang, who says that no matter how skilled they are still just children. He looks menacingly at Harvey and Astra and turns to Margaret, saying that such children need to be taught a good lesson so that they don't interfere in the game. Margaret smiles and says that most likely she was wrong all this time and Kang was right. Kang says that there is no need to wait for the Horizon to begin, as he will deal with them right now. Kang's rage begins to overwhelm him, and he states that if Harvey and Astra are playing the game for such a stupid reason, then they are not needed in this guild. Kang is a truly formidable opponent, as he is a Spirit Warrior class player and is ranked 13th in the player ranks. However, Harvey decides to stand up to Kang, as he believes he must not let Astra be harmed under any circumstances. Kang slowly walks up to Harvey and prepares to charge into battle against the pathetic schoolboy. Without thinking twice, he uses the Bear Paw Boulder Smasher skill to instantly knock Harvey to the ground. Astra stops Kang and asks him why he is jumping into a fight just because they disagree. Margaret says they do other things besides just hiring new people. Astra asks Margaret what this is all about, to which she replies that they are finding players who can interfere with their guild and helping them get out of the game. Harvey looks at Margaret with disappointment and asks her how they are different from the Chaos Guild, since they also attack everyone indiscriminately. Carl counters Harvey by stating that they don't kill people like Chaos and act differently. He immediately says that they simply morally destroy the players to such an extent that they have no motivation left. One of the guild members tells Harvey that their hunt can be considered something similar to PvP in the game itself. The young man declares that they will fight one-on-one, and the loser will be punished by retirement. Harvey asks the boy what will happen if the man does not accept his punishment. Harvey's interlocutor replies that it doesn't matter, since they already know everything about the player, including his skills and habits. Margaret compliments these words by stating that sending them to retirement is just words, since in reality they do not have the time and resources to force someone to stop gambling. She then states that this battle will simply force them to surrender, thus ensuring that they will not confront them in the future. Harvey and Astra realize that this was all an optional trap, as they will now have to fight this guild. Margaret says that if Astra and Harvey agree to join them, they will cancel the hunt and forget everything. However, Harvey stands his ground and says that they will not join them willingly after what happened. After this, he states that if he loses the duel, he will agree to become a member of this guild. With these words, he looks at Margaret and says that in exchange they must also promise something. The protagonist declares with confidence in his voice that if he wins, the entire guild must join them. Margaret smiles and says, "Why should they agree to these stupid conditions?" Harvey states that they will join them because otherwise they will have no chance to stop them. Harvey says that even if they lose, they will not give up and will not lose motivation to become first in this event, no matter what. After this, he says that the only way to stop them is to join them in one way or another. Margaret smiles and asks Harvey if his companion agrees with what he just said. Astra admits that she didn't agree to anything, but she has no choice, and now she will have to agree to this. She also states that she is not a weakling who is going to grovel before someone else. Margaret laughs and says that Harvey and Astra are very funny, adding that now she wants them to join them even more. Without thinking twice, she smiles and says that this is exactly what they will do, declaring that she accepts their terms. She looks defiantly at Harvey and states that in a one-on-one battle, the losing side becomes the winning side's subordinate. She asks Harvey if he's okay with these terms, and he continues to look at her with a determined face. A few seconds later, Harvey and Astra simultaneously say that they agree to these terms. One of the participants asks Margaret if she really accepts these conditions, saying that these students can simply disband their guild. Margaret says they're in the majority anyway, so they'll just let these guys give it their all. She also notes that it is possible to deal with annoying school children after the battle if they decide to cheat. After some time, all the guild members, along with Harvey and Astra, go to the training base. The battle between Kang and Harvey will take place in a large hangar, which is the perfect place for the battle. Margaret states that the battle will consist of a single one-on-one match, with no time limit and no use of items. Astra asks Margaret if this is okay, noting that someone might lose their life. Margaret turns to Astra and says that there is no need to worry about that since they are using special items. With these words, she shows her a doll that allows the player's health to be restored to 15% if it has dropped to 1%. Astra looks closely at the doll, saying that it is not used often because you can only have one with you. Margaret reassures Astra that the battle will end when the doll is destroyed, and if anything happens, the guild members will separate the two fighters. She then points to one of the members, stating that they even have a top-notch healer. This healer is Stanley, who belongs to the Angel class and is ranked 56th in the player rankings. Margaret asks the duelists if they are ready, adding that she is not going to give the go-ahead, as the fight will begin when they deem it necessary. Harvey prepares for battle and summons his sword to use at the first opportunity. Kang also warms up before the fight and tells Harvey that he is a spiritual warrior. He then states that he is telling Harvey this to keep things fair, as he himself is already aware of his opponent's class. Kang takes a special stance and says that he appreciates his nobility, after which he states that he also knew his class. He states that he has seen himself using his skills and then charges in to gain the initiative. Kang goes into a defensive stance and defends against multiple attacks from Harvey, who continues to press his opponent. The protagonist reflects on the fact that spiritual warriors have a small attack radius but very strong combos, so he cannot be given a chance to close the distance. Meanwhile, Kang continues to observe Harvey's attack pattern to determine the right moment to attack. After a while, he uses the skill Ancestral Observation, after which he delivers a powerful attack right into Harvey's face. Harvey looks at his opponent and wonders why he is acting so unnaturally. The reason for this is that Kang intentionally exposed himself to Harvey's attack in order to close the distance. Kang says that the Avenger is a melee class that is always on the front lines with their combos. After this, he irresistibly declares that this fighting style is not only inherent to Avengers, and that spiritual warriors also use it. Immediately after this, he uses the Werewolf Claws skill to charge his hands with incredible energy and increase his damage. He immediately rushes forward, delivering unstoppable combinations of punches that Harvey can only defend against. However, he still takes a fair amount of damage and his body becomes covered in cuts. Without giving his opponent a chance to catch his breath, Kang uses his strike skill and flies into the air. Harvey fails to block the attack, and Kang successfully sends him flying with his incredible strength. However, Harvey's reflexes come to his aid and allow him to land softly on the ground, then jump to the side. Kang looks at Harvey dismissively and says that this fight is becoming too easy. However, he suddenly realizes that he himself has received serious injuries during this blow. Looking at his body, he notices a huge cut and wonders where this wound came from. Harvey says that the Spirit Warrior style is to use the ancestral observation skill to increase your defense and simply endure attacks. Harvey then states that this style is not exclusive to the Spirit Warrior class, and that the Avenger can also take hits while waiting for a chance to counterattack. Kang smiles and realizes that Harvey managed to use the skill while he was throwing the punch, stating that they are equal in close combat. A few seconds later, Kang states that Harvey fights very well for a rank 89 player. Immediately after this, he takes to the air to gain an advantage over Harvey. Harvey realizes that Kang has used a skill that greatly increases his agility. The quick-witted Harvey realizes that Kang is apparently planning to attack from his blind spot. Turning around in time, he manages to block a powerful blow with both legs that Kang decided to use on his opponent. This attack is quite powerful, and he bounces back several meters to the side, still maintaining his balance. He then immediately charges forward, but Kang jumps up to get some distance. Harvey watches Kang in surprise and realizes that he has decided to use a slightly different tactic. Meanwhile, Kang decides to use the skill King of the Forest's Authority to alternately boost his speed or attack power. Immediately after, he jumps into the air to deliver a devastating two-fist attack. Kang lands next to Harvey and unleashes his full force onto the concrete floor, causing a massive shockwave. Harvey jumps to the side and muses that it's no big deal since his attack range is greater than Kang's anyway. However, a second later, Kang lunges forward and delivers a devastating attack right to Harvey's face. The attack is incredibly powerful, causing Harvey to momentarily become disoriented, causing him to stagger back. Kang states that despite Harvey having a long attack range, he takes too long to prepare to strike. He immediately launches into an unstoppable attack, claiming that his attack takes only a fraction of a second less to prepare, but that the difference in time allows him to compensate for the radius. With these words, he delivers another powerful attack, but Harvey already manages to block it with his sword. Jumping back, he realizes that Kang is on the absolute level and is significantly superior to the spearman he fought last time. He realizes that Kang's hybrid attacks with his skills are very powerful due to the use of feints. Harvey realizes that such chaos in the game can only be seen when fighting another person, and not a game monster. After this, he grips his sword and realizes that in this case, he himself must change his tactics. Margaret, who is watching what is happening, is genuinely surprised that Harvey made such a decision. The same goes for Astra, who is not used to seeing Harvey so determined and resourceful. Frankly speaking, even Kang, who had rushed into another attack, was significantly surprised by what he had just seen. However, a split second later, Harvey delivers a powerful punch straight into Kang's face. This attack is absolutely not inferior in strength to the attack that Kang carried out just recently, and throws the spiritual warrior back. Kang hits the concrete floor with a thud, sensing that something in Harvey's fighting style has changed significantly. Margaret is surprised that the Avengers class decided to fight with their fists, while Astra tries to figure out what Harvey is thinking, ignoring Carl, who decided to snack on popcorn. Harvey realizes that he must use a new fighting style specifically to fight people like this. Harvey decides to use a dual style, which is a combination of a swordsman's style and a martial artist's style. Harvey pauses briefly, giving Kang time to rise to his feet and continue their duel. Kang spits on the floor, showing that he is still able to continue the fight. Standing up, he states that he did not expect such a reception, praising Harvey for his incredible strength and resourcefulness. However, Astra realizes that Harvey barely injured Kang, and he lost his balance solely because he did not expect such a blow. Looking at Harvey, Astra understands that when a class like the Avenger who uses a sword suddenly uses his fist in a battle against a spirit warrior, it is the same as fighting naked. However, Harvey continues his fight and rushes forward to attack Kang. He again delivers multiple blows to force Kang onto the defensive. However, this time Kang feels that everything has changed, and there is now a different logic to Harvey's actions. Meanwhile, Harvey continues to throw punch after punch, waiting for his opponent to make a mistake that he can punish. With the right timing, he uses the strong attack skill to deliver a powerful punch to his opponent's face. This attack also proves to be quite powerful and confuses Kang, as he now has to watch not only the sword, but also Harvey's hands. One of the guild members asks her friend if she thinks Kang is starting to lose ground, to which she agrees. She then states that a punch from the Avengers and the basic warrior skill he just used may not be enough to make Kang's fight more difficult. Harvey muses that he doesn't care how much damage a simple punch does, since the main idea is that he's using more than just a sword now. This will prevent Kang from guessing how Harvey will counterattack and will make him hesitate before attacking. Taking advantage of this, he delivers another powerful sword attack, hitting his target and once again deceiving Kang's expectations. Kang feels incredible pain from the powerful cut from Harvey's sword. In order to somehow restore his position, he decides to use the Ancestral Strike skill. However, Harvey manages to notice his opponent's intentions and decides to take special countermeasures. He immediately makes an evasive maneuver and in a moment finds himself behind Kang. Kang turns around in irritation, realizing that his latest attack had missed its target. Meanwhile, Harvey is thinking that the moment his opponent loses his rhythm, he will have a chance to deliver the finishing blow. Within moments, he uses the skill Raging Vengeful Flame to attack his opponent. Focusing his determination, Harvey unleashes a powerful attack that pierces Kang's body. Kang feels his body begin to give way under the onslaught of incredible attacks that he cannot block. Harvey continues to attack, thinking that he now needs to use his agility boost. Kang goes into a defensive stance while Harvey throws a ton of punches from all angles. Carl says that Harvey seems to have developed a strategy where he keeps his opponent at bay with punches and counterattacks. Fred agrees with Carl, saying that Harvey increased his agility with the points he received as a reward because he thought about the possibility of fighting other players. He adds that in the end, it all comes down to the increased speed, allowing you to deal with differences in attack range as well as ambushes. At this point, Harvey launches another attack, which hits its target and damages Kang's body. However, each such injury causes waves of rage in Kang's body that must find some outlet. After some time, Kang falls to the ground, unable to withstand the onslaught of Harvey, and he stops his attacks. Astra states that Kang has fallen, which seems to mean that they have won this battle. However, Margaret smiles and says that everything is not so simple, and this fight is still far from over. After this, she turns to Stanley and asks him how many seconds have passed since the start of the fight. Stanley calmly replies that exactly 342 seconds have passed, adding that the perfect time is almost here. He also notes that this is only true if Kang fought the way he usually fights. Moments later, lightning strikes Kang's body, causing him to immediately rise. An incredible energy begins to fill his body, strengthening his muscles and physical performance to the limit. Harvey looks at what is happening and realizes that Kang has now decided to use the ultimate skill of a spiritual warrior. This skill is called Elder God's Advent, and it allows you to turn the tide of any battle this class is involved in. Astra looks at what is happening in surprise and says that the conditions for activating this skill are fighting for 5 minutes at only 70% of your strength. Astra assumes that this means that Kang has been holding back all this time, but one of the guild members states that this means the opposite. She says that the fact that Kang chose not to go all out when using the ultimatum skill means that he believed the enemy was strong enough from the start. The girl adds that Kang does not hold back or underestimate them just because they are still children. Ultimate ability takes effect, increasing Kang's power by 600% for the next 5 attacks. Kang looks at Harvey and says that he is very strong, and if he joins their guild, he will be able to deal with 100 opponents. Afterwards, he says that Harvey still has a lot to learn, adding that he will finish this battle in 5 hits. With that said, he rushes forward at a surprised Harvey, saying that now is the time for the first attack. Harvey barely has time to react to this attack, which hits his sword directly, but nevertheless transfers incredible momentum. The force of this attack is so great that Harvey is thrown back several meters as if he weighed nothing. On top of that, the residual damage that the blocking failed to stop is monstrous. Within moments, Kang closes the distance between himself and Harvey, declaring that it is now time for the second and third attacks. This time, Harvey doesn't have time to even minimally block the damage from these attacks and takes full damage directly to his head and body. The damage Harvey has suffered is devastating and his body begins to slowly fail. To prevent a terrible and tragic loss, he decides to use his agility and jump to the side. Harvey's main calculation is to break the distance and gain some time to breathe. Harvey muses that he can't use his ultimate because Kang's ultimate blocks all of his passive abilities. Looking around, he thinks about how he needs to stop Kang and come up with something that will change the situation in his favor. After a while, it dawns on him, and he realizes that he has finally found a way to win this duel. Meanwhile, Kang rushes after Harvey and says that running away will be useless, adding that the fourth attack will follow now. In response to this, Harvey musters all his courage and uses the Vengeance Devotion Barrier skill. However, Kang says such attempts are also futile and will lead to nothing. A moment later, he unleashes a powerful attack straight into Harvey's face, easily breaking through the barrier he had put up. The young man flies back several meters and crashes with his back into a concrete wall. Margaret chuckles and says that Harvey tried to make Kang waste some of his attacks, but it didn't work. Margaret's eyes light up and she says that there is only one blow left, and the duel will be over. However, she watches Harvey's actions with interest, wondering what he will do. Kang immediately puts distance between himself and Harvey and prepares to deliver the final attack that will end this fight. He says that Harvey needs to clench his teeth tighter because the fifth attack of his series is about to follow. However, surprisingly, Harvey seemed prepared for this development, and a look of determination appeared on his face again. A moment later, Kang unleashes his attack on Harvey, and the bright light prevents other observers from seeing the result. A moment later, Harvey's sword falls to the floor, making a distinctive loud sound. Those watching the events freeze in amazement, trying to understand what actually happened. The other guild members continue to watch what is happening with undisguised surprise. The same goes for Kang, who stopped seeing Harvey from the steam that arose from the incredible energy overload. However, once the steam clears, Kang stares in surprise at Harvey, who remains on his feet. Harvey used the tenacity skill, which allows you to absorb damage, and stopped Kang's powerful attack. Harvey looks closely at Kang and asks him if that was too easy for the final attack, adding that the trajectory of that strike was very easy to calculate. Kang jumps back and wonders what's going on with Harvey, suggesting that he might have an ace up his sleeve after all. Kang admits to himself that he previously thought Harvey had nothing left after he tried to block the blow with a useless barrier. Meanwhile, Harvey states that he had decided to hold on to the skill from the start in order to use it at the last moment. Harvey states that this is his only chance to turn his spiritual warrior skill against him. Harvey also says that this is why he deliberately took the fourth blow directly to the forehead, because it was necessary for this plan. Harvey notes that this is why Kang's last attack was a simple punch, and then uses his eye for an eye skill. With these words, he uses the ultimate spiritual warrior skill called Elder God's Advent. Harvey increases the strength of his attacks by 600% and charges forward, immediately knocking Kang off his feet. Having received such serious damage, Kang is thrown back several meters and also crashes into a concrete structure. He feels incredible pain from the injuries he has received run through his body. Soon, a special doll appears above him, which is destroyed in exchange for sparing the owner's life. The doll bids farewell to Kang and thanks him for playing with her, noting that it is now time for her to leave. After a moment, waves of healing energy begin to emanate from the doll, and it gradually disappears. Kang immediately comes to his senses and realizes that he lost this duel because of his arrogance and carelessness. Harvey is also surprised that just one punch was enough to secure the win at the crucial moment. He looks at his hand and slowly says the words that he won, as if he doesn't believe that what is happening is real. However, a moment later, Astra joyfully shouts that they have won, confirming Harvey's suspicions. The protagonist turns around, and the young girl immediately rushes into his arms, rejoicing that he has won. She quietly pounds his body with her fists and joyfully repeats that they won this hard fight. Afterwards, She gives Harvey a slight hug and says that she was sure he would lose after he got punched in the face for the 4th time. Harvey is very embarrassed that such a beautiful girl rushed towards him and was so happy for him. A moment later, the awkwardness of this moment dawns on Astra, and she realizes how it might look from the outside. After this, she quickly turns away and says that Harvey did a great job, but that it wouldn't have had to be done if he hadn't added some nonsense back then. One of the guild members approaches Margaret and asks her if she will really join the school group. Margaret laughs and says that this question cannot be answered since she did not expect Kang to lose in this battle. She adds that they will first listen to the wishes of these people, as they may want something different. Margaret suggests that Astra and Harvey may ask for money or items, or maybe even information that is worth discussing and coming to a compromise. Margaret also says that if these schoolchildren really want to absorb their guild, then they will have to get their hands dirty and intervene. Meanwhile, Stanley approaches Kang and begins healing him using his second chance skills. Instantly restores Kang and Harvey's health and defense, and also increases their attack power by 20%. Harvey is amazed at such an incredible speed of healing and says that he didn't know that healers could get such a class if they leveled up correctly. Stanley says that healers are not the most popular classes because they have a very hard time leveling alone, but they can be great players if they have a good group. Harvey, who was a healer not long ago, says he knew his group was just bad. Margaret approaches Harvey and tells him that the duel is over, and then asks him what he will do next. Margaret also says that now they just have to fulfill the terms of the deal and asks Harvey if they will really have to become their subordinates. She looks at Harvey closely and asks him if he would agree to these terms. Suddenly, Astra interrupts Margaret's monologue and says that they thought about it and decided to change the conditions a little. Astra states that they must now change the name of their guild to the Astra Servant Guild and get Gothic font tattoos on their bodies. Carl is surprised and reflects on how this wish sounds like they lost at cards. Margaret immediately becomes serious and says that they are doing something like this only over her dead body. Harvey says that if he likes this option, then they have a better and more serious offer. With these words, he extends his hand to Margaret and says that they can form an alliance. He states that they initially agreed on the condition that the losers become subordinates, after which he says that he doesn't really want to steal someone else's guild because it's pointless. Harvey also says that he doesn't want to fight them and suggests forming an alliance to just help each other. He looks at Harvey thoughtfully and says that they might become enemies when the event conditions are revealed, then asks him if he's okay with that. Harvey smiles and says it doesn't matter, adding that if that happens, they'll just beat them like they did today and take first place. Margaret is greatly surprised by this determination and remains silent for a while without uttering a single word. After this, she starts laughing heartily and says that Harvey is acting too self-confident. The woman can barely hold back tears of laughter and says that she did not expect Harvey to propose an alliance and express confidence in fighting an entire guild. After a good laugh, Margaret says that after all those bastards from Chaos, it's nice to see kids like Harvey and Astra. A moment later, she shakes Harvey's hand and says that she accepts their offer and that they are now allies. Harvey smiles and says that he is very glad that now they will be able to help each other and stick together. Margaret also smiles in response to Harvey's words, not objecting to his friendliness. After this, she asks Harvey if they should exchange contacts, since they will now have to communicate on the phone a lot. Astra intervenes, stating that Margaret can give her number since Harvey is always fighting on the front lines, but she is the leader. Margaret smiles and asks Astra if it makes a difference which of the two people she talks to, adding that she prefers talking to men. Astra becomes even more serious and says that this is why Margaret should not talk to Harvey and will only talk to her. Harvey watches this unfold and wonders why he feels like the alliance won't last long. Kang approaches Harvey and tells him that they are now allies, adding that Harvey must be very careful about causing chaos during missions. Kang states that Harvey and Astra are very strong players. However, they should not let their pride blind them, as Chaos recently killed 304 of their group. Kang also states that they recently learned that there are more of them, so they need to try to avoid them. Meanwhile, Margaret announces that they have decided to have a joint dinner to discuss the information and asks our heroes if they have time the day after tomorrow. Harvey immediately and decisively replies that he will not be able to attend the dinner at the appointed time since he has to cook for his sister. Margaret arranges to meet Harvey the next day, stating that she will send him the time and place. She also turns to the jealous Astra and states that she will send the coordinates to her number. With these words, she says goodbye to Astra and Harvey, stating that it was very nice to meet them. Left alone, the heroes exchange glances, and Harvey asks his ally if everything went well, to which she states that it could have been better, but overall the situation was resolved peacefully. After this, Astra says that there is something else that worries her, adding that she knew about the player killers, but she didn't think that they had a guild. Harvey says that there is nothing they can do about it, since they can only complete quests and level up as quickly as possible. Astra agrees with Harvey, saying that it is a good plan, as they need to become much stronger if they want to compete with the Reason Guild. After a while, Harvey thinks hard and, looking serious, turns to Astra and says that he has one very important question. Without thinking twice, he asks Astra if it is necessary to dress up when going to a restaurant, adding that he has seen this in TV series. Astra, looking serious, replies that it is very fashionable now to come to a restaurant in just underwear, and Harvey, surprised, asks her if this is really true, to which she replies that it is a lie. Meanwhile, the action moves to an island of chaos, which is teeming with a huge number of player killers. One such assassin fights Tyler in hopes of gaining an audience with the guild leader. However, Tyler has already killed a huge number of players on this server and is not going to give up. Over the course of long battles with other players, he understood the attack patterns of other people. Thanks to this and his good leveling, he manages to beat mid-level players. Suddenly, he finds himself surrounded by other players who have decided to team up for a while to kill Tyler. They rain down a hail of arrows and powerful blows from their hammers, causing explosions that block their vision. However, Tyler's agility saves him this time too, and he successfully dodges, ending up behind enemy lines. Tyler is also helped by his passive skills, which give a 30% chance to dodge any attack. Having gained a good position to attack, Tyler uses the Dragon Slayer skill, creating a huge drill. This spear immediately crashes into the place where his opponents were just standing, creating a huge shockwave. None of Tyler's opponents survive this attack, and he is left in splendid isolation. Tyler's determination to get revenge on Harvey for his humiliation allows him to move forward. Meanwhile, a stranger who is on a hill continues to watch him. Looking at Tyler, the stranger says that given his level, he assumed it would take him longer to get to this place. After this, he looks at the mysterious face in the box and asks him if he thinks he has found someone useful. The Chaos Lord, through the puppet, states that even if Tyler's skills are not enough, the stranger must stop him if he enters the flow. He reminds them that the Horizon event is coming up very soon, so they need to prepare properly. The stranger says that he understood the order perfectly and will take Tyler as soon as he climbs up. The puppet head stops responding to the stranger's words, and he comes to the conclusion that, apparently, they have lost contact. After this, the stranger says that he received permission from above in any case, and now he just has to wait for Tyler to climb the tower. He also understands that, despite this, not everyone who climbed the tower was able to get into the real world. Finally, he gives Tyler another approving look and wishes him luck in his endeavors. After some time, the scene moves to a restaurant where the Reason Guild has organized a dinner. This restaurant is quite expensive and is usually frequented by the city's not-so-poor people. Margaret greets Astra and Harvey, then asks them about how the two formed their group. Harvey says he needed information about everything that was going on, and Astra needed an extra member to do damage. Margaret says that their guild followed a similar path as the game became a reality, and they had no choice but to band together. Astra asks Margaret what happened to those who weren't transported to reality, as they must have been wondering what happened. Margaret replies that they didn't tell the other guild members about it and simply asked them to contact her if anything strange happened in the game. Margaret admits that after she completed her first quest after the transfer, she forgot about the game altogether and became interested only in real things. Harvey looks closely at his interlocutor and asks her if she wasn't interested in the rewards for the quests. Margaret says she was interested in the awards, but it's much more complicated than it seems at first glance. After a while, she turns to a guild member named Stella, who has just arrived, and says that she came on time, inviting her to sit with them. As soon as the young girl sits down, Margaret introduces her to Harvey and Astra, stating that Stella is their main damage dealer. She also asks Stella if she wants to show her first photo before the transfer, noting that if she doesn't want to, she can refuse. Stella says that there is absolutely nothing wrong with this and reaches into the pocket of her jacket. After that, she takes out her phone and shows a photo that is in his gallery. Taking a closer look at the photograph, Harvey and Stella freeze in serious surprise, not believing their eyes. They ask Stella what happened to her legs, noting the huge scars that were on them. Stella says that there was an accident and the truck crushed her fibula bones, so she didn't have a chance to walk. Margaret says that after the transfer, everything changed, and now Stella can run, jump, and even fly. The woman says that this is what interested her because the system can make the impossible possible. Margaret says that if they can figure out how this system works, it will change the world forever. From Margaret's point of view, it is possible to create a whole new world that is free of illness and sorrow. Harvey pauses to think, then asks Margaret if her desire is to understand the principle by which the game system functions. Margaret says that this is exactly the case, noting that it is probably against the rules, as it sounds like a person asking a magic lamp for another magic lamp. Margaret also says that she wants to tell them something else, since they have decided to share information. She asks Astra and Harvey if they've ever seen anything unusual while questing or fighting monsters. Without thinking twice, she declares that she is talking about a certain black door that periodically appears in the air. Harvey asks Margaret in surprise if she means that black door, and Astra remembers that he recently talked about it. Stella is shocked, stares at Harvey, and asks him if he really saw that door. Astra immediately becomes much more serious and asks Margaret what this strange door is. Margaret honestly admits that they are not sure yet, as they accidentally learned a few things during the interrogation of the Chaos people. Margaret states that this door leads to the next stage of the game and contains cut content. Margaret clarifies that this door is the path to the Transcendental class. One night, Harvey and Astra go hunting to complete several quests. This time, Astra plays the role of bait and quickly runs away from the huge monster that follows her on her heels. The monster turns out to be a giant spider that pursues its victim with undisguised desire. However, this is just part of a cunning plan that Astra has developed. After a while, she jumps back and turns around to use the skill's spiked trap. The trap is triggered and pierces the body of the huge spider, causing it to stop in place. The formidable monster opens its mouth and begins to scream shrilly from unbearable pain. Astra screams at Harvey that it's time to strike the final blow and finish off this creature. Harvey nearby makes several jumps, pushing off from the asphalt, and then runs along the wall. After this, he soars into the air to find himself directly above the giant monster. He shouts to Astra that he has taken position and is preparing to finish off the spider. After a few moments, he will use Ring of Inevitability to increase the skill's effect by 28%. Immediately after this, he unleashes all his power on the huge spider and cuts it in half. The severed head of the spider only looks around in surprise before life finally leaves its body. Meanwhile, Harvey lands on the asphalt with determination, preparing to share the spoils with Astra. However, for a moment, we are taken back to the day when Harvey and Astra discussed the Black Door with the Reason Guild. Harvey says that all this time he felt like this door was just causing other monsters to come out of it, and wasn't the path to the Transcendental class. Margaret responds that this information is not accurate and it is likely that Chaos is deliberately spreading false information. She concludes that given the anomalies that have begun to occur, this theory cannot be discounted. Another guild member intervenes in the conversation, stating that Margaret is referring to monsters like the wolf Wayham, whom they encountered recently. The girl states that this also concerns Alpha Plus creatures, who were monsters in the game, but in reality acquired other skills. She also adds that if this door changes some monsters, then perhaps players can become something more. Harvey recalls his encounter with the infected paladin and muses that he has already seen a monster that has not been in the game before. Margaret introduces the new member and says that she is Elizabeth and she is a magic shooter. Astra approaches Margaret and asks how to open the black door, wondering if the guild knows a way to get there. Margaret honestly admits that unfortunately, they have not yet learned the secrets of this door, adding that Chaos is also unlikely to be able to get there. Hearing this, Stella falls silent for a moment and lowers her gaze, as if preparing to say something very important. After a while, she states that the problem is most likely in their consciousness. Stella says that when she first transferred, she could move just like her character, but the next day she found herself in the hospital. She adds that she soon realized that she had become her character from the game and began to move easily, after which she makes the assumption that the key to the black door is in their minds. Harvey thinks for a moment and says he feels like he's had a similar experience before. Astra asks Harvey if he has had any broken bones, but he sheepishly replies that this is not entirely true, but he has had similar experiences. Margaret smiles and says that, one way or another, the exchange of information can be considered a success, since they are now sure that the black door really does exist. She adds that perhaps there is someone sitting in front of them who can open this black door. Smiling at Harvey, she asks him what he thinks about it, adding that he can still join them. Looking at Astra's reaction, Margaret, as if on purpose, says that if the problem lies with her, then she will be able to help Harvey. Astra instantly realizes that Margaret is trying to flirt with her ally and becomes angry. The girl honestly says that all this is starting to irritate her, and they should have just killed the entire guild. Harvey asks Astra why she has become so mean, while Margaret is happy that she was able to tease the naive schoolchildren. After this, the scene shifts back to the present, where the body of the huge spider begins to gradually dissolve. The system congratulates Harvey and Astra, stating that they have completed the quest by killing 5 greedy spiders. Astra asks Harvey if these monsters were abnormal, but he replies that these opponents are too weak for abnormalities. He also adds that the high-quality items they received after killing Wayham helped them greatly. Astra admires her new items and says that these items are truly a real treasure. After this, Harvey looks at the reward for the task, which is the eyelashes of an incomparable beauty, which significantly increases charisma. Suddenly, the system calls out to Harvey and Astra, asking them to listen to an additional message about the quest. The system also informs that players who complete the quest without taking damage are given the opportunity to complete an additional task. In terms of the system, an additional quest is a difficult quest designed to increase the competitive spirit, but it provides special rewards. Astra is surprised by this information and says that this is the first time she has heard of something like this, to which Harvey replies that he has sometimes encountered something similar during events. The system says that the decision to accept the quest must be made right now. Astra says that she does not want to participate in a quest for which she does not know the rewards, since it is much better to choose more reliable options. Harvey takes a moment to think, trying to figure out if they should risk it for an unknown reward. After a while, he says that they better take a risk and try their hand at this task. He also mentions that a special reward could be valuable information. Astra understands what Harvey is talking about and adds that this information could be about the game or the Horizon event. Harvey admits that maybe he just wants to think so, but he feels like a special reward is something that can't be obtained in regular quests. He also says that even if this reward turns out to be useless, they will be able to exchange it for something more valuable. Astra smiles and says that Harvey got into the game pretty quickly and has already thought everything through. After this, she agrees with his point of view and decides to take a risk to participate in this quest. She adds that in any case, Harvey will be the one on the front lines, so there is nothing to worry about. Harvey, inspired by Astra's enthusiasm, realizes her words and asks if she really said that. He asks how she can talk about such a thing, but Astra smiles and replies that they will never know the answer to that. Meanwhile, the system announces that an additional quest has been initiated and sets a strict timer until it begins. By the evening of the next day, the school day is drawing to an end and Harvey goes outside to get some rest. Looking around, he realizes that the city continues to live a serene life, not suspecting anything. He checks his phone to see if Astra has texted him anything. He also understands that the additional quest will begin tonight, and he will not have to hide because his sister works the night shift. Suddenly, Lily pats him on the shoulder and greets him with her characteristic goodwill. She asks if he is going to go home with Astra today, to which he replies that Astra has a consultation today, so he will go alone. Lily smiles and says that now everything has become a little clearer to her. After a while, she asks Harvey if she and Astra have tried kissing, causing a surprised look on his face. He looks at Lily and she asks if they haven't gone that far yet, adding that it seemed to her that their relationship was progressing quite quickly. Harvey, choking out the words from embarrassment, states that Lily probably got it all wrong since they are not dating. She adds that she finds it very difficult to believe, stating that her intuition usually does not fail her in such matters. Lilia also says that her intuition told her when Tyler suddenly decided to change schools. Harvey is surprised by this information and asks if Tyler is really transferring to another school, to which Lilia replies that everyone thought he was already dead since he had not been to school for a long time. Lily says that she overheard in the teacher's lounge that Tyler is simply changing schools and will now be attending a school for the rich. Harvey immediately makes it clear to himself that this scumbag's personal affairs are none of his business, and it would be much better if they never saw each other again. Lily smiles sincerely and says that Harvey and Tyler used to be inseparable, then asks if they were close. Harvey grimly replies that they were never close and only interacted casually. Lily reads the unfriendly mood on Harvey's face and falls silent for a moment, trying to understand what happened. After this, she turns around and says that she will go to the nearest subway, saying goodbye to Harvey. Harvey nods in response to the farewell and comes to the conclusion that Tyler decided to run away like a true coward. After this, he walks for some time without thinking about anything, trying to realize this fact and accept it. He looks up and tells himself that he should forget about this, because it is all in the past. He also reflects on what to think about today's quest and how to get first place in this event. After a while, night falls on the city, and Harvey goes outside to begin the task and move to the quest area. The starting point is a mysterious playground where two beams appear. After some time, Harvey and Astra materialize in these rays. Looking around, Harvey wonders if their school is close to this place, to which he replies that the buildings look familiar to him. The system notifies Harvey and Astra that the quest will start in 3 minutes, so they should read the terms and prepare for battle. Immediately after this, the mission information screen turns red to attract attention. Taking a closer look, Harvey reads that this side quest requires them to defeat the 8 exiled princes of the Ash Kingdom in 15 minutes. Harvey honestly admits that he is a little annoyed by the timed tasks, but then says that he is confident they can handle it. Astra rolls up her sleeves and warns Harvey, stating that these princes may be anomalies, so he needs to be prepared for anything. Harvey agrees with Astra, saying that they will most likely have to take a speed boost to react to their attacks in time. Astra thoughtfully states that she used to really like the history of the Ash Kingdom, and Harvey asks what she means. Astra looks at Harvey and asks if he's been skipping all the plot descriptions, to which he replies that he's already forgotten the story. Astra begins to tell Harvey what she remembers, but is interrupted by a loud sound of some object appearing. Astra assumes that it was the sound of a monster appearing, then says that the quest has not yet begun, to which Harvey replies that the test of time can begin in different ways. Not wanting to tempt fate, Harvey and Astra decide to take a run around the area to get a look around. Each of them looks around carefully so as not to miss anything important. After some time, they notice that there is a mysterious figure standing in front of them, the sound of whose appearance they most likely heard. This figure turns out to be a monster called the Exiled Prince of the Ash Kingdom. The monster looks like a figure flying in the air wearing a hood with a huge number of eyes sticking out of it. The monsters show no signs of activity, and Harvey and Astra decide to split up. To maintain communication, they use wireless headphones. Astra states that if this is a time trial, then it will be more convenient for them to communicate on the phone. The system informs that the additional quest will start in 5 seconds, so players better hurry. Harvey wishes Astra good luck and says that they will see each other after the quest. The system assistant completes the report before the quest starts and informs you that it is time to start the quest. As the countdown reaches 0, the motionless exiled princes of the Ash Kingdom begin to stir. The monsters look around, and a huge number of eyes are immediately directed in different directions to observe the situation. Harvey sneaks up on one of the kingdom's exiled princes and leaps into the air to deliver a powerful attack. To instantly execute this monster, he uses the Vengeful Spirit Sword, which deals incredible damage. Having fallen on the monster, he immediately cuts it into 2 parts, thereby instantly killing it. Harvey gets up and turns around to see the severed monster still hanging in the air. However, Harvey decides to contact Astra and reports that he managed to destroy one of these creatures. However, after a while, he looks in surprise at another monster that appeared right in front of him. The monster appears before Harvey as if nothing had happened and prepares to attack. He extends his hand forward and reveals a sword that vaguely resembles the weapon that Harvey himself held in his hand. Harvey contacts Astra again, tells her that he jumped to conclusions and prepares to fight the monster. He rushes forward to pierce the monster with his weapon and successfully delivers a powerful attack. He contacts Astra again and tells her that he has already killed 2 monsters that appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, the young warrior continues to patrol the area in search of her victims. Even though Astra moves quite quickly, she still hasn't been able to find a single monster. She listens to information from Harvey and says that he fights too fast, noting that she has not found any monsters yet. However, after a few moments, she stumbles upon a whole group of monsters floating in the air. The monsters notice Astra and immediately turn towards her, preparing to attack. Astra says that she should bite her tongue, because right now 3 monsters appeared in front of her at once. The monsters swing their swords, creating red energy waves that are immediately sent towards Astra. The girl raises her staff and prepares to repel this attack and then go on the offensive. She decides to use a skill called Dead End to create a magical barrier. A moment later, a huge shield materializes in front of her, blocking the attacks of the 3 exiled princes. After blocking the attack, Astra decides to use the skill Sarcophagus Chain Trap to not give the opponents time to make additional attacks. A moment later, a magical seal appears under the 3 monsters, and they themselves are shackled with chains. After making sure that the monsters are completely immobilized, Astra decides to use a skill that will help her kill 3 monsters at once. A moment later, she uses the skill Labyrinth Beasts, which allows her to use the lightning spear for 17 seconds. Once properly prepared, she creates an electrical discharge to unleash a powerful area attack. The monsters do not have time to take any action and find themselves locked in a deadly trap from which they are no longer destined to escape. The girl decides to take advantage of this chance and rushes forward to cut down her victims. She rushed between them like a whirlwind, cutting apart the exiled princes as if they were made of flimsy paper. She turns around and says she just got 3 clean kills in a matter of seconds. Harvey is happy to hear this information and says that in that case there is only 1 enemy left. With these words, he turns to those princes whom he himself destroyed. Astra says that she will try to find this prince through the Watchtower skill, after which she recommends that Harvey also rush to search. Harvey replies that such monsters attack as soon as they see the enemy, so they cannot hide. He decides to run around the area, realizing that there are probably places where he has not yet looked for these monsters. He turns to the system assistant and asks how much time is left, to which the system replies that there are 12 minutes left until the end of the quest. Looking closely at the timer, Harvey realizes that they still have plenty of time to search. He also tells himself that he needs to take his time and examine every nook and cranny, since they are most likely dealing with ordinary monsters. Having made this decision, he accelerates significantly so as not to lose extra seconds. Meanwhile, Astra takes the high ground and creates a watchtower to properly survey the area. Meanwhile, there are no more than 5 minutes and 30 seconds left until the end of the task, so Harvey decides to hurry. After some time of persistent searching, he finally slows down as he finds the object of his search. He contacts Astra and says that he found the last monster that was hiding nearby. He also informs that Astra may not approach him, since he himself will kill this prince. Harvey creates weapons and realizes that time is running out, so he can try out skills he wouldn't normally use. The monster turns around, but Harvey has already decided to use the Vengeful Spirit's Fury ability. In just a moment, he rushes forward and cuts the monster into small pieces. After this, he turns around and looks at the evaporating remains of the monster with his eyes, changed by this skill. The skill's effect continues to last, and Harvey decides to regain his strength a little. This skill allows you to attack the nearest entity for 15 seconds with an increase in attack power by 300%. However, this ability allows you to attack not only monsters, but also other players. Harvey muses that this is a very useful skill for those straight alleys, but is best used only in extreme cases. Harvey contacts Astra and says that he has killed the last prince, to which she replies that in that case they should choose a reward and leave here. However, to Harvey's surprise, some things don't change and he decides to find out why. He looks at the timer and wonders why it continues to count down, even though they have killed all of the enemies. He calls the system and asks it why the quest hasn't finished, trying to figure out what's going on. The system responds that the quest is not over yet, since Harvey and Astra have only destroyed 7 monsters. She states that there is 1 more monster left, and Harvey realizes that his opponent has immediately reappeared. Looking closely, Harvey sees that a black door has appeared behind this monster, which symbolizes the appearance of an anomaly. Harvey looks at this monster in surprise and realizes that now he is in real trouble. Suddenly, the monster opens its mouth and says that it has finally found its utopia and its horizon. Immediately after this, he turns into a water statue and instantly collapses to the ground. Harvey stares in surprise at the huge puddle of water that formed after the exiled prince disappeared. However, the words that this creature uttered immediately stuck in Harvey's head, and he realized that, most likely, they were talking about that same horizon again. He contacts Astra as quickly as possible and asks her if she remembers the whole story of the quest of the exiled princes of the Ash Kingdom. Astra says that if we were to describe this story briefly, the Ash Kingdom was destroyed for blasphemy. She also notes that all the princes left him and went in search of their utopia called Horizon. Astra says that's all she knows as a huge creature appears behind Harvey. Harvey turns around and realizes that these quests are far from random. There is a strict logic between them. He guesses that all these quests are continuations of unfinished stories in the game itself. Meanwhile, the hybrid of all the destroyed exiled princes takes out his weapons in order to continue the battle. It attacks Harvey, but he manages to block the attack with his sword. Harvey realizes that if they figure out what this monster is, they might get a clue about this horizon he mentioned. After a while, he makes every effort to push back the swords of the huge monster and buy himself some time. Harvey immediately contacts the system and asks it to open the battle preparation page. He orders the system to exchange the high-end item eyelashes of the incomparable beauty for the eye looks. The system accepts Harvey's command and exchanges the eyelashes of the incomparable beauty for the eye looks. Within moments, she activates the newly acquired items, and one of Harvey's eyes begins to emit orange energy. Harvey looks at the monster in surprise and wonders what happened to this creature. Meanwhile, the monster freezes for a while, as if preparing for a powerful series of attacks. A moment later, it takes off, and Harvey barely manages to block all the multiple attacks that rain down on him. An unusual portal in the shape of a 5-pointed star appears above him, from which a huge leg protrudes. Instead of where Harvey was just standing, a powerful attack is launched with that leg to crush him. However, Harvey's reflexes do not fail him, and he successfully evades yet another deadly situation. Looking back at the monster, Harvey realizes that even his name has a certain meaning. The system informs Harvey that the 5th Horizon Guardian is in front of him. This monster does not resemble the exiled princes, but it does borrow some of their attacks and behavior patterns. Harvey continues to fight the monster, doing his best to keep it from hurting him. Taking advantage of the brief lull in the battle, the 5th Horizon Guardian opens the mouth on one of his masks. After a few seconds, a beam of energy erupts from this mouth, destroying everything in its path. However, Harvey manages to dodge this attack, having determined his opponent's intention in time. He continues to analyze his opponent, realizing that even if he were to compare him to a primeval Balrog of the highest level, his health would be 3 times higher. Meanwhile, the 5th Horizon Guardian looks around to prevent his opponent from catching his breath. Looking at this monster, Harvey wonders how he will deal with it in the remaining time. Looking at the timer, Harvey realizes that he has no more than 3 minutes left to deal with this monster. The battle begins to drag on a bit, and Harvey finds himself in a situation where he needs to quickly come up with a winning strategy. However, so far all his attempts have yielded no results, since the combat potential of the 5th Guardian of the Horizon turned out to be much higher than he expected. Harvey reassures himself that he shouldn't panic, as the monster's defenses are only slightly higher than those of a Balrog. He calculates the damage he can do and understands that he will definitely win if he does everything right. When the timing is right, he delivers a devastating attack that cuts off both of the 5th Horizon Guardian's arms. Harvey realizes that he must first disarm the creature and then finish it off with his signature move. Finally, the severed arms of the 5th Guardian of the Horizon hang helplessly in the air. However, after a few moments, they completely regenerate, restoring not only the limbs themselves, but also the weapons in them. Harvey looks at this mystical process in amazement and realizes that he needs to come up with something more reliable. Meanwhile, the Fifth Horizon Guardian charges again and attempts to corner Harvey with a random barrage of punches. He also decides to use several masks at once to shoot beams of energy. The monster begins firing long-range attacks in all directions to make sure to hit Harvey. These attacks destroy nearby asphalt and leave large cracks in the ground. In this way, the monster planned to protect itself and, if not kill, then at least seriously injure Harvey, who could not dodge this attack. However, the monster misses, and Harvey manages to make a flanking maneuver, ending up above the monster. Harvey uses the whirlwind skill to deal heavy damage to his opponent. This proves more effective, and the motionless face of the cold-blooded monster begins to crack. The protagonist understands that he needs to continue attacking and not stop for a second. Immediately after this, he uses Vengeful Spirit's Fury to greatly increase the power and speed of his attacks. Under a barrage of incredibly powerful and deadly blows, this Horizon Guardian's face begins to crack from incredible force. Harvey realizes that he is on the right path, and if he continues to accumulate damage, they will be able to complete this quest. With these words, he makes several more powerful attacks, ending up behind the Fifth Guardian of the Horizon. However, the Guardian suddenly freezes and stops taking any damage, despite Harvey's best efforts. Suddenly, Harvey realizes that he has begun to feel a strange feeling and realizes that he has not done enough. Meanwhile, a red notification pops up in front of Astra, indicating that the quest has not been completed. Astra realizes that time is up, and despite all their efforts, they were unable to destroy this monster. Harvey watches as the Fifth Horizon Guardian begins the desynchronization procedure as if he were a player. Harvey wonders what will happen to them now that they have obviously lost the task. At that moment, Astra runs up to him and asks him if everything is okay. Harvey apologizes to Astra, saying that he failed to kill him, to which she replies that the most important thing is that he survived. Harvey agrees with these arguments and wonders what they should do now, suggesting that there should most likely be some kind of penalty for losing. Astra honestly admits that she has no idea about this, since they have never lost or left a quest unfinished. Suddenly, Harvey is approached by a system that makes distinctive sounds to attract attention. The system says that Astra and Harvey, unfortunately, did not complete this quest, to which Astra notes that for some reason the system's tone irritates her. The system notes that fortunately they managed to complete more than 50% of this task, so they will have another chance to complete it. The system adds that the opportunity to complete the quest again will appear in 12 hours, and this will happen at 15 hours 50 minutes. Harvey looks at Astra in surprise, and she confirms his surprise, saying that quests were not offered during the day before. The system asks the heroes whether they agree to accept this offer or decide to refuse it. Harvey and Astra are silent for a moment, unusually quiet to consider their options. This time, Harvey's gut feeling begins to tell him that something is clearly wrong with this assignment. After thinking for a while, he turns to Astra and says that it would be better for them to abandon this task. Harvey justifies his decision by the fact that up until this point, the chance of running into ordinary people was small since everything happened at night. She adds that if the quest takes place on a main street with a lot of people, then tens or thousands of innocent people could get hurt or even die. Looking back at the destruction that occurred during the fight with this monster, Harvey states that they shouldn't take such risks for the sake of the quest. Astra initially disagrees with Harvey's arguments, saying that if they just kill all the monsters, nothing will happen. However, then she thinks about it, realizing that hoping for the most optimistic scenario is very naive and unwise. After some thought, she also agrees with Harvey, saying that even if one person gets hurt, it will be very bad. She states that they really should abandon this task, because while the reward seems interesting, the stakes are too high. Astra also states that she is still upset, so Harvey should buy her strawberry milk and a spicy chicken burger tomorrow. Harvey replies that at least they learned that Horizon is relevant to the game's plot, and suggests that Astra go through the game's storylines before the next quest. Astra states that she will review all the storylines that relate to those quests and report back to Harvey the next day. Sometime later, the scene moves to the school after Harvey and Astra refuse to complete the mission. The corridors are filled with a huge number of unsuspecting school children living their normal lives. The same applies to the library, where school children gather to do some of their homework or just chat with each other. Astra wipes her hands with a handkerchief and is already getting ready to go to class, when suddenly Lilia addresses her. She asks her if she has any plans after school, to which she replies that she is going to chat with Harvey and go home. Lilia happily announces that today she will be attending career guidance with her class teacher and will not be attending preparatory courses. Lily also invites Astra to go shopping, to which she agrees and states that they can sit in a cafe. Lily also states that they can invite Harvey to this meeting, to which Astra replies that Harvey will be busy today. Lily states that she will write to her as soon as the career guidance is over and wishes her a good school day. Astra sees Lilia off with a calm expression on her face, not expressing any emotions in her usual manner. After that, she turns away and mentally admits that the humans look very cute. And now she has to make her eat and look at her hamster cheeks. After some time, Astra goes to Harvey to discuss the information they received during the day. Each of them opens their phone to take turns telling each other the necessary information. Harvey starts first, stating that he read about the nimble wolf Wayham and learned the story of his teleportation. Harvey believes that when the nimble wolf delivered a message from God to the shaman, he inadvertently fell in love with her and broke the prohibition that the wolf should not kill people in order to protect the shaman from robbers. Astra understands that the wolf was locked in a dungeon, but God took pity on him and granted him the skill of teleportation so that he could see the shaman. Harvey points out that in the game, this wolf was unable to cope with its longing for the shaman and broke out of the dungeon, and the players had to pacify this monster. Astra agrees with Harvey's train of thought, saying that the plot continued in reality since all the stories she watched were somehow connected to this. Based on this, Astra makes the assumption that the main storyline of the game will also continue in reality. Harvey says he tried to look up information on the matter, but was unable to find out anything significant. Harvey notes that despite this, he noticed something while reading all these stories. With that, Harvey says that all the NPCs had something specific in mind when they talked about God. Harvey notes that they all meant the black hole in the sky that was always present there. Astra asks Harvey what's wrong with that, noting that it's just part of the game world. Harvey says he's heard several theories about black holes being gateways to another universe, and that could be a clue about Horizon. He thinks about it and says that they have too many storylines to consider in order to fit it all together. A few moments later, Astra's phone starts ringing with an incoming message. Taking a closer look, Astra realizes that Lily wrote to her and invites her to come out to the main gate. Astra says that she has some things to do and asks Harvey if he's going home straight away, to which he replies yes. They decide to take a short walk down the hallway to come up with a coordinated plan of action. Harvey asks Astra if she plans to share this information with the Reason Guild, to which she replies that they are not yet sure of the veracity of the knowledge gained. Astra also states that she is going to hide this information until the very end and then use everything they have learned. Harvey asks Astra to be less strict since they have entered into an alliance, but the girl adamantly replies that she will not make any exceptions. Suddenly, a system notification appears in front of Harvey and Astra, and he looks at it in surprise. The system asks them if they agree to take part in an additional quest that will start in 5 minutes right at this location. The heroes are surprised that the system is again offering them to take part in this task, despite the fact that they refused it yesterday. The system responds that another user has taken on this quest, and since this quest was originally intended for Harvey and Astra, it is also necessary to question them. The system states that if they agree, the quest will become competitive and they will be able to get rewards, but if they refuse, it will be considered as interfering with someone else's quest. Harvey asks the system who took on this quest and if he is currently at the school. The system answers this question only with silence, causing the main characters to look at the screen in surprise. After some time, the system responds that this information cannot be disclosed. Astra breaks down and says that they are taking part in this mission, which makes Harvey very surprised. However, Astra tells Harvey that there is no point in thinking about it, since the quest has already begun and they must complete it as quickly as possible. She also states that only in this case can they be sure that the remaining students at the school will not be targeted. These words convince Harvey that it is necessary to complete the task as quickly as possible, and that refusing it will only lead to even greater casualties. Harvey says that he has figured out Astra and asks her to notify him if she finds this user. By accepting the terms of the quest, he says that this player could be a player killer or even an ally of chaos. The system responds that Harvey and Astra have successfully accepted the mission offer and will now be transferred. A moment later, all that remains of the main characters are fading rays of light. Despite this, someone was eavesdropping on their conversation from behind the nearest wall and trying not to give themselves away. The mysterious figure looks around to remain unnoticed, then leaves in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, a couple of school children are walking down the hallway, unaware of the impending danger. Two friends are talking to each other and asking questions about whether to go to an internet cafe. A friendly squabble breaks out between the guys, which does not end in anything serious. Suddenly, one of the school children hears a strange sound and asks his friend if he heard the same thing. However, upon closer inspection, the students see no source of the noise, and another comrade replies that he heard nothing. After this, he returns to the topic of the internet cafe and invites his friend to go there for just an hour. However, a moment later, something hits his friend with irresistible force, causing him to fly several meters to the side. A second later, he lands on the hard floor and rolls a few more meters. Taking a closer look, the schoolboy realizes that his friend was seriously injured and lost consciousness from such a blow. Such a picture makes the schoolboy tremble with horror due to his lack of understanding of the reasons for such a severe injury to his friend. He begins to scream in fear as the exiled prince, invisible to him, slowly approaches him. Something else is swinging its sword to catch another victim. However, Harvey comes to the aid of the schoolboy, who quickly becomes close to the exiled prince. In the blink of an eye, he breaks the distance between himself and his opponent, then delivers a powerful blow with his sword. The frail monster immediately begins to dissolve into thin air, losing all its health points and ability to live. Looking at the injured schoolboy, Harvey loudly curses, saying that this man is seriously injured. He turns to the injured schoolboy's friend, telling them not to stand there and to run away from here because the school is dangerous. However, the schoolboy does not answer and continues to shake with fear, wondering what happened. Harvey remembers that normal people can't see either the monsters or the players participating in the quest and wonders how he can evacuate everyone. Suddenly, an emergency alarm sounds at the school, and Harvey realizes that this may be a harbinger of something bad. Astra runs out into the hallway and they both look at each other, trying to figure out what to do. Astra states that she set off the fire alarm to evacuate the area, then suggests that he search for the monsters as quickly as possible. Astra and Harvey begin running through the hallways to find all the remaining exiled princes. Astra asks Harvey if they should split up like last time, but Harvey states that they should stay together this time. Harvey says that they need to join forces to defeat this abnormal monster. A moment later, 3 exiled princes patrolling the area appear in front of him. Harvey tells Astra that they must prepare for battle and then quickly closes in on his opponents. Astra immediately takes out her staff to use her voice skill outside the labyrinth. This spell increases all of Harvey's stats, allowing him to easily deal with 3 monsters at once. Harvey realizes that they've dealt with 4 opponents and half the job is already done. However, a moment later, he stumbles upon several wounded schoolchildren who did not even understand what had happened to them. Harvey realizes that these monsters have already reached a large number of students, despite the fact that quite a little time has passed since the start of the quest. This picture really scares the main character, and he understands that the responsibility for these victims will lie with the one who accepted this task. Suddenly, he hears a loud scream and decides to turn around to come to the aid of a person in trouble. Astra says that the sound is coming from above, and they decide to immediately check the upper floors. In 2 jumps, they reach the stairs and quickly climb higher to save civilians. One of the schoolgirls presses herself against the wall and wonders what is going on here. Her wounded friend lies before her as the monsters begin to rapidly approach. One of the monsters approaches to a dangerous distance, after which it makes a swing to kill an innocent girl. Having calculated his strength correctly, the monster unleashes all his might on the schoolgirl. However, this time Harvey makes it in time and blocks the huge creature's attack with his sword. Holding the monster in place, Harvey says that Astra can perform her combat maneuvers now. The girl replies that she heard Harvey and uses the spike trap skill. Moments later, both exiled princes are pierced by a massive number of razor-sharp thorns. This damage turns out to be fatal, and both monsters immediately begin to evaporate. Harvey tries unsuccessfully to get through to the frightened schoolgirl, telling her that she needs to run away from here. Despite all his efforts, the girl continues to hear nothing and only quietly calls for help. Harvey realizes that things are bad and the girl can't hear him, which means he needs to take other measures. After thinking for a moment, he hits the glass next to the girl with his sword to scare her. This method proves quite effective, and the girl quickly jumps to her feet and runs to safety. Immediately after this, he turns to Astra, saying that they should check the main building, as all the monsters are most likely still there. However, Astra doesn't answer Harvey, and he turns to her again to see if everything is okay. However, as he got closer, he realized why Astra froze in her tracks and didn't answer. Next to Astra lies the unconscious body of Lilia, who apparently ran into one of these monsters. Astra is shocked to hear that Lilia told her she would be waiting at the main gate and wonders why the girl was there. The sight of her seriously wounded and dying friend completely demotivates Astra, and she loses the strength to do anything. Harvey comes to her aid, shaking her and telling her that she needs to pull herself together because Lily is still alive. He states with confidence in his voice that if they give her a potion or use a healing skill, they can save her. Astra says that for such actions they can be punished or even given another additional quest. Harvey says that none of this matters at all and she should just focus on healing Lily. Harvey notes that even if they are forced to do a quest as punishment, they will do it together. After thinking for a bit, Astra realizes that Harvey is absolutely right and says that she will do it. Harvey looks at the timer and realizes that they need to hurry, as the school consists of several buildings. He says that he will go to the main building first and asks Astra to join him once she heals Lilia. Astra asks Harvey to stay a little longer, saying that she has a very important item to give him. Harvey looks at Astra in surprise and asks what item she wanted to give him. In response to this, the girl throws him a special stone that emits mysterious energy. Astra states that it is one of the high-ranking items she received last time and was going to exchange, but it may come in handy now. Astra adds that Harvey needs to make sure he kills everyone this time, given the anomalous monster. Harvey says that he will definitely complete this task to the end, after which he states that they will see each other very soon. The sun begins to slowly set over the school as Harvey continues to run around the premises and track down the remaining living monsters. One of the exiled princes finds himself in the schoolyard and continues to look around motionlessly. The monster is looking for the first person it comes across to pounce on and attack. However, Harvey spots the monster first and ambushes it, killing it instantly with his sword. Having dealt with the monster, Harvey realizes that it was the 7th monster, and all that remains is to defeat the anomalous one. He starts running to school again, realizing that the quest will end as soon as he deals with this monster. The young man runs through the corridors, looking into every classroom to find out the location of this monster. After a while, he stops because he notices a sadly familiar silhouette. Harvey realizes that the monster has already transformed and wonders why it happened this way. However, he immediately pulls himself together, realizing that there is no point in worrying about something like that. The monster looks around, when suddenly behind him there is the sound of doors being knocked down. The noise was made by Harvey, who rushes at him with his weapon to catch him off guard. Harvey realizes that he needs to focus only on winning so as not to lose to this monster. He instantly uses the fury of the vengeful spirit to increase his speed and the power of his attacks. Immediately after this, he unleashes a barrage of other skills on the monster, which help him stun the enemy. Taking advantage of the window of opportunity, Harvey uses the Raging Flame of Vengeance skill and delivers a devastating attack on the 5th Horizon Guardian's unprotected area of his body. This attack deals massive amounts of damage, and the 5th Guardian's masks begin to crack again, foreshadowing his imminent death. However, the monster decides not to give up so easily and summons another seal, from which 2 powerful feet emerge. Harvey realizes he needs to dodge immediately to continue his onslaught. He quickly jumps back and narrowly avoids the full damage from this devastating attack. However, he feels the glass shards flying towards him and tries to block them with his sword. The 5th Guardian of the Horizon also decided to take advantage of the time he had gained and rushes into the attack, preparing his swords. He throws multiple punches towards Harvey, but he skillfully blocks them with his weapon. The system warns Harvey that there are only 30 seconds left in the quest and he must hurry. As he understands, he has very little time left, so he must finish everything with one attack. To do this, he decides to intentionally take a large amount of damage in order to reduce his health to a minimum. According to the calculations, Harvey should first activate his passive skill, which makes him invulnerable and increases the damage he deals. Immediately after this, he uses the Dragon Soul Stone that Astra gave him to increase the damage fivefold. The power of the dragon permeates the soul and body of the protagonist, giving him incredible physical characteristics. Harvey remembers that after the buff wears off, all of his stats will be reduced for 5 seconds, meaning he only has one try. With these thoughts in mind, Harvey rushes forward, preparing to deliver the final blow to destroy his opponent. As soon as it gets close, the monster decides to respond with special countermeasures, preparing to launch a beam attack. However, Harvey continues his onslaught as he has already put all his items on the line. A loud explosion is heard in the school corridor, and a huge number of small stones begin to fly towards the side. However, Harvey emerges victorious from this fight, cutting the Fifth Horizon Guardian in half with his sword. Looking back, Harvey notices that the monster has indeed died and can no longer recover due to the damage it received. Harvey is happy that he succeeded, realizing that the quest has finally come to an end. However, a suspicious noise catches his attention, and he immediately turns around to see what is going on. A moment later, an energy projectile is fired towards him, and Harvey uses an evasive maneuver to avoid damage. Even though the projectile misses Harvey, the shockwave throws him back, giving him additional momentum. Harvey immediately looks up and asks the shooter what the hell he's doing in this place. Of course, the shooter turned out to be none other than Tyler, who accepted this quest to get even with Harvey. He deliberately created a huge human disaster to attract Harvey's attention and ambush him. The young man prepares to shoot Harvey, sincerely believing that now he can handle him. To understand how all this happened, we need to go back some time to the Island of Chaos. Tyler managed to get to that very tower, walking over a huge number of corpses of his opponents. The same stranger appeared next to him and congratulated him on finally getting to court. The stranger claims that only the strongest and most experienced player killer could have reached the tower in such a short time. An impatient Tyler raises his crossbow to the stranger's head, completely forgetting that such threats will lead to nothing. However, Tyler orders the stranger to stop talking nonsense and share the information he promised. He asks the stranger about how to become his character in real life and how Harvey was able to change. The stranger, who still doesn't know Harvey, says that apparently Tyler's acquaintance went through the broadcast procedure. Tyler asks the stranger what this broadcast procedure means, losing his patience. The stranger says that this is a term from molecular biology, after which he immediately adds that Tyler is unlikely to understand the essence of this process, even if he explains it in detail. He decides to simplify the information to the extreme, stating that it is like assembling something from a construction set according to the instructions. Tyler, as expected, doesn't understand anything and asks the stranger what kind of nonsense he's talking about. The stranger, grinning, declares that he completely forgot that Tyler knows absolutely nothing about this game. He adds that this is not just a virtual reality game, but a real other universe. The stranger says that this reality was hidden under the guise of a 3D video game because people are only familiar with three-dimensional space. Tyler listens to the information from the stranger, but does not say a word, continuing to lose patience. After a while, he silently turns around and opens his inventory, surprising the stranger. Tyler replies that if the stranger has time to make up stories, he would rather spend it on something else. After that, he says with disappointment that he wasted a lot of time on some idiot. The stranger smiles and says that apparently Tyler was never able to trust him. After this, he says that in this case, he has no other choice and approaches Tyler, performing a surprising action. Looking down, Tyler sees the stranger pierce his body with one hand, forcing him to change. The stranger states that in that case, Tyler will have to experience everything for himself. Tyler calls the stranger an asshole and asks him what the hell he's doing. However, the stranger thoughtfully analyzes Tyler's numbers, saying that his flow is reaching 87%, noting that he expected more. After this, the stranger says that the broadcast procedure could even kill Tyler if something goes wrong. With these words, the stranger says that even if Tyler dies, it will not be his fault anyway. Finally, the stranger says that it can be considered that Tyler was simply unlucky. Tyler's body begins to change rapidly and he wonders what the hell is happening to him. However, the stranger only looks at Tyler's transformation with a smile and wishes him luck. After this, he expresses hope that they will see him on the other side of this game. Meanwhile, in the real world, Tyler's body also begins to undergo changes, although not the biggest ones. His body begins to tremble and blood begins to flow profusely from his eyes and ears. After a while, he starts coughing loudly, after which he rips off his virtual reality helmet. The helmet lands on the floor and bounces back without taking any significant damage. Tyler turns out to be alive and tries to come to his senses for a while, looking around. However, after this, he notices that someone strange has appeared in his room and looks up at him with an irritated look. In front of him appears the very leader of the Chaos faction, who picked up the fallen virtual reality helmet. He asks Tyler how he feels, assuming that he must be feeling nauseous or dizzy. Tyler asks the Chaos Maker who he is, assuming there is another player standing in front of him. The Lord of Chaos smiles and says that he enjoys playing, but he wouldn't call himself a gamer. He also adds that he is one of the 5 creators of the game, as well as the CEO of the company Intahall. So Tyler brought his character into reality and went to school to settle the score with Harvey. Tyler smiles and says that Harvey must have had a lot of fun because he had something no one else had. After this, a smug Tyler says that, unfortunately for Harvey, he now has this gift too. Tyler believes that Harvey is now furious because he lost the one thing he was better at. Harvey honestly admits that he doesn't care at all what happens to Tyler, and he doesn't even want to know how he moved his body. After this, Harvey says that he only needs to find out if Tyler accepted this quest, thus starting this massacre. Tyler is silent for a moment, as if collecting his thoughts on what he should say. However, a few seconds later, he claims that it was him, adding that he accepted this quest specifically. This information drives Harvey crazy, and he realizes that now he needs to deal with Tyler for real. With that, Harvey calls on his ultimate skill and says that people died because of Tyler's actions. He adds that these were all innocent students who had done nothing to him and were simple victims of circumstances. He menacingly asks Tyler if he knew that this quest would require such great sacrifices. Tyler smiles and says that he is truly sorry, then states that he is wrong about one thing. Tyler mockingly tells Harvey that he didn't kill those people with his own hands, which means he has nothing to do with it. Enraged, Harvey lunges forward to attack Tyler, calling him a crazy freak. A powerful explosion is heard in one of the school's corridors when 2 students cross their weapons. Harvey throws Tyler out into the street and rushes after him to continue the fight, dodging his shots along the way. He continues to yell at Tyler, saying that there is more rottenness inside than he originally thought. Immediately after this, he launches a powerful series of attacks, which Tyler, due to his inexperience, does not have time to block. As a result, he receives serious damage, as Harvey uses a lot of force in his attacks. However, after a few seconds, Tyler decides to counterattack and uses the Dragon Slayer skill. He creates a huge drill that shoots out towards Harvey, piercing everything in its path. Due to the stress of the situation, Tyler slightly misses, but manages to hit Harvey and tear off several pieces of his game character. However, this is not enough, and Harvey stabs Tyler with his sword, temporarily blocking his path to the sidewalk. Tyler feels incredible pain and realizes that he has once again overestimated his strength. After this, he decides to go all in and use his ultimate skill to get out of this situation. A moment later, he summons Robespierre's guillotine, creating a huge monster above him. The headless elemental charges at Harvey, dealing multiple attacks with its bladed arms. However, Harvey manages to block them with his sword and takes almost no damage. The headless elemental decides to concentrate all its power and unleashes an attack with both hands at once. However, he dodges the attack and ends up in the blind spot of the headless elemental. Taking advantage of his opponent's slowness, Harvey decides to use the skill of the flower that holds malice. A moment later, he literally cuts his way through his opponent, temporarily blocking Tyler's access to the ability. As the headless elemental dissolves into thin air, Harvey realizes that Tyler has recovered and is ready to fire. Harvey's opponent takes aim to put an end to this standoff once and for all. However, Harvey's reflexes remain at the highest level, and he easily deflects all of Tyler's shots. Harvey realizes that this confrontation must end as quickly as possible, otherwise more civilians will die. He quickly closes in on Tyler and delivers a powerful kick to his face to stun him. This attack knocks the crossbow out of Tyler's hand, making him a much safer opponent. Harvey, fascinated, states that he thought Tyler was just some trash who enjoyed bullying him. After this, he turns around and notices swords sticking out of the ground from his ultimate skill. Harvey raises his gun over his head and declares that he now realizes that Tyler is the real monster. A moment later, an image of himself and Tyler when they were kids and having a good time together appears in his head. However, Harvey realizes that the man he considered his friend is long gone and that there is a monster in front of him that must be destroyed. Overcoming the sadness in his heart, Harvey launches a powerful attack to deal with his former friend. The attack proves fatal, and Tyler falls to the floor, no longer showing any signs of life. This kind of murder doesn't make it any easier for Harvey because for him, Tyler was still not the last person in the world. However, a moment later, Harvey discovers that in front of him is a strange-looking skeleton that only vaguely resembles a human one. Harvey looks at the skeleton in surprise and tries to figure out how it got here and where Tyler went. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice, which reproaches him for being too harsh with the newcomer. Turning around, he notices the necromancer who was the only one who saved Tyler from certain death. The necromancer used the corpse swap skill to swap the skeleton for a support with below 1% health. Harvey looks at the necromancer in surprise and asks her if she is really helping Tyler. The necromancer asks Harvey what he will do if he finds out that this is true, calling him an idiot along the way. Remembering that this girl is a member of the Chaos Guild, Harvey comes to a rather sad conclusion. This conclusion is that Tyler has decided to join the forces of Chaos in his blind desire for revenge against Harvey. Meanwhile, the chatty necromancer looks down and notices that the floor in front of her begins to radiate energy. A moment later, the trap is activated and spikes protrude from it, from which the necromancer only miraculously manages to escape. The necromancer laughs and says that she assumed that the second member of Harvey's squad would be hiding this whole time. However, Astra, who suddenly appears behind the necromancer, asks her why she decided that someone was hiding. The girl uses the Minotaur strength skill to enhance her fighting abilities. The necromancer realizes that she has fallen into a trap because of her caution and talkativeness. Astra coolly states that real top-notch players always arrive a little late. Immediately after this, she uses a lightning attack to damage her opponent. Harvey watches as Astra's powerful attack creates a powerful flash that blocks his vision. However, once the light dissipates a little, it becomes obvious that the necromancer used a defensive skill to survive this ability. The necromancer laughs and says that Astra scared her and almost caught her off guard with her skills. However, Astra does not respond and rushes into the attack, destroying all the barriers that the necromancer had put up in front of her with one blow. Astra advises the necromancer to remain vigilant as her skill is still active. The necromancer chuckles and says that she is well aware of this, calling Astra an arrogant fool. Immediately after this, she uses a skill to create an area that is nearly impossible to cross. Hands of the dead begin to emerge from the ground, significantly slowing down any movement. Harvey realizes that he needs to do something quickly to intervene in this fight. He looks closely at his target and decides to act immediately. In just a split second, he gets close to the necromancer and deals her a powerful attack, completely ignoring the control skill. The necromancer takes serious damage and wonders how Harvey was able to get past her slowing skill. She remembers that this skill is supposed to reduce agility and poison anyone who passes through it. Looking at Harvey, she guesses that he made his way across the field simply by dodging all the attacks and calls him crazy. Meanwhile, Harvey addresses Astra, telling her that she must finish this fight. Astra rushes forward and lands several attacks on the necromancer to weaken her significantly. She firmly states that she will not let the members of Chaos feel at ease and continues to attack the necromancer. Meanwhile, the villainess wonders why these schoolchildren are so strong, asking herself with horror, "Otherwise either she or I will really die here." Astra dashes while attacking her opponent, successfully dealing heavy damage. These attacks make the necromancer cry out in pain, as even a support class can have very aggressive and effective skills. Astra prepares to deliver the finishing blow, but suddenly her power begins to rapidly fade. She turns to the side and notices the appearance of the system window. The system states that the time to select a quest reward has expired, and all participants will now be transported to another location. Within a moment, all participants lose their powers and begin to slowly evaporate. The necromancer, of course, laughs and says that she managed to survive and stay on her feet in this battle. Harvey is surprised and remembers that the timer is supposed to stop when another player interferes. After that, he remembers the system's words that if Harvey and Astra agree to participate, then this quest will become competitive. Harvey's memories lead him to believe that what makes this quest different from others is the competitive element it contains. Meanwhile, the necromancer looks at Harvey and asks him if she remembered his real name correctly. She makes an obscene gesture at him and states that the next time they fight, she will destroy him with ease. Harvey looks at the necromancer in surprise and reminds her that he didn't have to put in much effort to defeat her. True, this cuts into the soul of the necromancer, and she declares that she was weakened by the newcomer, whom she was supposed to look after. She starts promising Harvey that she will definitely deal with him, since now he has definitely made her angry. Harvey doesn't respond to the boastful girl, and they all evaporate, transported to the points of their original appearance. Harvey and Astra are transported to the school hallway where they originally accepted the assignment. The appearance procedure takes a little longer than they originally planned, but otherwise everything is proceeding as normal. Astra points out that Harvey has been seriously injured, to which he replies that he didn't notice because he can't see himself in the mirror. Walking over to the window, Harvey states that it doesn't matter now since several fire trucks and ambulances have already arrived. Astra suggests to Harvey that they get out of here as quickly as possible because if they are found, they will be in trouble. Our heroes quietly leave the school grounds, while emergency services personnel enter to help the wounded. Meanwhile, Astra and Harvey retreat to a place to catch their breath and discuss what happened. They decide to sit down on the steps and breathe out deeply, realizing that they can feel safe for a while. Astra states that no one is likely to see them here, so she will be able to cure Harvey, adding that he cannot go home with such a face. Harvey states that he prescribed health because they can't afford to be caught off guard while Astra is using her healing skill. Astra agrees with Harvey's arguments and says that he can do whatever he sees fit in this situation. Harvey asks Astra how Lily is feeling, adding that it seems she is not so lucky. Astra replies that she cured Lilia and moved her to a safe place, adding that the girl is most likely already in the hospital. After this, Astra's phone starts ringing loudly, and she realizes that the housekeeper is calling her. Astra says goodbye to Harvey, saying that she needs to go home because she has a call from her housekeeper. Watching Astra leave, Harvey realizes that the housekeeper must have gotten upset when she saw the news and decided to call Astra. He also decides to check if anyone has called his phone because of the rumors about the latest news. However, once Harvey retrieves his cell phone, he discovers that it has been cut in half. Harvey is not discouraged and says that it is surprising that he did not break down earlier given his adventures. The action briefly moves to the headquarters of the Chaos, where the participants of the recent events have moved to lick their wounds. The Butcher meets the Necromancer and Tyler, who is in a semi-conscious state. Butcher states that he had high hopes for the newcomer since everyone was taking him down, but he proved to be useless and was defeated in his first fight against the Avenger. The Necromancer laughs and says that the Butcher shouldn't be so cruel to a newbie who doesn't even have a rank, adding that his face still looks nicer. The Butcher says that the Necromancer is the most unpleasant member of their squad, since she intervened in the fight and lost to ordinary school children. Every day, the Necromancer can't stand such an insult, and she calls the Butcher a fat idiot, saying that they should fight. The Butcher accepts the challenge and immediately summons his weapon, while the Necromancer prepares to show what she is truly worth. The mysterious stranger who previously helped Tyler transfer his character intervenes in their conflict, saying that there will be a lot of garbage if they fight in this room. He adds that if they want to fight, they can run away and die there if they want to. The Butcher addresses the stranger, calling him by the name Talion, and asks if he is no longer in intelligence. Talion replies that he has no intention of going back there anymore, as his superior told him that Horizon is coming soon. He also says that he will stay here because there are still many games that he has not played. After this, he turns his gaze to Tyler and says that they need to take care of something. With these words, he falls silent and carefully examines Tyler, who received serious injuries in the battle with Harvey. Talion muses that while Avenger has rank, the Executioner class is higher in the hierarchy of power. After doing the math in his head, Talion comes to the conclusion that it wasn't Tyler's skills that were the problem, but his lack of experience. He also remembers that the Avengers are a strong enough class to afford to ignore class hierarchy. Talion also comes to the conclusion that if left as is, the Avenger can thwart the plans of the leader of Chaos. The minion of Chaos begins to ponder what to do, realizing that Tyler overestimated his strength and lost. The thought immediately comes to his mind that he must kill the Avenger himself to get rid of the problem. He also remembers that Horizon is coming soon, and it would be a good idea to deal with potential interference in advance. Talion, a trickster, claims that the longer he puts off playing games, the less interested he becomes in them. Meanwhile, Harvey quickly gets home so as not to make his sister even more nervous. He quickly climbs the stairs so as not to keep his sister waiting. Harvey's sister leaves the apartment and remains in the hallway to notice Harvey's approach in advance. She constantly checks her phone to immediately get at least some news about her brother. Harvey's sister is too engrossed in her work to notice her brother approaching her. Seeing Harvey, she quickly runs up to him and asks why he came so late, to which he replies that he was talking with friends. The sister begins to nervously ask Harvey why he hasn't answered her calls, reminding him of the news that shook the entire city today. Harvey apologizes to his sister and then asks her what happened, pretending he doesn't know anything. Harvey's sister responds that something exploded at his school, resulting in 9 people being killed. Immediately after this, she shows him the screen of her smartphone, saying that the building was completely destroyed. Harvey actively pretends that he doesn't understand anything, so as not to worry his sister even more. However, Harvey's strategy was off the mark, as his sister turned out to be much more attentive than he had hoped. She asks him what happened to his shirt, why it contains traces of blood. She also notices that his clothes are torn and begins to ask him in fear what happened. Harvey says it was nothing serious, as he was just playing football at recess, tripped, and got a nosebleed. Harvey's sister looks at him incredulously and asks if he tripped while playing football. After a pause, she asks Harvey why, in that case, there is not a single scratch on his face. Harvey realizes that he has once again made a big mistake and has now been caught in a lie. Unable to invent anything further, he falls silent, gathering his strength to make a sincere confession. A little later, he claims that he lied, and when it all happened, he was at school. Within moments, he is trying to reassure his sister that he is perfectly fine. Harvey's sister responds that not all wounds are visible at first glance, and Harvey may have internal organ damage. She quickly reminds us that some people die from internal bleeding because they don't realize their wounds are inside their bodies. Harvey's sister points out that this won't work, and he needs to get to the hospital as soon as possible. Harvey says he's feeling fine and has to go to school tomorrow, so he won't be able to get to both classes and the hospital at the same time. Harvey's sister tells him not to worry about it because the school will be closed for a week because of what happened. After a few seconds, tears well up in her eyes, and she asks him to stop acting like nothing happened. With these words, she walks up to him and hugs him tightly, saying that she was very scared and was afraid that Harvey would be one of the 9 dead. This behavior of the sister causes goosebumps on the body of the main character, and he remembers something from his life. He remembers that before, his sister only behaved like this when something irreparable happened. Harvey understands how hard it was for his sister and agrees with her, stating that he will go to the doctor tomorrow. He also asks his sister not to worry too much about him, as he will definitely be fine soon.